Good thing only one
Three,
person is waiting.
2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to the fourth annual Master Plan Live Draft Reaction Stream. Now, let me explain something to you about tonight. It is going to be a great draft. It is going to be a great night. We are going to be here with you from start to finish. No commercials, full of analysis. We've got plenty in store for you all tonight. Joining me here, we have Connor DiBiase and Andrew Roberts, both frequent members of the Master Plan, with a ton, with an absolute ton of information and coverage for you here tonight. It is going to be a great night. Connor has been hard at work these past few days, making the stream look how it does. So, everybody, please, when you're looking at our beautiful faces and you're looking at the mock drafts and the sleepers and the beautiful transitions, that was all Connor. All credit to him. Before we start, please like, subscribe, and share the stream. We want to get a lot of people in. It's going to be a great night. Sit back, relax. We're going to take you step by step through it. Thank you for being here with us and choosing us here tonight. Now, the biggest news of the afternoon just happening a couple hours ago, right before I took a test. Lamar Jackson signed a 5-year, $250 million contract extension. $185 million guaranteed. Connor, quick thoughts, your reactions to this deal that just happened a short while ago.
I think it was really unexpected at this point that these two parties would get a deal done. It felt like the trade was imminent almost, and then they put that non-exclusive tag on him, and it was like, oh well, no one's going to give up 2 firsts. This might be either a tag and trade or he'll play on that and try to make his money. But I just did not see the signing coming. And I think the Jalen Hurts deal kind of set a realization into Lamar Jackson and his stepmom or whoever his agent is, but set the realization that, hey, Jalen Hurts, who just brought his team to a Super Bowl, could only get 5 years guaranteed. Maybe we should stop looking for like 10 plus years guaranteed here.
Right.
Maybe we should kind of lower that and look for more short term money for a shorter period of time.
Yeah,
And
Andrew, what were your thoughts on the contract? I mean, it's obviously surprising. Do you think that there was a lot in it that the Ravens are trying to get this done before the draft tonight so that they could maybe make a draft time trade? I know they've been talking about a certain player for the Arizona Cardinals. Why don't you talk us through that?
yeah. So first of all, it's gonna say a couple things here. He did still get more money than Jalen Hurts. So I mean, getting more money than a Super Bowl quarterback, that's a great accomplishment. And to add to that, like I was so convinced for a while that he was going to get traded. So I mean, my friend who was a Ravens fan, he thought he was coming back for this whole time, but I was not expecting this comeback so much. So it's great for the Ravens to get him back in the fold. But yeah, the reports were rolling around a few weeks ago when Odell Beckham Jr. signed with the Ravens that Lamar had essentially told the team, "Get me Hopkins, get me Beckham, then we can talk." So I really think it's not necessarily Lamar settling for this contract and or the Ravens trying to get it done in time for draft day. I think this comes down to the fact that if there was going to be a trade for DeAndre Hopkins, it was going to be a draft day trade, and the Ravens. I think this trade is all but like I think this trade is pretty much a lock to happen tonight. This DeAndre Hopkins trade. It's what I'm hearing is it's going to be Hopkins and the 34th pick from the Cardinals in exchange for the 23rd pick. Might be some other stuff in the package. So that would put the Cardinals on the clock again at 23. And yeah, I really think this comes down to the Ravens essentially telling Lamar, we're going to get you Hopkins. Now we have this contract. Do you take it?
Yeah,
And then,
absolutely. Personally, when I saw the contract come out, listen, I like quarterbacks. I like all sorts of different quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes is fantastic. Allen is fantastic. For me, Lamar Jackson's the quarterback who, he's missed 10 total games in the past 2 seasons, which has basically prevented his team from being any real contenders in the playoffs because he's been injured right at the end of the season. Obviously, the style of game he plays lends to him being injured more. So you want Lamar to be at his best. You want him to look like he did in his MVP season. But with that, you have to account for the fact that, hey, he is putting himself at risk for more injuries. Now, that being said, he's still a fantastic quarterback. And I think he is limited in certain areas of his game. I still believe that. I still think his passing game needs to improve. It is not at the level where I'm saying, hey, put him in the playoffs, he can go win you some games throwing or running, because he can't, right? And for me, the fact that the Ravens are paying him the most amount of money that any quarterback is getting paid is insane to me. I know you want to keep a guy like him around, but he has one playoff win and you're paying him $52 million a season, more than a guy who's won 2 Super Bowls, more than a guy who just made a Super Bowl. It seems crazy to me. I'm happy that Lamar got his contract, but I just think this is a bad move if you're the Ravens. We'll see how it plays out in 5 years' time. I'm going to be intrigued to see how it happens. But all the support that Lamar has on around him, the complaint has always been, oh, but he's got no wide receivers. Well, let me ask you, how does signing the biggest, the most expensive average annual value contract for a quarterback in NFL history allow you to have better wide receivers? And it doesn't make sense because it doesn't, right? So that's going to be something that Lamar's going to have to contend with. At some point, they're going to have to pay Mark Andrews, who was a fantastic pick in the third round a couple years ago. They're going to have to pay these guys who are really good. And when Lamar's getting paid $52 million a season, I don't care if it's for 5 seasons. I don't care if you're restructuring him. You're going to have to figure something out, and that's going to be difficult.
Mark Andrews did just get extended.
Oh, he did just get extended? Okay.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
But the quarterback market change, and if you think about, first of all, Mahomes has more total money on his deal, and second of all, Mahomes and Allen got paid earlier than Lamar Jackson did. You can't really compare those contracts. Those are different eras, and the salary cap's going to keep going up. The Ravens are most likely about to get Lamar, Hopkins, and Odell Beckham Jr. So I think they're set at receiver for the time.
I don't think the Hopkins thing is a done deal, because
It's
just a couple hours ago, I heard another Hopkins report where it was Hopkins and pick 11 going to the Hopkins and pick 3 to the Titans for 11 plus whatever.
I'm hearing that's most likely fake.
And furthermore, let me just talk about Odell for a second. Why are we treating Odell like he is prime Odell? He's not, right? He's coming off an ACL injury. He didn't play at all last season.
And he could have played. He got cleared and no one wanted him.
Exactly. He got cleared.
And you're giving him $18 million. That's more than most wide receivers.
Exactly. Now listen, I'm not saying Odell is bad. I think he's a fine wide receiver. But are you really going to entrust him to be your number one wide? I don't know the answer to that question. Rashad Bateman so far hasn't looked great. So I think that there's a lot of questions surrounding the Ravens, and I really am intrigued to see what happens tonight with them and this upcoming season. Now, let's shift focus. Let's talk about what I feel is going to be the first inflection point of tonight's draft. And believe it or not, that's the number 2 pick. In recent days, we've always known, what are the Texans going to do at 2? Are they going to take Anderson? They're going to take Stroud? They're going to take a quarterback? Developments have happened. Stroud getting an 18% on S2 test, essentially qualifying him as maybe the dumbest quarterback coming out of college ever, at least this year, based on that test, which is, I'm not saying anything good or bad, but that is just a fact that they scored really poorly on that test. Will the Texans trade out of that pick? I've heard the Titans. I've heard so many teams wanting to get into that number 2 pick. If you take a look at my mock, which is, circling around, believe it or not, I've already mocked this trade happening to the Indianapolis Colts, who sit at number 4 overall right now. I have them jumping up to 2 and taking Will Levis. So I already have my bases covered. But it also seems like Will Levis could go to number 3 if the Titans trade up to number 3.
Right now,
a lot is happening. Connor, walk me through what's going on with the second pick overall tell me your latest updates.
Right now, it sounds overwhelmingly like C.J. Stroud would be going at number 2. All reports, betting odds are now minus 1,500 for Stroud to be the number 2 pick, which is crazy because just yesterday it sounded like everything was, hey, we're not going offense, we're not going quarterback. The day before that, it was Will Levis is now the guy. There's no consistency here. And the odds, earlier today, the odds were plus 250 for Stroud to go the number 2 pick. Now it's minus 1,500. They have to know something. There's no other reason that would be the odds. So to me, it feels close to guaranteed there. And then it sounds like potentially Will Anderson, there's still a chance or a trade, whatnot, for 3, who knows. And then 4 right now, odds favorite is Will Levis pretty heavily. And 5th is Jalen Carter decently heavily.
Here's where I question this. I do think it's very possible that C.J. Stroud goes at number 2, but the question is it going to be to the Texans? Because the Texans, I don't know, they don't seem to be overly high on Stroud. I think there is a scenario in which they trade out of that pick and still land a quarterback later in the draft, whether it be Will Levis, whether it be Anthony Richardson, even Hendon Hooker if you move down a little further.
I know
think
that's been huge.
I don't know are necessarily going to be the team to take Stroud. I will say if Stroud doesn't, I will say Stroud is probably going to end up going pretty high. If it's not number 2, I think he'll be gone by at the latest number 4.
If you don't have kind of like in the Texans case, if you're thinking of taking a quarterback but you don't know which, and you still have that pick at 12, why not get the clear best defensive prospect in the draft? And get your guy. Will Anderson's not going to be there. Even if you trade down to
an edge rusher,
even if you trade down to 7,
you could trade down to 4 with the Colts, have them jump up if they want to.
And you could still not get Will Anderson in that scenario.
Do the Texans really need Will Anderson? That like it would be
Why
nice
not?
to
He's
have
the best
for that defense.
but
Edge
he's
is
the best
definitely a need.
player.
Very nice
Edge is
to
a
have
need.
for that defense.
Listen, no.
I mean,
Listen,
it's not like they have
Edge is
the
not.
star.
Listen, Edge is not a nice to have position. All right, that's safe.
You build
That's
your
a great
team
middle
on
linebacker.
the lines.
Exactly. Right? Listen, I've been thinking about this a lot recently. Right? In the NFL, you have positions that seem to in the NFL matter more and matter less. Quarterback,
Yes, I agree.
number 1 wide receiver, left tackle, star defensive end, lockdown corner. These are positions that all championship teams have.
And what is their starting? What is their starting end position? Jerry Hughes and Chase Winovich? Like
I don't know.
They have Jonathan Greenard also. I think the Texans, they're the kind of team, when you look at them, they have a very in terms of edge rushers, but they don't really have that superstar guy. So yes, getting that superstar guy would definitely move them up a level. But are they desperate for an edge
give
rusher?
Give D'Amico Ryans his Will Bosa.
Give him
That's
Nick Bosa. I
Bosa.
mean, it's the same thing. And by the way,
yes, I don't think it's the right pick. I still think C.J. Stroud is probably
well, hold
the
on,
better
but
pick.
look at the division they're playing in. Look at the opposing quarterbacks. Tannehill, he's been good but also bad and has injury problems. Look at who are the Colts gonna have? Some rookie probably.
Here's the thing.
And then Trevor Lawrence. You get a guy on the defensive end, changes games where you can hold rookie quarterbacks to low totals, and you force the Jaguars to make a big pick and get someone at left tackle who can stop Will Anderson. In my opinion, it's a no-brainer.
They just had a suspension
Let's say
too,
the
right?
decision. Let's say the decision is between Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. Because if you look at the Texans right now, yes, maybe they could get a QB at 12, but that's not a guarantee.
Andrew,
They could get
11
some
wins.
QB at
Andrew,
12.
tell me this: where would you rank C.J. Stroud in terms of next year's QBs?
In terms of next year's QBs,
Yeah, where would you
pretty
put
far
him?
down.
Okay, and is
Wouldn't be
C.J.
far.
Stroud?
Would be pretty-
If you're a good franchise, are you going to start C.J. Stroud a single game this year? If you're trying to set him
the
up,
Texans would start him. The Texans would start.
C.J. Stroud should not
Because
start
David
a single
Mills
game.
Is their current quarterback.
Right. And that's the idea. I think the Texans, I think, would start C.J. Stroud this season. I don't think they would roll out with Davis Mills or whoever else. I think that experiment is over. But it makes no sense. Why on earth would you take a guy who, again, S2 test means
Have
something.
guys to start at edge. You don't have a starting quarterback. I think
What
that
are
should be
you
the priority.
talking about?
And if
Wait,
CJ
you have
Stroud
Chase
is sitting right
Winovich?
there,
Chase Winovich isn't an edge. I'm
Reed's
sorry.
not
He played for
that
the
great,
Patriots for
you
four and
know?
a half, 5 years. He was awful. Chase Winovich made me want to gouge my eyes out. You know why, Andrew? Because when we had Chase, hold on. Let me have the floor. When we had Chase Winovich on the Patriots, the biggest complaint about the Patriots, oh, we have no pass rush. We have no pass rush. And then
That's
guess what? We got Matt Judon. And look how much better the Patriots defense got as soon as we got Matt Judon. It happened that quickly.
If you start
I
CJ
want to believe
Stroud,
that Terry Hughes still has something left in the tank, and then you also have
no
Jonathan
way.
Greener to rotate it.
If you start CJ Stroud this season, you are going to still end up with a top 3 pick. No question.
Okay, I guess that's a fair evaluation.
And
but
then you're going into that top 3 pick. You're like, hey, Caleb Williams might be on the freaking board for us, and he's going to be better than Stroud ever will.
Yeah. And I
Thank
get that
John.
there is a notion
That's
of always thinking that next year's quarterbacks are better than this year's. But in this scenario, you know, you could talk, okay, maybe Anthony Richardson, if you put him in the right system, he's got enough talent. You know, Bryce Young's obviously really talented, but Stroud, he's good. I like him. But I mean, like, let's be honest about here. If you're the Texans number 2 and your decision is between Stroud or Will Anderson, it's no brainer to take Will Anderson. All right, it's just a no-brainer for me. You get yourself that defensive end. At 12, you could take Hendon Hooker. He'll be on the board for sure. Richardson may be on the board. You could always trade up from 12. Will Levis may be on the board at 12. You could always trade up from 12 to something higher. They have plenty of picks. It's not like they don't have any picks. Right? The Texans have one thing, they have picks. Right? If you desperately want a quarterback, you can trade up from 12. But you know what you
I
can't
see the
do?
case. Yeah, I see the case for Anderson. I see the case for Stroud. Ultimately, I think they're going to trade down.
I think that they could trade down too. I'm not saying that won't happen. I'm just saying if they trade down, they're not going to get Will Anderson unless it's to 4.
I could see.
Unless it's to 4 and 1,
team-
2, 3 go quarterback. That's the only scenario I see.
I could see a team that maybe it's not a quarterback that's trading up forward to. Maybe there's a team that really is.
Now,
that
no
really
team is trading up into the top 5, and for a non-quarterback or not Will
I don't
Anderson.
know. If there's a
Not
team, yes, I'm saying Will Anderson. If there's a team who really is looking for that guy to anchor their defense, like the Atlanta Falcons, that's way out of my mock. They could trade up for a guy like
They
Will
could.
Anderson. I could definitely see that.
I could see that happening. All right, let's talk about some of the other. There's been a lot of news. A lot's been happening recently. I think another really interesting point is the Colts at 4. The Colts at 4, I think there's so many things that they can do. I mean, different mocks. I think all 3 of us have different ways that's going. I have them trading up. I think one of us has Stroud. Connor, you have them taking Will Levis. So we both have them taking Will Levis. I have them trading up. Andrew has them taking Stroud. I believe that's what you had in your mock.
Yes, yes.
Connor, what do you think the Colts do it? I mean, this is a big pick, right?
I originally. So to me, Will Levis makes sense. I think they want a QB. I think Stroud at this point. I made this mock yesterday. You know how much things change. Because at this point, I don't think Stroud falls below 3 because I think the Titans would jump up if the Texans don't take him at 2 as they're heavily rumored to. So if Stroud drops to 3, I think he gets taken there. The Colts, they could trade up. They could even trade up just one spot to secure him. But if I'm assuming Stroud and Young are off the board, this is a team where your owner has said, we're going QB, basically. Yes, right. I could take the project and Anthony Richardson. I actually like that fit a lot, especially in a Steichen offense.
That's what I've been saying.
But what do I think they're going to do? What do I think they're going to do? They're going to take the guy that everyone tells them to take.
Exactly.
They're going to take the quote-unquote safer pick.
Before you go, Andrew, the GM of the Colts, well, I can't even remember his name because he's just one of the worst GMs in the league. I mean, this seems to be, at least in my opinion, if he does not hit on this pick, he's out. He's got to be. They just let
Yeah.
go of Frank Reich last year. He's missed on Matt Ryan, missed on Carson Wentz. Philip Rivers was okay. He wasn't like, oh my God, Philip Rivers, the godsend, right? So he's missed essentially on 2 straight quarterbacks, and Philip Rivers, we can call it a wash. He was good. He wasn't great. They lost in the first round.
And he's been there
This has
since...
got to be it.
Chris Ballard's been there since Andrew Luck left. He's had a long tenure there, man.
Here's the thing.
And I think that this is it if he doesn't hit. That's
Yeah,
the way I see
I
it.
agree.
Playing for
I
his
agree.
job here.
So I thought, I think it is in the realm of possibilities, as I have on my mock, that Stroud falls to 4, because if Anderson goes at 2 and then at 3, the Cardinals, if they stay, are considering guys like Paris Johnson Jr. I've even heard Devin Witherspoon. That's who I have them taking. Kind of an unpopular take, but I've heard it floating around that they could be looking for that number 1 corner. So if that's how the first 3 go, Young, Anderson, Witherspoon, then Chris Ballard will luck out, get CJ Stroud, easy pick, done. If Stroud is gone, it's going to be a very high pressure situation for Chris Ballard, because it really comes down to if he makes the right decision between Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. I think those are 2 prospects who are very high floor, low ceiling. I could really see it going either way for either of those 2. So that could be a very high pressure pick for Chris Ballard that ultimately decides his career. He better hope that Stroud falls, or he could have his career
The
on the
thing
line.
I see there is, I agree with you. You're not going to be there with your career there to see if like Anthony Richardson turns out, because I think he's too. I think he can be great, but I think he's 2 years away. Will Levis, you think, hey, maybe he won't be great as a starter right away, but he can show promise as a starter right away that may get me another year.
And by the way, if I may say, Anthony Richardson is a project, right? We all know that. We all understand that, right? The Colts system right now would not lend well to a guy like Anthony Richardson, right? Just
Absolutely
simple,
not.
right? They don't have
Gardner
wide
Minshew's
receivers.
the starter.
It doesn't matter. The system does not lend well to a guy like Anthony Richardson. The O-line is waning, right? They have a running back, Jonathan Taylor, but their wide receivers, who is going to help Anthony Richardson, right?
Nobody.
Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce are good, but I don't think anyone here would say, oh my God, let me have the Colts wide receiver room. I want that wide receiver room on my team. Like, no one here is going to say that.
Definitely.
So I just don't think it's a good fit for Anthony Richardson. I think there are plenty of teams where I'm like, the Texans, they could. I think if they sit him for a year and then they build up some players.
I meant the receiving core. Texans might say we'd like that receiving core.
Well, the Texans, maybe
They could end up taking Smith
the
and Jigba
Packers.
at some point.
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be an influx situation. I think we are going to see draft trades. I put it at 4 or 5 tonight. That's kind of how I see it. We could see more. I don't know if we'll get anything as big as the AJ Brown trade of last year. That was insane that happened right in the middle of the draft. I mean, that was just blew all of our socks off. But what I find most interesting about this draft, obviously, number 1, we're all pretty much certain it's going to be Bryce Young. We'll get to him as soon as the draft starts. Then we'll start talking about prospects, start talking about who we think is going to go where. At the beginning of the night, it starts a bit slow because there's a couple options of who we think it's going to be. As we get later on, as pretty much pick 10, everything's going to ramp up to like 90, like right away. Everything's going to get crazy. Probably a little bit earlier tonight. I'd say about 7. Just because the nature of this draft, there's so many guys who I'm like, I could see him going at 7, but he could also fall to like 15, 16. Like, it's one of those drafts where you have a guy who's here and some other people have him here. And he could either go here or here, fall down in the middle somewhere. There's a lot of different things that I think will happen tonight. It's going to be extremely entertaining for sure. Now, Connor, let me throw something at you. The Seahawks at number 5 are, I think, in one of the more interesting positions in the draft. They were a team that was very close last year to making the playoffs. They're not in need of a starting quarterback right now, but maybe looking ahead, they could be. Because Geno Smith, he had a great year last year, but I think the biggest question about Geno, and I think rightfully so, is hey, he did so well last year. Will he be able to do that this upcoming season? Right? He's had one good season. Does that mean he'll have another good one? I hope so for his sake, obviously. I think they're going to take Carter. That's what I've been feeling. That's what my
Yeah,
gut's been
there
telling
was
me.
strong rumors
But-
for them to take Carter, and then there were rumors that it seems like they're trying too hard to tell everyone that they're going to take Carter. They might not go Carter. And Jalen
Yeah,
Carter
I'm going
is
O line at 5.
yeah, Jalen Carter is interesting. Pete Carroll did tweet out his draft clues. I don't know if anyone solved him. It seems like the consensus is either it being like Hendon Hooker, which is a weird solve and to put out clues for, or it being Jalen Carter, or it means nothing. I don't really care to read into it, but what I'm seeing is people think it's one of those two. He tweeted out like 6 draft clues. But if I were to kind of think about a situation where they go QB, I think Anthony Richardson could make sense as a guy to sit behind Geno. Reports are
That would be interesting because Gino's on 3 years, right? So they could easily say,
I think he has an opt
in
out.
year
I think
three-
he's like unguaranteed after 2. Check
right,
the
and
I
that
really
would
don't
kind of be
think-
the timeline that you've suggested, Connor. Give him 2 years, sit behind someone.
But you
DK 's
also
still
is
gonna be
Pete
there.
Carroll going to stick for that long? He isn't
No,
out
no
after
way.
one. He
Yeah,
isn't
no.
out after one season.
I really don't think the Seahawks are going to take a QB this year.
Well,
Like,
I
yes,
mean, all reports are Seahawks are not leaving the first round without a QB, right? Isn't that
don't
everything
know.
that's been reported?
Like, get someone
Whoa.
to sit behind Geno, but it's 3 years, and there are better QB classes the next 2. So why would they take one this year?
I mean,
Uh,
it'll be interesting for sure. Here's the one thing I'll say to that, Andrew. They are probably not going to have a top 5 pick, though, next year, right? This is a pick that was given to them by the Broncos, right? So this team does not expect to be in the top 10, top
That's
15. They're
fair.
trying to be in the 20s.
Next QB class is very deep. There's going to be QBs later into the first round. And
Deep, but I mean, this
Uh,
is your chance to
but-
pick a top quarterback. I mean, you could trade up, I guess, but
I want to bring
No, I mean,
attention
I-
to an Adam Schefter tweet.
kind of.
The Eagles and Cardinals settled their tampering investigation, where the Eagles were investigating Arizona's hiring of Jonathan Gannon, and they settled it through trade, where the Eagles traded number 94 and a 5th round pick next year to get up to 66. So Cardinals lose the trade, but they avoid the
so
tampering
basically,
charges, I guess.
the Cardinals said, "Hey, we did it, but
Here's
let's not."
a bit of a
let's not-
higher pick, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't know that was
Well, listen,
possible.
we will-
Trade.
we won't snitch on you. Just give us a better pick. Like, hey, we'll take this crappy.
Why
dude.
didn't the
Like, I
Dolphins
mean,
settle
yeah.
their investigation? you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about the Dolphins real quick because we're not going to talk about them
I've
at
never
all.
seen a tampering
Yeah.
settlement.
Here's what I will say
Yeah.
about the Dolphins. There are going to be some veteran players traded tonight. I'm going to go out here, say a hot take that it'll be 2. I think Hopkins is being dealt, but the other trade that I see happening, I think the Chargers are going to be getting rid of Austin Eckler tonight, and I think Miami could be a landing spot for him.
But Miami's
Miami, it's
definitely
not-
been looking at running backs.
I know, but I feel like they have too many. They have so many guys.
Yeah,
Jeff
yeah,
Wilson,
but none of them
Mostert,
stand
Who
out.
cares?
Eckler would be that standout guy.
That's how the Niners run their system. They have a bunch of guys you can't remember their name, whatever they have. I don't even remember. They have
mean,
they have Elijah Mitchell and CMC, and they have some third guy who we've never heard of. He comes in, rushes for 150 yards.
Whether
and
it's the
then-
Dolphins, or
Dolphins-
some other team,
I mean, also,
I think Eckler is leaving.
by the Eckler rumors, I think there were rumors about Derrick Henry for a bit, but more so, Dalvin Cook has been heavily linked to that Miami running back core, and it sounds like they are looking for running backs at least a bit.
Yeah.
I think they're also linked to Jahmyr Gibbs, but right now it sounds like Jahmyr Gibbs probably isn't getting down to their 2nd round pick. They could trade up,
Yeah.
but it sounds like he's probably not getting down there. So do they make a pivot and send a 3rd, 4th round pick for Dalvin Cook, or a 3rd and maybe an extra pick for Eckler? You know?
All right,
Yeah, I think-
everyone. I hate to do it,
8
but it
o'clock.
is 8 p.m. The draft has officially started. The Carolina Panthers are officially, excuse
Well,
me.
I don't think they're
on the
officially on the clock yet. 'Cause I don't think they announced.
Well,
that
they're going to.
They're about to be.
They're
on the
almost.
clock.
They're
Should
almost
we
on the
should we
clock. Now,
cover our superlatives quickly?
Yeah, so we'll go through that really quickly. So we'll start out with me.
We can just
No,
go
okay.
everyone's best player. You want to talk about it like that?
No, we'll just go through everyone's everything, just so we have it. All right. For me, best player in the draft, I've already said it. It's got to be Will Anderson. It's got to be. It's got to be Will Anderson. I think he's the best player overall. I think he's the guy who you say, wow, he's really, really, really good, right?
I would agree with you if he was in last year's draft
All right.
because he was
Biggest
so good 2 years
sleeper.
ago.
Biggest sleeper, I got my boy, Zay Flowers. Hopefully a Patriot
I
by
like
the end of tonight.
I
I think
like
he's going to
that.
be fantastic. He'll be better than Jacoby Myers on day one. He'll catch a touchdown in his first season, unlike Jacoby Myers. He won't give the Raiders a free win, unlike Jacoby Myers. And unlike Jacoby Myers, he's gonna be that guy. All right.
Sounds like
At
Jacoby
my
Myers
biggest
ate more than
faller-
Zay Flowers.
Also, he's not
biggest
going to
faller,
want
I
to
got-
leave. He's not going to want to leave. He's from BC, baby.
My biggest faller, I can't pronounce his first name, but I got Cansey. Kayla Cansey. Late first round, maybe a second rounder. I just don't think he gets picked.
After the combine, it seemed like people give him top 10 buzz even. So I get why he's a faller. He's definitely fallen from them. I don't know if he's projected to go that high though. Maybe faller into the second round. Do you think he's projected mid-20s probably right now? If he falls into the second round, that's definitely a fall that's unexpected.
I do think he could fall to the second round because this buzz of the late first is pretty recent. So
I mean, it's because of
maybe
his combine was like a direct copy of Aaron Donald, and everyone's like, this kid might be the next Aaron Donald. Let's mock him top
I don't
10.
see it.
Yeah, he's not going to be that good. But he definitely shows some promise into that kind of mold where teams could take a chance on him because he's so athletically gifted, even though he's not that big, which can actually be a tool as well. Biggest bust,
All right,
Michael.
and then my biggest bust, Will Levis. I mean, I just don't think he's good. I just don't. Flat out, I don't think he's a very good player. Listen, if I come on next year, every January I do like a I'm sorry episode, my apology episode. I did one for Justin Herbert.
I
one
was
for
big
Matt
on
Cole.
that Justin Herbert is not very good take.
I didn't do any one this year because I was so good in last year's draft. Of course. But yeah, Will Levis, biggest bust. I just think he's gonna be just not good. I'm not rooting against him, but I just don't think he's gonna be very good.
Last
Will
year's
Levis,
draft, everyone sucked. So.
Will Levis, guess what? You know
Look
what?
how
If you prove me wrong,
fast.
I will apologize. I will. But the onus is on you to do that. All right. Now, all right, Connor, you're up.
So
Give us
they're
your
not
picks,
on the
give us-
clock yet. How fast do you think this first? Can we take over-unders on how fast this first pick will go in?
I will say at 8:15.
Minute and 45. All right. My best player in the draft was a guy who was seen as the best player in the draft before some off-the-field controversy. I went Jalen Carter. He's so disruptive inside. He is by far the best talent in this draft to me. Just overall, he was so good for Georgia for the past 2 years. If he didn't have that whole car thing, which he does, and that could cause him to eventually drop to like 10-ish. Seems unlikely, but drop from top 2, which everyone expected. And if he does fall out of that, I still think he's going to be a talent in the NFL. I think you can get him right in a good system. Not the Raiders, hopefully, because their guys do even worse once they get there. But like, get him with the Seahawks, get him with the Eagles, something
Connor,
like that. They can
8:05,
really
you're
work this
already
kid.
throwing shade. You're already throwing shade.
Yeah, another guy I thought about was Paris Johnson for this. I think he's by far the best tackle. Just want to give him a shout out. He last
I like
year
Paris Johnson.
after the draft, I tweeted out I think he'll be the #1 pick in next year's draft. Sounds like he's gotten some top 3 buzz. too many quarterback needy teams for that to happen, but I did do that. My biggest sleeper is the Northwestern edge, Adetomiwa Adebaware. Close, maybe. But he's just an athletic freak completely. He's gotten some round one buzz, but a lot of people have him as a late two in terms of their rankings, and he is so much better than that. The upside's right there. He has the ability to play inside out, as he has the size, but also the athleticism to be a 4-3 D tackle, also a 3-4 end. I think he was on not a great Northwestern team and really showed out for their defense. And you put him in an NFL system, his athleticism will just take him levels above what he thinks. My biggest faller, I wish I could change that now, but I did have C.J. Stroud after the scoring came out, and after it sounded like all the reports
from 2 to 3, Connor.
all the reports are, hey, he's gonna fall out of the top 10. So because I don't think he'll be a faller, I'm gonna give a shout out to my biggest riser, which isn't my biggest sleeper, but riser, which is John Michael Schmitz, the center from Minnesota. This is a guy who hasn't gotten much even.
Cowboy.
He's the best center in the draft. So there's rumors that he could go 20 to the Seahawks, 25 to the Giants. I think the Vikings were looking at him, the Jags. Like, there's a lot of spots.
They just re-signed Bradbury, that bum.
But there's a lot of spots that he could go. And I think
either him or Torrance in Dallas.
Torrance is very good too. I mark him 20 to the Seahawks. This is a guy who's usually ranked in the 50s. I think he could jump up all the way there.
You guys, hold on, but you guys already know. Jerry Boy's trading up for Bijan. He's got to get his Zeke replacement. I mean, come on now. I mean, Jerry Boy don't take.
I don't think he can trade up high enough to get Bijan. Bijan's not falling over to 12.
Jerry Boy.
My biggest bust, I'm going Darnell Wright. This is a guy who's gotten 9th overall pick buzz. 9th overall pick buzz for a guy that was getting feasted at the Senior Bowl. At Senior Bowl practice drills, he was getting beat off the punch by guys you've never even heard of. I don't see where the obsession comes with him other than athletics. I mean,
other than being on the same team as Hendon Hooker, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, first it was he didn't have that much buzz, and then it was the Bengals like him, and then it was, hey, the Patriots like that guy. The Jets are all over this guy, and now it's the Bears want him at 9. I'm like, what is going on? This kid is my offensive tackle 6, and I don't get the buzz around him. I don't think he's going to be a good NFL player, a good NFL tackle. Shades of freaking Donovan Smith in terms of size comparison, and then what I think they'll be able to do in the league, because Donovan Smith is horrible.
If only the Buccaneers take him, that would be the perfect poetic justice.
I'm so mad.
Give us, Andrew, cycle over to you. Give us your superlatives for tonight, please.
Okay, my best player, kind of a bold one, but he's still been top 5 overall in the consensus. Devin Witherspoon. He was a Tatum Woodson Defensive Back of the Year, All-American cornerback. Just, I feel like he has such a high floor. At his floor, he's going to be a very strong starting cornerback, and I think he has the ceiling of a true number 1 superstar corner. Wherever he ends up, that team is going to be a very lucky team. Go home very happy tonight. My biggest sleeper, and I'll get more into this, is Dalton Kincaid, and I have him going in a similar spot to you guys. I have him at Detroit at 18. I could see Green Bay pouncing on him at 13 as well, but I have him at 18, and I just think a lot of people have him and Michael Mayer kind of 1A, 1B as the top tight end. I think he clears Michael Mayer pretty easily. He's the more pro-ready blocker, especially on run plays. And Mayer is a reliable receiver, but Kincaid can just completely take over games. In that big win over USC that Utah had, 15 receptions for 217 yards. Without Kincaid, there's no USC what happened.
I definitely can.
He's a player who can really be in the spotlight.
Kincaid's my tight end one. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if he'll be a great blocker at the upper level, just because he's not not that big.
A good
but
run blocker, maybe
yeah,
not
maybe.
pass blocker.
His receiving though, he is one of the better receiving threats we've seen come out of college, and you were right that he can take over a game. I think we all actually have him going 18th to the Lions, which is pretty funny. But that's a team, they just traded their tight end. They've shown signs of drafting a tight end in the first round and to just take their offense to a whole new level, which is probably the second best offense in the NFC right now.
So there at 18, that's a no-brainer for the Lions. I think he could maybe even go earlier, but we'll see about that. I haven't fallen to 18.
Biggest faller, Andrew.
And speaking of falling, my biggest faller will be Miles Murphy, the edge rusher from Clemson. As I was saying earlier, and you guys seem to disagree on this, I really don't think there's that many teams with at least a desperate need for an edge rusher in this class. So even though there are 5, 6 maybe first round graded edge rushers, I don't see that many going in the first round. So someone is going to fall out, whether it be Murphy, whether it be Van Ness. I have Van Ness going pretty early.
I feel like we never have that big of a edge rusher need, but regardless, I feel like edge rushers always go because that depth is so important.
I know. I know the depth is important. Some teams are going to pass on them enough that one is going to fall. Not all of them, but one is going to fall. And my biggest
kind of like Jermaine Johnson last year, I guess.
I was tempted by Anthony Richardson for biggest bust. Just like I think he has a very low floor, but because of his potential, I'm gonna go with Jordan Addison here because I like Addison too much, but I feel like wherever he goes, he could just kind of. I don't see him as a true wide receiver one in the NFL, and I think there are guys that are going later than him that could have better careers, such as Jalen Hyatt, such as Josh Downs, possibly even a sleeper like Nathaniel Dell. I don't think Jordan Addison is a first round receiver, but he probably will still go tonight.
All right, the Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock. First, I want to break down how they got on the clock because they didn't finish as the worst team in the league. That would have been the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears traded with the Carolina Panthers. They acquired DJ Moore and a couple other picks in exchange for the first. That puts the Carolina Panthers on the clock at number 1. Now, it is widely speculated, a guy that we haven't talked about yet, right? Because, for obvious reasons, we want to save him for now because we're only going to get, 10 minutes to talk about him or something like that before the next pick comes up, is Bryce Young.
Well, we don't know if Bryce Young's going here, man.
Well,
they're still on the clock.
I think it's pretty surefire.
99% sure. I'm 99% sure Bryce Young goes
here. Yeah, I agree. The 1%.
Now, Connor, why is Bryce Young going asterisk all over the place? Why is he going to be the number 1 overall pick? Because
he was the best QB in college. He is the only NFL-ready QB. I don't know. There's no other argument, really. Sure, he's short, but he had a 91.3 passing grade, unreal, really good. He can control a game. Speaking of those test scorings, he saw a score I've never seen. A 98% is ridiculous. He knows the game in and out. You're taking Kyler Murray, probably worse running, but actually has a brain and will watch film.
Yep. Hey, he's not going to be playing Call of Duty on weekends instead of, studying film for his next opponent, right? Like, we have an actual player who seems to be very committed to football. Not saying Kyler isn't.
This will be the first Alabama player taken number 1 in the Common Draft era. That's pretty impressive.
It's been a while.
For such a dominant program.
By the way, that's also considering that in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, there's been 3 Alabama quarterbacks taken in the first 2 rounds. Mac Jones, Tua Tagovailoa, and Jalen Hurts. Obviously, Hurts did play for Oklahoma, but he was an Alabama.
Wasn't Hurts a
quarterback
second
for-
rounder?
He was a second
Yeah, well,
rounder. Yeah.
I said
Oh,
first
you said
and
first.
second round.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Here's what I'll say about Bryce Young. Yes, Stroud may have had statistics in college, but Young did what he did with way less help. And if you look at those S2 tests, Stroud was at an 18%, probably not that IQ department. Bryce Young at a 98. If you're at a 98, I guarantee that you're going to be a quality starter in the NFL. I think he gets there from day one. The question is if he can make that jump and be an elite quarterback in this league. That I don't know. But I think at the very least going to be a serviceable starter, a guy you can win with for Carolina if you surround him
And
with
that
talent.
remains to be seen, by the way, too. And I think I just want to clarify for everyone out there who's watching the stream. First off, we are going to be a little bit behind the actual draft if you're watching on NFL Network or ESPN, whatever you're watching on.
That's
You're
just
gonna
how
be a little
streams
behind
work. That's just how streams work.
right? That's number one. Number two, for the picks tonight, this is how we're doing it. Once the pick is announced on the television, that is when we are viewing the pick. We are not looking at Twitter. We are not viewing the pick before it has been announced live on the
know.
draft. That's how we're doing. That's
'Cause
how
I
we're
need
running it.
Twitter
Now.
up
We're
for
not
trades.
creating, oh, guess what was, 5 minutes before. So
I-
if you know the pick and you're like, why haven't they said anything about it? That is the reason why we're waiting for the official announcement by Roger Goodell as to who the pick is, and then we'll talk about it, then get into the next pick. So that's how it will be running tonight. Once the pick is in, Connor will flash up a graphic. Don't show it yet unless you already have.
But am I doing it when the
fantastic.
pick goes in or what? Or
When the pick goes in, you'll flash the pick is in. And then once the pick is announced, I will announce the pick on the stream.
So
that's how
Panthers
that
draft room is always shaking each other's hands, but the pick is not in, which probably means
Yeah.
that they were told to mill the clock down by the NFL. The NFL is like, we know
And by
you
the
got
way,
your guy,
did you see-
but work that clock down.
Did you see on the back of one of the computers, by the way, it says "Happy Birthday, Mom" in paper? I don't know if anyone caught that. No, but obviously, listen. When you're at number one, listen. The luxury of being at number one. If any of you have played fantasy football or any other fantasy sport, you all know the luxury. If you have been the number one pick, you all know the luxury of being the number one pick.
Because you already know who you're taking.
Because you have no one above. You don't have to worry. Oh, who is? What if someone else? No.
What
you
if he
get
steals my
everything,
guy?
Right? So you got to pick whoever you want. It's up to you. The only pick in the draft that is completely up to you and unaffected by anyone else's pick, right? The only pick, the first.
Yeah, exactly.
So you get, and obviously everything that's been happening. Connor, I see that the pick is in. Do you see the same thing?
Yep.
The pick is in here.
It is in. So
At the NFL
we're
draft.
Let's go. Now, I think 99% it is most likely Bryce Young, but 1% saying that if the 1% would be Will Levis. I think if it's not Bryce Young, then it would be C.J. Stroud, just based on how much Reich seemed to like him at the combine.
I think there's no way it's not Bryce Young, right?
Yeah,
He
I think
just-
it's Bryce Young, but if
Yeah.
it's not, it would be Stroud. I
just
think he would be the
cannot.
second choice. Like that's their second player on the board. That's essentially what I'm saying.
It has to be Bryce
Now,
Young. Like there's
Depending
no way.
on how
Yeah, it's
Bryce
gotta be.
Young
It's
turns-
gotta be Young.
Depending on how Bryce Young turns out, can we have the conversation the Bears took Justin Fields over Bryce Young?
Absolutely. I think that is the conversation, right? I think that was the debate the entire time. Because if the Bears ended up staying at one, they probably would have traded Fields away and said, okay, we'll stay at one.
I think they
trade
would have gone
Fields
with
away.
Anderson.
No, I'm saying had they taken a quarterback at one, right? That's the debate. All right, Roger Goodell approaching the podium. Hi, Roger. What's up? How you doing? With the first, excuse me. Bryce Young. There it is. All right, Connor, let's talk about it. The graphic, by the way, thank you. Thank you to the one, the only PFF for posting these graphics.
Thank you to Michael for
because that's
paying
it
for
from.
PFF so we get these graphics.
Yep. So, listen, we are not sponsored by anyone, but take a look at this beautiful graphic that they made. Bryce Young, the official #1 overall pick in the draft. It does not happen that often, folks, that you get a #1 overall pick. Let's talk about Bryce Young a little bit more. Listen, he is the best overall player in the draft. He is the best overall
I
quarterback
agree.
in the draft. Right? There is no doubt he's the most complete player. There are questions about his size, but look at the cons that it shows. He suffered a shoulder injury that kept him out for a game and a half. Is that really something that's even a con? I mean, that's just missing a game and a half. Is that even something that you can even look at?
No,
Some
that's
people
not
are
a
gonna
con at all. I think
Right.
this is an A
He's
plus pick.
He's played with
Not
a
bad.
very experienced coach and Nick Saban, a very experienced team in Alabama. There is no currently he is the most complete player. He scored very well on his intelligence test and all that sorts of stuff. So for me, you're looking at a guy who's the most complete quarterback, the most complete offensive player in the draft. If something happens, I don't think you'll ever be able to say, "Oh, but how could they have known? They should have picked someone else." Well, should they have? I mean,
Yeah.
looking at it now, everything about Bryce Young
Eh,
tells you that this guy is going to be
Yeah.
the franchise quarterback for
Hindsight
the Carolina Panthers.
will be everything down the line. On what we know right now, this
You
is
can't pick
absolutely
anyone
the right
else.
pick. No doubt about it. Yeah, it's an A plus pick. Great way to start the draft. Carolina is off to a very strong start here. We're gonna have to see what they do to build around Bryce Young the rest of this draft.
Absolutely.
Can they make this a legendary draft class around him?
And they get
And
a
and
single receiver.
and by the way, that is exactly what Connor just said. They just gave away DJ Moore. Now they do have Connor knows I'm a big
Exactly.
Terrace Marshall fan. I know I'm a big Terrace Marshall fan. However, Terrace Marshall is not a guy who I want to say, "Oh, let's throw him out at the #1 overall."
I like Hayden Hurst as an underrated signing. That he'll probably be one of the better pass catchers in Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say, but overall, they're gonna need to build around Bryce, but he's definitely a guy who I would want to have sitting
Oh.
as my quarterback at the end of
Yeah.
this draft.
I got
I
that
think
pick.
going into next year, this is exactly what I think I wanted for the Panthers, and I think what the Panthers wanted for the Panthers. Connor's gonna have to see this guy 2 times a year, probably for the next,
Mhm.
6, 7, 8 years of his life, if not more. So Connor, I hope you enjoy that. I know Connor will
It'll
be
be fun.
preying on his downfall. Connor, the Texans are already in. So there's
Yeah.
no trade
Wow.
for the Texans.
Is it
No
CJ
trade.
Stroud? It feels like
It
it might
clear-
be.
Is it CJ
It
Stroud?
does
Is it
feel
CJ
like
Stroud?
Stroud.
Huge.
I totally
already.
got that first pick spoiled for me because for some reason Shams decided to tweet it, who I did not turn notifications off for.
Why would you turn Shams notifications
because
off, by the
Shams,
way?
he's an
He's
NBA
a basketball
guy.
Like,
Crazy.
Maybe
he's
he's
an
wrong.
NBA guy.
Maybe he's wrong.
No,
Right,
I mean
NBA
I mean
guy.
with the Bryce Young pick, he leaked the Bryce Young.
So
pick.
is it Connor? Let me get your take. #2 overall. It's already Texans are already in.
It's
I
Stroud
think
or
it's gotta be
Anderson.
Stroud. It's got to be Stroud or Anderson.
I think,
Personally,
yeah.
I think
There's
it's
I'm gonna
Stroud.
write it down.
One of these guys.
I think it's Stroud just because that's what the odds were pointing for. Do I think it's the right pick?
no, I don't. I don't
Probably
love it.
not. I just don't
I think it is
think
the
it'll
right
work out. I mean, he's either going to start right away and get absolutely demolished. I mean, he has a fine O
We're
line,
gonna
but
wait a year.
Gonna be absolutely demolished though.
I mean, he's not going to be able to complete that much.
I think
He
I
has a
don't
poor
think you're
receiving
giving
core.
CJ Stroud
He's a
enough
poor
credit.
quarterback. He doesn't have the brain to play in the NFL yet. So if you start him day one in a division with some pretty decent defenses, he's not going to.
And by the way,
great. Why they showing
doesn't have an
Steph
offensive-
Curry for Bryce Young's spatial
Stroud
awareness?
starts
By the
year
way-
one. I think it'll be a lot of mistakes.
Watching.
You also see a lot of upside. It would be the kind of maybe he has a
but
30-30
Andrew,
season like
Andrew,
Jameis Winston.
Andrew. He's gonna have no wide receiving core. He's gonna have a rookie
You
head
get
coach.
Smith-Njigba at 12.
Hold on. He has a rookie head coach who, by the way, is
He's
not
a
even
defensive
an
guy.
offensive coach. He's a defensive coach, right? That's #2. #3, who's their Texan offensive coordinator? Who are their wide receivers? Is he going to be throwing to
Bobby
Kiki
Slowick's
Cutie?
there. See.
He got me throwing a Kiki QT all day. No, he is not. He's got Laramie Tunsil,
Jackson
and he's
Smith
got
Najigba.
Rex Burkhead, and he's got
That's who
Dameon
he's got.
Pierce.
That's who we'll get.
He took
I'm
a
calling it. It's
he
gonna
took
be
a
Stroud here, Smith and Jigba at 12.
he
I
took the
still think it could
Niners.
be Anderson.
He took the Niners
I-
past
I
the
could
game.
Could be Anderson.
coordinator.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, definitely could be.
Possible pick.
Definitely possible.
I do think
I
it is
think it's
Stroud.
Stroud.
I think the Texans, the way that they picked so quickly, by the way, after, it seems like they had a guy in mind. And given that you know they're going to take
Yeah.
Bryce Young at 1, you got to be thinking, oh, either I got my, and because there's so many rumors about the Texans trading down. It's so surprising that
Yeah.
they went.
I
that
think
quickly.
they'll trade
It
the
almost-
other pick. Either trade back up into the top 10 and get a guy you like, or
Tyler
trade
Goodell
down.
is coming
I
to
don't
the
think they
podium.
stick there.
All right, here we go. There it is.
Expected. CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? In hindsight, everything was a mirage, Connor. Everything was a lie.
Yeah.
Imagine.
All the
Just imagine being a quarterback.
complete smokescreen.
Imagine being a quarterback and going from Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Marvin Harrison Jr., the best of the bunch, and then going to this mess of a receiving core.
Jackson Smith and Jigba could come to join him.
Possibly. Yes, they could go out and get that. Hey, maybe they suck next year and
think
take
that's
Marvin
happening.
Harrison first overall and set him with one of the
Yeah,
better
then he
receiving
have his
prospects
college
ever.
wide receivers right there and then.
But I mean, it's just tough for me to say that I like this pick, that
The
this is
Ohio
a good
State
pick. You know?
Guys.
You see that Texan fans do not look that happy about it. They're so cheering, but they do not
I mean,
look
listen,
that happy.
I would not be that happy.
Man,
either,
I'd be
because I
happy.
think because listen, okay, here's my thing. I think you have a quarterback. I don't dislike Stroud. But, and here's the but. What is he going to do for your franchise this season? He's not going to put you in the playoffs. He'll win
3. I'll give
3
him
games, 4 games.
I won't give him 4.
You know,
I'll
I
give him
mean,
3.
it's like
It's
what
not
does he
that
offer your
bad a
franchise?
pick, though. I'd say it's an
But he doesn't-
A-ish pick. Like, yes, they could have maybe traded down, gotten more value. Yes, they could have taken Will Anderson, but I still think they walk away satisfied with this pick.
Nick Casario just got another coach fired, is my takeaway. He's going to have 3 years. He's
No.
not going to be a playoff team in the next 3 years. And they're going to say, CJ Stroud's story is over. D'Amico Ryan's story is over. We're blowing it
You
up for
have
the
to
5th
build.
time.
I don't know about that. Again,
You
I
have
don't
to
think you're
build.
giving Stroud enough credit.
Let's go.
You have
Let's
to
go from
build.
Deshaun Watson to another unintelligent quarterback, an 18%er
Yeah,
that makes
the Deshaun
questionable
Watson
choices.
comparisons do. I think he is very similar to Deshaun Watson, but to be fair,
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson won the Texans games. Yes, he had DeAndre Hopkins.
Deshaun
I
Watson,
think
I
the
guarantee, he didn't score an 18% on his Wonderlic. You know,
CJ Stroud.
And by the way, don't ever compare Deshaun Watson to anybody. All right, that Deshaun Watson before he got suspended was a top 5 quarterback in the league, playing on. By the way, and everyone said this, or don't anyone come at me in the comments saying, "Oh, Michael, the Texans were a good team." The Texans were one of the worst franchises outside of Deshaun Watson. Do you remember when he got kicked in the eye in one play and then threw a touchdown on the same play? All right, that is how bad the Texans were. This man was backpacking the franchise. By the way, they still didn't do anything in the playoffs. They got blown out by every team they
well,
played.
they didn't get
Well,
blown
like,
out by the
Are you
Chiefs. Remember,
suggesting?
they were like
Are you
24
suggesting
nothing
that
on the
the
Chiefs.
Texans are going to ruin CJ Stroud's career? Because I feel like
Who do they have around him? You have to build
you're
around him.
Do you remember when?
If you're suggesting that they're going to ruin CJ Stroud's career, why do you have any belief that any other player would have been able to do better than CJ Stroud in a Texans uniform? Like, is Will Anderson going to be a
Any
superstar of the
defensive
Texans?
player who doesn't need the support of Will Anderson, you don't need to say, oh, you need wide receivers, you need an offensive line, you need a running game.
Because
Will
this seems
Anderson's
like an
gonna be
attack on the Texans as a franchise, not on
It
CJ
is.
Stroud as a quarterback.
It is. Well, okay, but CJ Stroud also isn't the guy who I would put in that situation anyways.
Is
Because
CJ
to me-
Stroud starting game 1?
Is it a great fit? No, but it
Well,
does
actually,
fill
probably.
their
I would
need.
hope so.
Like,
You don't pick him at 2 to sit him for the entire year.
I mean, you could sit him 6 games
going
like
to start.
Daniel Jones
He's
did.
going to
Why? What's the point?
I disagree.
You're not
No,
going to be a
you
playoff
don't
team.
start Davis Mills over CJ
You
Stroud.
think
coming
you
out of
think
the
a guy
Lions.
that
If
stupid
he's anything,
can learn the playbook that easily? They're gonna run the most dumbed down playbook in the entire.
I know.
They're running. They should
Even
go
real-
hire Matt Patricia to
Like-
run their offense because they need a
I heard-
stupid ass playbook for
Matt
him.
Patricia's
I
too
heard
complicated.
that those
Connor,
weak
Yeah, Matt
Yeah,
Patricia
players,
is too good of an
aren't
offensive
even-
coordinator for CJ Stroud.
Connor.
that could be the
Uh,
reason
here-
that
here-
all this is smoke.
Andrew, just enough. All right, it's just listen. All right, the Texans are gonna be calling plays using Madden suggested plays. All right, you're gonna have Bill O'Brien up in the. You're gonna have whoever in the bottom. Oh, what does Madden think I should do? Oh, HB dive. All right, right in the middle.
Also,
5-yard gain.
We're forgetting the point that the Texans ran so much play action last year, and CJ Stroud can't run the freaking ball, so who cares?
Yeah, and by the way,
He's a statue.
no more Brandon Cooks. You don't have Brandon Cooks, so you gotta
About
pick
the
someone at
Cardinals?
12.
I think we should talk about the Cardinals. They have 2 minutes.
2 minutes
on the
left.
clock.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like no
I think
trades
they're gonna
happening,
trade it. They're gonna trade it. I
There's
think.
no- there's not enough time.
Yeah, we'll see.
right?
They're running
I
out
mean,
of time.
okay. When the trades are talked about, Will Anderson was not expected to be on the board when all those trade rumors came out with that.
So maybe they just take Anderson.
Yeah, you lost
But then at the
J.J.
same
Watt,
time,
you lost
that's
Chandler
what I
Jones, you
was-
lost
at the
Zach
same time,
Allen.
I'm hearing things that they're really high on Paris Johnson, and they're
I
really
heard
high
the
on
same.
Devin Witherspoon.
I heard
So
they
this
liked
could be a
Paris
tough
Johnson as
decision.
well.
But hold on. You just
Could be in the
signed
mix.
a new head coach, right? Eagles defensive coordinator. Why don't you get yourself a replacement for JJ Watt? I mean, again, it was at the end of his career, but still, take Will Anderson, say, boom.
Had
Let's
other
get our
guys in there. It wasn't just JJ Watt. But yeah, they could get their guy. I don't
Oh,
think
oh,
Will
oh!
Anderson would be a
Number
bad
3's
pick.
to the Texans. Texans just traded up to number 3.
This
The
is
Houston
Daniel
Texans
Jeremiah.
just got the second and the third pick in the draft.
Oh my God. The Texans traded up?
What are they going to do next? Are they going
Whoa.
to take Will Anderson?
What's the deal? They got to take Will Anderson.
Andre Hopkins going back to the Texans or something? Highly doubt.
I think they're going Anderson.
I think it's Will. Yeah, it's got to be Will
So
Anderson.
you ended up with the two guys you debated.
Get them both. Possible. Or
They
do they
gotta
do something else and
A
surprised you?
A team has not picked second and third since Washington took LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels
Wow.
in 2000.
You think
Wow,
there's any
wow,
way
wow.
it's not Will
It's
Anderson?
got to be Anderson.
That's
It's gotta be.
crazy. I told you they were looking
I
to trade
could
the other
see
pick.
Tyree Wilson because I've heard they like.
No.
Connor, but you didn't think that they'd be trading up? You did not
I said
say
they.
that.
I said they're looking to either trade up back in the top 10 or trade down. I said
But
they're
ain't
looking
the
to trade.
three?
This
I didn't
is
expect
crazy.
it to 3.
It's just- I thought they were gonna
Yeah.
move down. Yeah,
I mean,
wild.
Unbelievable.
wild.
Wow.
Do you think there's any
They
way
are
it's not
impressive.
an edge rush?
So now is Arizona hoping to get Paris Johnson's probably not on the board at 12. I feel like. I mean, there's going to be O linemen, but I don't think Paris Johnson. I think he's the first lineman off the board.
Unbelievable. Connor, I mean,
They could trade back
We all-
up in the first round.
now, for the record, I did have Will Anderson going here. I just didn't have him going to the Texans. I mean, I don't know who did. That's crazy.
I had Will
Wow.
Anderson going to the Texans. I just
Is
thought,
it-
I just thought it'd be a pick too.
The pick's not in yet. We don't know if it's Will Anderson.
Yeah, of course, of course. It still
who
could
else
be.
would it be?
It could be.
They're not taking
anyone
Will
else.
Levis. They're not taking Hendon Hooker.
What about
not
Witherspoon?
taking
I don't know.
Christian
I don't know.
They could
Gonzalez
go
next
Witherspoon.
door.
They could go Paris Johnson. I think those are your three.
All right, here
I
we
think
go.
it's
It's
expected.
Witherspoon or Anderson, in my
Here
opinion.
comes Goodell. Wow.
There you go.
There you
And
go.
there it is.
Will Anderson Jr. gone at 3. I mean, listen, if you look at my mock draft, I told you he was going 3. I just told you he was going to the Cardinals. Now, the trade terms from Ari Myrov, the Texans are sending, wow, it's a big haul. Number 12, number 33, a 2024 first rounder, a 2024 third rounder for Arizona's number 3 and number 5. That is a huge haul. Will Anderson, a huge haul for Will Anderson. That
It's
is
not-
incredible.
I mean,
Okay. So here's
That
what I'm
is-
gonna say.
That's
Here's what I'm
quite a
gonna
bit.
say.
I think.
I both like and don't like this pick, and I'll tell you why. I like this pick because Will Anderson's a good player, but I really don't think he was worth that haul for a team that isn't even that desperate for an edge rusher. And it's such a deep edge rushing class. If they really wanted an edge rusher, they could have gotten one at 12. They could have gotten Lucas Van Ness or Nolan Smith, somebody like that. I
Will
really don't
Anderson
think it's
is
worth
head and
trading.
shoulders above any other edge in this class. We saw it 2 years ago.
Yes, that's true. But is he worth giving up?
They didn't even
package
give
for
up their
on a
own
team?
pick. They have 2 firsts next year. They have the Browns pick too. They probably gave him the Browns pick. They could still have a top 5 pick next year. You give up the Browns pick for
Fair
Will
enough.
Anderson?
Fair enough.
I'm doing that every time.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I think if you're the Cardinals, it's a good move because hey, you're saying to yourself, hey, listen, we're
You're
gonna
still-
accrue some picks. We're not contending.
giving
you
up-
got your
anyways.
QB. You
You're
got
giving
the
up
best
not
edge.
2. Okay, sorry. You're giving up 2 first rounders and an extremely high second rounder. The Cardinals are going to pick back to back in the second round now. Like,
You're giving up a worse first round. You're moving up
I
9
don't know.
spots, giving up a first round pick, a second round pick, getting back 105,
Still-
which is what, late thirds.
It's
That
like
compensation.
it's a B pick to me because I think they gave up too much, but Will Anderson's still
I
a
don't
great
think it's
player.
too
Gotta
much.
give-
You have 2 first round picks. If I'm trading a second round pick, like say they didn't just pick second or whatnot, and they were a team looking to get up from 12 to Will Anderson, ignore the second overall pick. I would trade my second overall pick and another first rounder to get this guy at 3. I think that's fair compensation to get up to 3 to move up
and
9
by the way,
spots.
Maybe
by the
it's
way,
fair
my take on it
compensation,
is-
but they
listen.
need to do it.
I love Will Anderson, but if you're the Cardinals, here's how I think about it, right? You're not contending this year because Kyler's out for like 8 games. You're not gonna go in and have your backup go in and win like 4 games, 3 or 4 games, and then have Kyler come in and win, whatever, 10, 8 games, right? 6 games, whatever you need to make the playoffs. It's just not gonna happen.
Marcus Smart
new
is
head
so
coach
good at
showing up.
basketball.
Here's what I don't like about this. Yes, you get great players in Stroud and Anderson, but we talked about the problems with the Texans organization. We talked about how Stroud was going to have no receivers next year. By trading up to get Will Anderson, really have taken their names out of the hat for Jackson Smith and Jigba. They are no longer going to get him.
Who
That
cares?
is out of the
Who cares?
I'd rather get Will Anderson than Jack Smith and Jigba.
Going, yes. But if you're going to take CJ Stroud, then you want to get him. You want to get him as guy. I mean, yes, Will Anderson's a great player, but it's almost like they could have just taken Will Anderson at number 2 and forget all this.
Yeah, I agree. I
They
think
just
they
put
should have
Stroud
taken
in.
Will Anderson at 2, but
And
they
then next
value
item,
Stroud
and
as the
still
franchise
take
guy.
Anderson?
Their target's going to be Marvin Harrison
Connor,
next year.
I think
Listen,
we're.
I hate-
I think
I
we're all
hate
in
to-
agreement.
I hate
all
to
in agreement
cease
about
discussions.
how.
I hate to cease discussions, about Will Anderson, but the Colts pick, Connor,
The pick is
is in.
in. Pick is in.
Wow.
I like quarterback.
Yeah.
I still like Will Levis. I still do. I think it should be Will
Levis.
Levis.
It's got to be Levis.
I don't know, man.
I'd be
I
interested to
wouldn't
see
be
if
shit
they-
on
Too
they-
early for a project like Richardson. I
Do
feel like
they
the Colts-
have to
But
go? I
Levis
know
is just a better fit.
everything has been QB. Do they have to go QB? Yes.
I think they
They do.
should.
Yeah. Is Gardner Minshew their guy? No, he's not. You
But as
gotta
a
get
bridge quarterback, I don't
Okay,
hate it.
Maybe,
I'd
only
rather
other
take
possibility
4
here
QBs
is
over
Witherspoon.
anyone.
in my opinion.
I'd rather
This
take
is the
4
greatest-
QBs
the
than
greatest
Witherspoon.
for Texans
Then-
fans of all time.
I mean, Nick Casario is doing everything to save his job, man. He said, "Hey, I might not get the draft next year, so I'm going to use it now and try to keep my job."
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
know?
Here's
Here's
the thing. I think
trade away all the Texans picks next year, so they'll just
Oh,
keep
yeah.
me as the GM for an extra year because I,
I
got
think we're
nothing
all
to
in
do with the
agreement.
But they
draft.
still have a pick in every round next year.
Did.
You know?
there are 2 picks. I think we're all in agreement on how the Texans did like overall. I think we're
Yeah,
in
Jim
disagreement
Irsay
about
looks
which
like
pick was the
he's
better
on
pick.
me.
The Texans
Uh-oh,
do.
Connor, they showing
Pick is
AR,
in.
man.
The pick
They're
is
showing
well, they
AR
don't know.
on the
They don't know.
screen.
Could
I
it
don't
be
know, man.
Richardson?
They're showing Anthony.
I mean,
Or is
Anthony,
it a QB at all?
Anthony
They're showing
Richardson
him right
could
now.
definitely be interesting. I'd be a fan.
I don't think that they should pick Anderson because I don't, or Richardson, excuse me, because I don't think it's the
I
best
think
fit.
you have to talk with your
You think
coach.
they should pick Michael,
You talk with your coach.
even though you called him a
Here we
bum?
go.
Wow.
Wow.
The pick.
I knew they would go quarterback. I think it's listen.
Anthony Richardson.
I
I
think
didn't
it's-
expect it to be that one.
I love it. I love it.
I
love the pick.
Considering I Will Levis as my biggest bust, I have to say the Colts I think made the best.
Look
pick
at
ever.
your coach and what he just
Chris
did with Jalen
Ballard
Hurts.
in a high pressure situation goes with Richardson over Levis.
And
I
I
think
do it
we're
every
definitely
day.
in disagreement about whether this is the right pick. But at the end of the day, it pans out. The Colts have their QB of the future, and that is a great thing.
Seattle is the phones are ringing in Seattle was just a recent
Okay,
tweet.
but hold
from
on, hold
Mike
on. Let me
Rappaport.
put something out here. Does now if you guys are the coach, does Anthony Richardson start game one, or are you sitting him for a full season? What is in your mind going through? Your
I
head?
think
Sit him
I don't
for
know if
at
I sit him
least.
a full season.
I'd sit him a full season.
I don't know about a full season, but I think you sit him at least to begin the season. You have Gardner Minshew start until Richardson feels fully ready.
Shane Steichen had Jalen Hurts sit a full season.
That's true. I do think he could sit a full season. Maybe you get him some opportunities at the end of games if they're down terribly with Minshew.
I mean, you could start
Kinda
Anthony
sneak him
Richardson
in
on the
there.
final game of the season when the Colts are 2
Yeah,
and
exactly.
2
That's
and
what
14.
Mahomes did for the Chiefs.
No, exactly. I think
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a good move. I like the pick. I think he's going to be a great quarterback if you can coach him well and do everything that, you need to do with the player well.
Yeah.
I think if you don't do those things though, right? If you're not disciplined with how you're coaching him and everything like that,
I mean, look at what they're
you're going to run
showing.
into a lot
He
of
weighs more than Hassan Reddick. He has a higher vote than Devontae Adams. Bigger broad jump than Odell Beckham for a combine record.
Yeah.
Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And
Physical
I
specimen.
mocked Anthony Richardson to the Colts so many times. Michael knows. I love this fit. And in my final mock, it sounded like they didn't want him. Smokescreen, obviously, but it sounded like they didn't want him.
Everyone
So I
smokes
changed
I
it.
hate it.
Now,
Yeah,
this-
everyone said that they wanted Levis, but
now
at the end of the day,
I think the Seahawks had Richardson
fair.
near the top of their board, personally. And that's why
if
Woj,
they
that's
if they have
why
phone lines open.
that's why Rap tweeted the phones are ringing, because they thought they were getting Richardson and now they're not. And
Yeah,
obviously
they thought
Jalen
they
Carter's
were gonna
been
take
heavily
one.
mentioned there, but if the phones are ringing, maybe that was smokescreen. So who knows what happens?
Possible. I think someone could trade up for Carter here. I would not be surprised.
Either way, the Lions could walk out right here with Tyree Wilson, a guy they heavily liked and scouted to fit an edge. They could
What
walk
about
out with the
Witherspoon?
they could walk out with the cornerback of their choice. Obviously, they signed Cam Sutton, but still cornerback depth is great. They could walk out with anything they want.
Yeah,
Eh, eh,
absolutely.
eh.
Great for the Lions. Back to the Colts pick for just a second here. Like, yes, I was tempted to call Richardson a bust, but I think taking the gamble on him is very important here for Chris Ballard. I can't grade it as high as the Bryce Young pick, but I think it's still an A- pick for the Colts. And that grade could drastically change in either direction, depending on how he
Listen.
pans out over the next few years.
Listen, this pick will be determined by how the Colts manage him. That's it's simple.
Exactly.
It's as simple
Exactly.
as that.
And I do
there's-
have some faith in Shane Steichen to manage him.
I do too, but it's gonna come down to that. There's no way to judge this pick at the present. I think in any real terms. I think
I
he's a
agree.
good player. I think he's
I mean, if you
talented.
have to judge him, it's good, but like,
But is it a success story? Is it like, oh my God, this is the future of the Colts? I hope so for their sake. But there is a lot up in the air. I like Anthony Richardson. I think he's an immense physical specimen. I mean, he is like Hercules. He's a Greek god in human form. By the way, Anthony,
He's
if you'd like me to
either
ever, write, give a speech for you, whatever, I would be more than happy to do that. But Seattle is still on the clock, 2 minutes and 45
Dude,
seconds up
yeah.
to go.
Anthony Richardson,
gotta-
Jonathan Taylor, like OPO is just so scary.
That's gonna be disgusting. But you know
Oh,
what,
yeah.
Connor? You know who they're gonna have to run against? Will Anderson. Twice a year.
Yeah,
Gonna have
There
to
you
run
go.
through Will Anderson.
right in the division.
So Will
So,
Anderson
the
is more of a
division
pass
Crowd
rusher.
matchup.
Will Anderson is more of a pass rusher. So if you're running around him, you might have not that difficult to time.
Richardson
But,
versus
hey,
Anderson.
listen,
That's going
it's
to be a
gonna
key
be interesting.
matchup.
Wow. I mean,
Now,
a great pick, I think, but we're gonna have to
the
look at
Seahawks
this.
are going to stick here.
Pick is in.
I have not seen the pick is in. Is it in?
Said Seahawks are gonna stick
Maybe.
here. I thought
Yeah,
it was-
we got to see. We got to see.
We'll see what
I have
happens.
to guess. I have to guess right now it's Jalen Carter, but I do think there's still a possibility that they go for an O lineman. I could see Paris Johnson here as well.
All I know is crazy things
That was
do
my
be
original
happening
mock
right
pick.
now. Yeah, I had Tyree Wilson as well going here, and then Carter going at 6. So
yeah.
hopefully that happens. I would be very pleased to see that occur.
I'm hoping by
being
some
right.
chance it's Paris.
The pick is in. Go.
Who they go with here?
They're
Yeah,
sticking.
I think there's a lot of possibilities here for Seattle.
I think they were down the wire seeing if anyone offered a good enough package. And do they default to Jalen Carter? A guy they were heavily
is, there's-
rumored of taking?
Yeah, there's so many players that the Seahawks could take here, and that's
I'm
probably why
going
they
to say
go
right
wide open.
now,
If Richardson was up here and then they had a bunch of other guys kind of in the mix below him.
I don't know how some of the rest of the draft will go, but if he's on the board, I'm going to say Hendon Hooker's going to the Seahawks at 20.
Really?
That'll be my
Okay.
take.
20.
I don't think they take Will Levis
Interesting.
here. I hope they don't take Will Levis here. I think
That would
Hendon
be
Hooker,
crazy.
I think they'll go Hendon Hooker at 20 if he's on the board.
I do like Hendon
I can
Hooker.
see
I
that.
think for Hooker, then probably either Richardson or Levis, just a safer option. He's more developed, but then at the same time, he's 24 years old. We don't know how much more he could develop. Kind of similar
Yeah,
to
I
Kenny
mean,
Pickett
listen.
from last year.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what the Seahawks decide to do here. I mean, I said this is going to be an important pick for just every team. It just is. All right, it just is.
Yeah.
Um,
Crucial point of the draft. I feel like the first 4 picks, there was some kind of expectation of what was going to happen, but this is where the GMs are really going to start to be tested, simply because everyone's board is looking different here.
I mean, I just don't know who's going to go at 5. I mean, there's just so many different things running through my mind.
Yeah,
I
don't
feel
know.
like it's
I feel like Carter's the default, but I could
I
definitely
think-
see my mock being right. I could see Paris Johnson, so I'm going to predict one of those two, Carter or Johnson.
I don't think it's going to be Carter. I think they'll smoke. I see Tyree Wilson. I could also see them pairing Tariq Woolen with Devon Withers or Christian Gonzalez makes more.
Yeah,
of a,
I could see Witherspoon or Gonzalez.
Gonzalez
Do
is
you
more
not
of a
see Paris
Carroll
Johnson
pick, I think.
in any scenario?
But one of those two, Paris Johnson possibly. Tyree Wilson was rumored there heavily early.
Or maybe they like
Um,
Skoronski better. Who knows?
Skronski's a guard though. You're not picking a guard at that spot, right?
Yeah,
Seahawks
that's
fans,
true. That's
listen,
true.
I'm looking at them right now. They're having a good time. They're excited. Their future, well, not doesn't rely, but it is definitely influenced. Here, Roger Goodell comes.
Witherspoon.
The pick.
Wow.
I mean, you're setting up a really, really good secondary there. A very good
secondary-
Tariq Woolen.
Wow.
Now paired with Devon Witherspoon as your two.
I
boundary
love this
corners.
pick.
Legion
Love
of
this pick.
Boom.
Hey, Jalen.
That's what I'm hearing. That is incredible. Wow.
I am absolutely in love
Connor,
with this
what's
pick.
your thoughts on the pick?
Witherspoon,
You like
I
it?
love it. I love it. I love that they've kind of set up. I mean, they didn't have an amazing cornerback too. Who was it, Kobe Bryant or Trey Brown?
Yeah.
But they just got Julian Love. Quandre Diggs is still there. Jamal Adams probably playing box off his injury. But pairing of two really good boundary quarters is elite. I think it's very strong.
as much as I would have wanted to see my mock be right and see Paris Johnson go here, Witherspoon, you really can't go wrong with that pick. As I said, my top player on the board, just a great all-around corner. I think he is going to be locked and loaded as the new number one for Seattle. They haven't had a corner this good probably since Richard Sherman in a Seahawks uniform. And I have to give this pick an A because while O-line may have been, both lines may have been bigger needs, I still think corner was a lacking area for Seattle, and it's a great
Yeah,
value
absolutely.
at 5. He does deserve to be taken top 5. So yeah, I love this pick.
I want to say we're looking at edge rusher here, or DT, like defensive line here.
I
think
could
it's Tyree
still
Wilson,
see.
Jalen Carter. I don't see anyone else.
I could still see Christian Gonzalez.
No, I don't think they go that. I don't think cornerback's that
They
big a
need
need. You
defensive
just signed
line.
Sutton for 3 years.
So many people thought they were going to take Witherspoon,
But
Christian Gonzalez.
the
could
Atlanta
be
Falcons have either
almost as good.
the Atlanta Falcons has one of those guys dropping at them no matter what. And this is a team who has more desperate need for edge rushing than any other team in the league. Their pass rush is horrible.
Because you know Las
One
Vegas
of-
is
one of the guys-
One of Carter, either
Who are you
DT or Tyree Wilson at edge.
One of those guys drops to the Falcons. I mean, the Falcons. It's still 3 more picks. It's going to be the Lions,
Well,
the Raiders.
the Lions, I'm saying take one of them. The Raiders are not going to go an edge guy. I mean, I'd be flabbergasted if they do.
The Raiders end up going Gonzalez.
I think Raiders go Gonzalez or they get Will Levis.
I don't know. I'm
But
still not
I
told that the Lions aren't taking Gonzalez. I had them going Gonzalez. in
I'd
my
also
mock.
be looking at.
Another corner that could slot
It
right
just
in
doesn't
for
feel like
Detroit.
a move that
They
they
just
would
got
make.
rid of Okada. Then again,
Yeah, but Jeffrey didn't play that much while
Use
he
a
was
guy up
in.
front.
They signed 4
Carter.
freaking defensive backs in free agency.
They just signed CJ.
I'm gonna go out here and say I
CJ
think
Mosley,
it's going
Cam
to be-
Sutton, like they're loaded at defensive back.
Yeah,
They're
I
good
think
at
it's going to be Carter, just because I've seen things that like Carter was unlikely to fall out of the top 6, and I buy that because
The Arizona
Sure.
Cardinals have just traded back to the number 6 pick.
Wow.
Paris Johnson.
Never.
Gotta be.
wow,
Gotta be Paris.
Oh my.
Has to be, right?
goodness.
I told you, bro. They could trade back up and look at Paris Johnson. I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe
Carter,
they get
right,
another guy.
you're right.
Gonzalez.
Maybe they go with another guy. But I mean, Paris Johnson's the guy he wanted. Kyler Murray wanted a left tackle. You can get him that. We'll see.
Wow.
I could definitely see Paris Johnson
Look
here.
at what
That's
crazy number of retrades. Like,
Yeah,
what's
but
with the
could it be-
retrade
yeah.
odds?
I know that's kind of crazy, but could it be Jalen Carter? Is
I
that
think
what-
it could, but there's been no Jalen Carter Cardinals buzz. Tyree Wilson did get some buzz
I
for the
saw a little
Cardinals. Tyree
What
Wilson's
about-
definitely rumored there, but I think if you trade back up here, you just have to go with Paris Johnson, right? I
any
mean,
possibility they
Get your
want a
guy.
corner?
That's what you're doing. You have to
I
get
feel
your
like it's
guy.
possible they go corner, but I don't see it.
Yeah.
But maybe they're like, hey, we thought one of the corners would get for
Yeah.
pick 12 and 34.
Gonzalez
So
be the pick here.
So they traded down from 3
Unless-
to 6, got an extra first round pick, and that's basically the trade.
Okay, but here's
I'll
the thing.
say-
Here's the thing.
And
What we
moved
have
up
to
one
consider.
spot in the
We have to
second round.
consider what we have to consider about the Cardinals is they're moving back up. Right? So what they're doing, in my opinion, right?
They just got an extra first round
They
pick.
obviously felt that the guy that they wanted at 13, or they were traded back to 13 just because they wanted to, definitely, absolutely was not going to be available at 13.
I think they were going to trade back up. I think they were going to
I
take
think they
Paris
were too.
Johnson, and they got way too
Hold
good
Maybe
on.
of
that
an
was
offer.
always the plan.
They got
Hold
too
on,
good
but-
of an offer to
hold
turn
on.
down.
But it's interesting that they traded up to 6 and maybe not to 5 or not to 7,
Okay.
right? One of those other picks. So I think you tend to be
I mean, I
right
think
about this one, Connor.
I'm
I
shocked
do
that
like
that if the Seahawks were taking calls, they didn't pick up. They're probably not a good price. They
And
only
I'm
had to
not
give up
convinced.
a second round pick, which they just got anyways for moving down to 3. You move down 3 spots, you get your guy, you get an extra first round pick, and you move up 1 spot in the second round, basically.
This is why I think it's Christian Gonzalez. I think it's Christian Gonzalez because of the fact that the Cardinals, I think they traded down to 12, thinking maybe they could get Gonzalez there, as maybe they liked him. And then when they saw Witherspoon go off the board, they started to get nervous. And now they're moving up to 6 to make sure they get their guy at corner. That's what I think is happening here.
Yeah, so it's number 6 for 12 and 34. So they're still gonna hold on to a
Picks
second
in,
round
here we
pick. They're
go.
not gonna have back to backs.
Wow.
Um,
Wow, that's good.
yeah, I mean, listen,
And it
you know,
looks
this
like the pick is in.
Pick is in. Here we go.
the pick is in. I mean, the Raiders are officially on the clock. Historically, one of the teams that has an interesting draft history for sure.
But Mike
we already
Mayock is
have-
gone. So.
We already have 2 trades within the first 6 picks, which is just entertainment value for us. Is going very well right now. Please,
Yeah.
everyone who's watching,
We all
thank
got
you
the
for watching.
popcorn
Thank
here.
you for tuning in. Keep tuning in. We are here all night long. We have no commercials. We are here giving analysis every minute, all 60 seconds. All right. We are here. We are always here. We will stay with you until the conclusion of the first round. Thank you all for listening. Like, subscribe, share with your friends. Get the news out there. We are here. We might not have the pictures that you'll see on ESPN, but we have analysis that will beat Mel Kiper's analysis 45 times out of 100 every single week. Thank you very much. Which isn't very high, by the way. All right, the pick is in. Here's Roger Goodell.
Easy. You get your guy.
Connor, hey, listen,
you got
I
it.
was with you on that. I want it known that Connor and I were both thinking Johnson, all right? As soon as it got traded. Connor, why was it Johnson, though? Tell us.
Their quarterback said, I want a new left tackle.
Yeah,
And their
listen,
line's
I'm
been
surprised
horrible for
you say,
years.
but are
and
they
it's
really
gotten
listening to
injured.
Kyler Murray? I think
Well,
it was a
yeah, I mean,
mandate.
that's what-
they wanted
Of
a
course,
new left
listen to
tackle.
Kyler Murray.
They gotta
Kyler
listen to
Murray
him because
got-
they just fucking paid him.
They're listening to the guy who's playing Call of Duty the second half of every season. I don't know. I don't think that's why they got Paris Johnson, but I do think it is a
Well,
good.
regardless of who you want your quarterback to be, they won't be playing. They'll be playing Call of Duty anyways if they get injured every year, like it's been so far for Kyler.
I
Just
think they probably knew or they realized that Paris Johnson was not going to fall to 12, and that's exactly why they traded up for him.
well, I think they were gonna take him at 3, and then got an offer that was too good to pass up. They said, "Wow, you're giving us that much? We'll go for it."
I mean, of course. I mean, I think that they got the player that. Listen, I think Will Anderson would have been great for them, but I think Paris Johnson's a very solid
So-
player. I don't think he's
Mhm.
fits a need for them,
I'm
and he's not a guy that they would have picked at 3. Absolutely.
I'm
no way.
looking right now at potentially a trade down for the Raiders. The Eagles and the Bears both heavily invested in Jalen Carter. I think one of them could trade up potentially.
I don't know. I
Maybe
still
not.
think
You
Christian
take your
Gonzalez
QB, but I don't know. Maybe
Could
you
be
get a
in the mix for the
cornerback.
Raiders.
But is Christian Gonzalez going before pick 9 if you trade down to 9?
I think he is essentially going before pick 9. There's a lot of cornerback needy teams. While I don't think the Falcons take one, I have seen them linked to Christian Gonzalez. So I think the Raiders stay here, get their corner. I think quarterback can wait until next year because they do have Jimmy Garoppolo to fill that gap. And yeah, they can get their star corner in the meantime.
Hey, Falcons.
It's gonna be
once again, Falcons are getting one of Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter. That's very helpful
Yeah, the
to an
Falcons
abysmal
gotta-
line.
The Falcons are in a very good spot. I think they're going to end up with Tyree Wilson.
I think that makes the most sense. I think edge is more important, especially
Yeah.
for that team.
Edge is a top need for the Falcons, in my opinion. And with this stacked in edge class, it would be for them to not take one.
And by the way, they're gonna get one or the other. So they're sitting very pretty, I think, with their pick. I mean,
I don't know
there's a
that
lot of
Jalen
Atlanta
Carter
was going
is a
to-
fit in
there
Atlanta.
was a lot of rumors that Atlanta was going to trade up. And I think that given the way the draft has played out so far, obviously they've been on the phones, they've been hearing, they've been listening.
Did you go Will Levis if
felt
you're
like-
Atlanta?
We don't have to move up. So Atlanta, sorry, sitting pretty. They're doing well. And
Yeah.
we're gonna
Well,
see
let's
what
talk
Vegas-
about Vegas.
Yeah, let's talk about Vegas. Are they gonna pick here? Are they gonna trade out? I mean,
I'm gonna say they're
I
gonna
don't really
trade.
know.
I say they pick.
I don't know. I kind
I
of
think
think
there's
trade.
just-
I mean,
There's
they could
there's
trade
they
back and get
definitely-
Christian Gonzalez for sure.
Yeah, I think it's possible that they could still get him. Maybe trade this pick to a team that wants to go for someone like Jalen Carter. But like, why risk losing out on such a good star corner unless there's a really good offer on the table? I think they need a good offer on the table if they are going to move out of this pick.
I think so too. They're not just going to trade back, right? They have to have an offer on the table. I think it should be a cornerback because already Devin Witherspoon's already off the board, right? So your cornerback selection is, I think, in the first echelon. I have Christian Gonzalez and Devin Witherspoon, my 1 and 2.
Exactly.
I can put them in
Yeah.
whatever order.
Those
They're
are
my
the
1
clear
and 2.
1 and 2.
And
I
then
think it's
Joey
Witherspoon
Porter's
1,
probably my
Gonzalez 2.
3. Deontay Banks is probably 3 and 4 right there, and then
Joey
and then it
Porter's
goes
my
up.
6. He's just not that
Okay.
good.
Pretty,
The
I'm pretty
point
much in
trying to make,
alignment.
though, is if I think unless you get a good enough offer, and I believe they're showing Christian Gonzalez on the screen. Yep, they are. So it's my inkling, probably Christian Gonzalez. I think that's who would make the most sense. They would only trade back if they would get a
Mhm.
serious offer. It probably wouldn't be too much, but I think they're probably gonna pick. I think I'm not gonna say definitely. I'm never gonna say definitely, but I still think it's probably gonna be Christian Gonzalez as we see Paris Johnson with the big hat, the big Arizona Cardinals hat on his head on the screen.
Whose
Raiders
friend was
Nation.
that?
Alive and well. I like Gonzalez.
Yeah, I do like Gonzalez here. I think that would be the right pick for them. And yeah, like I do agree with you about those tiers of corners. I think Witherspoon is kind of the clear cut number 1, but Gonzalez is that next step, like just a quick step down from him, and
I don't
would
even, I don't
still
even know if
be
it's a
great. in
I
a
think
Raiders
that they're
uniform.
both very good.
Pick
You
is
could
in.
argue that one is better, but I think both are very good.
Christian Gonzalez, great player. I do think Witherspoon might be a little bit more NFL ready just based on what he did at the college level last year, but Gonzalez is definitely going to get there as well.
Seems like
All
they're
right, the pick
sticking.
is in.
Seems like they're
The
sticking.
pick is in. Bum, ba-dum,
Alright,
ba-da-da-da-da.
I will say
Connor, ride the wagon with me. You know you want to.
Gonzalez,
Take
give me Will
Gonzalez with
Levis. Give me Will Levis here. I don't know.
interesting.
They got
Honestly,
Jimmy
if I
G
were to
now. They
pick,
got
I'm gonna say
Jimmy G.
Jalen Carter.
Connor
They
on an
love-
island for the
They
first time.
love those criminals. They love those criminals. Jalen Carter.
They do. They really do. But
Oh,
I
bro,
still
that
think we love Christian Gonzalez
Connor,
more.
Connor's been throwing shade at the Raiders since the stream started. I mean, literally.
What do you
Um,
have against the Raiders?
And
But I mean,
don't
I
have
have a lot
anything,
against the
man.
Raiders.
They can take as many criminals as they want. It doesn't affect me.
I mean, listen, they might go to jail though. So
They may.
listen, the Raiders seem pretty content with who they're gonna pick. Oh, they're showing a Charles Woodson jersey. A little inkling that they're gonna get another great cornerback, Christian
I
Gonzalez.
really think it's
maybe. We'll
Gonzalez.
see. I like Gonzalez. I mean, Las Vegas, baby. Connor, I've said it for weeks now. For weeks, bro.
They still
I've
could
said
go
for
O
weeks.
line if they're like Skronsky. They haven't.
My mug, I actually
I've-
had Joey Porter
I've
going
said
here.
it for weeks.
That was assuming
You know I've
Gonzalez
said
was
it for
gone.
weeks. I've said that the Raiders need cornerback help. I've said it all the time. And guess what? I do believe it is going to be Christian Gonzalez. I haven't seen any. I muted
can't
Ari
pass on
Myrov. I muted Albert Breer. I
He's
muted JPA football. So I don't know.
he's a step below
And
Devon
our
Witherspoon. Christian Gonzalez is a
ticket
step below
comes
Devon
Roger
Witherspoon.
Goodell up to the podium. I think. No, maybe not yet. Yeah, so I had them picking Witherspoon. Obviously, that is not going to happen. But it would be
I had him
nice
picking
to
Joey
see-
Porter Jr. So I was kind of the opposite of you. I thought 2 corners would be gone already.
Here
But
comes.
at this point, I think we're in.
All right. With the 7th pick, here comes Vegas.
At the podium.
That's a pick.
Oh,
The pick.
interesting. I don't know that I like
Irene.
that pick.
All right. I mean,
Chandler Jones
do
is
they
still
need
there,
Tyree
right?
Wilson? That's the real question. Do they need
No,
another
I mean,
defensive
Tyree
end?
Wilson. You have Max Crosby. What are you taking Tyree Wilson?
Max Crosby is not that good at football. Let's be real here. That guy
Oh.
got backpacked by Yannick Ngakoue.
Max Crosby.
Yannick Ngakoue was a better edge rusher than Max Crosby was, and everyone boosted up Max Crosby. They traded away Yannick Ngakoue. Pass rush wasn't good last year.
I agree that it
Tyree
wasn't as
Wilson.
good, but they also
Max
have, what,
Crosby's
they have
not
Chandler
that
Jones
much
as
of
well.
an impact pass rusher. He's just white.
Tyree Wilson. I
He's
say,
gonna
like,
be good.
even if Wilson is better than Max Crosby, I still think the two of them are going to clash. I don't know that I love this fit here, and they didn't really need it, but it was still a good overall value. Just
And the
because
Raiders,
he's
they still
ranked
have zero
pretty
quarterback.
highly.
They still have zero quarterback.
They
They
still,
just
they still have no
re-signed
corners.
Rock Ya-Sin.
Yeah, this
They just
is-
got to
Oh,
re-sign
okay,
Rock
Rock
Ya-Sin.
Ya-Sin.
bro.
Rock
Got
Ya-Sin.
one mediocre
Wow.
Rock Ya-Sin is a better NFL player than Christian Gonzalez. Come on now. It's not even that close. Like,
Yes, we haven't seen Christian Gonzalez play a snap, but I do think Christian Gonzalez will most likely end up being the better NFL player, even in year 1. And then
he won't.
to say that they have Rock Ya-Sin.
Well, I'm saying they'll
re
re-sign him.
Crosby.
The reason everyone thought they'd go corner is
crazy.
because they didn't re-sign Rock Ya-Sin. That's the only reason people mocked corner there. You traded
I'm not-
your best edge
He's
rusher.
that number
You
one guy.
traded
Rock
your best
Ya-Sin
edge rusher
is not that
for
number
Rock
one guy.
Ya-Sin. You traded your best edge rusher for Rock Ya-Sin.
Listen,
So
This
yeah,
is a
they
big
didn't
hit
re-sign him
because-
yet. He's a free agent right now, so people thought they'd go corner. Now that they have the chance to re-sign him, if they plan to re-sign him, they won't go corner.
A number 1 corner. He's not a number 1 corner. I don't know.
Neither is
what-
Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez can barely play the fucking boundary. This guy's sitting in the box half his fucking snaps.
He has a lot of potential. And Rock Ya-Sin, we know what we're getting out of him, and it's not number 1. We just know what we're getting.
listen,
He was a number one when he was with the Colts.
listen. Okay, let me.
Oh,
let me,
okay, that
okay,
was
hold on.
a
We have to
bad
stop talking about this. The Falcons pick is already in. They're showing
Jalen
no names
Carter.
on the screen. It's
It's
not
got-
going to be.
I'm just saying
Williams.
it's Jalen
gotta be
Carter.
Carter.
I'm
It's
saying
gotta be
Jalen
Carter. It's got to be Jalen Carter. I mean, how
This
could they
is-
not?
This
go
could be an
Jalen?
interesting spot. Jalen Carter.
It's got to be Carter.
What do you think of his pass rushing ability? Is the question.
He's not, but he's interior. He's not so much on the
an
end.
interior guy. The Falcons don't need interior help. They have Grady Jarrett.
Grady Jarrett is
He had
overrated.
the highest pass rush win rate of all DTs in NCAA last season. He had a
And
90
also,
passer.
Grady
He
Jarrett
led
is
all
also
D
good.
linemen, not even just DTs. D linemen. He led all D linemen in pass rush grade. What are you talking about, Pat? He's not Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis was their run stopper. He's
And by
Jalen
the
Is
fucking
there any
Carter.
way? Is there any way
And
you
by
could
the
see
way-
a Nolan Smith type here or a Lucas
No,
Van Ness
no
type?
way.
I can see.
Those guys are
no.
levels below. You're not expecting Jalen Carter to drop you. Those guys are so many levels below. He's in state. If you take one of those guys over Jalen Carter, you're gonna get clowned for years, and your GM's out of a job
That's
next
true.
year.
Lucas Van Ness would be a bad pick here, but maybe the Falcons do it if they think they need.
Now,
edge.
no, listen. with the speed that the Falcons put the pick in, it tells me that they had a guy who dropped or a guy that they really wanted,
Jalen Carter.
who was at number 9.
I
Jalen
wouldn't
Carter.
be shocked if it's Bijan Robinson either, because they've been
It
rumored
is
to like.
not Bijan, bro. They're not taking a running back at 9. The Falcons are at 8. Excuse me. The Falcons are not doing that. 1 million. Andrew, I will bet. I don't know what I bet, but I bet a lot of stuff right now that they're not taking Bijan. I mean, that is.
I think it's Carter, but I wouldn't be as sure as you guys are. I think there's still other possibilities with this.
One
There are
name,
other
one name that was
However-
going crazy that Atlanta really wanted was Bijan. It's a possibility. I will bring that up. It's really high, but it's a possibility. It'd be crazy, but it's a possibility.
Another one that I could see, like a guy
Follow
I
him.
like, maybe it would be a little bit early for him too, but the Falcons still kind of lacking in the
I
receiving
think-
department. I wouldn't mind Jackson Smith and Jigba here.
I think there's a 0% chance it's not Jalen Carter or Bijan Robinson. Either Jalen Carter's your guy that
I think
drops,
that's-
or
I
Bijan's your
think
straightaway.
It's Carter or Robinson.
I think it's Carter
the
or
right
something.
pick, I don't know.
I don't think it's Bijan. I can't see that. I think it's
Or who?
Carter.
All they've done is
Carter or who?
I think it's really Carter. I mean, it's Carter or someone really random, to be honest. Like,
Could be someone like Van Ness. That could be your random guy.
no, not a random another defensive line player. Like someone like wide receiver. It could be Jackson.
Smith and Jigba, like I had said, yeah.
I don't even know. Maybe Christian Gonzalez. Someone from a
I
different
think-
position.
I'm gonna predict that it's either Carter or Smith and Jigba.
I'll go
That's
crazy. I'll say Bijan. Screw it. If you're going Carter, I'll go Bijan.
Okay, I'll
Just
go
to-
Smith
just
and
to
Jigba,
put it
so
out
we can all be
there.
different here.
Just because he's the guy, and they've heavily said they want him. And if they didn't trade down, which
By
I
the way,
thought they would, I'll say they would.
Let me mention that we had a lot of noise about Will Levis going in the top 10. I don't think that's going to happen. Looking at the next two picks,
They have
Chicago.
Someone
Taylor
could trade
Heineke, they have Desmond Ritter.
Someone
they'll be
could.
fine.
Now nine.
pick
If Jalen Carter is not 8, is this like the instant pick? Chicago goes Jalen Carter.
I'd say so. Because Tyree Wilson is gone. I had expected Tyree Wilson to fall.
But they need
to
an
the Bears.
O line
Bears
very
want this
badly.
too.
The
I mean,
Eagles.
they could go
the
for,
Eagles have
I guess they
traded
could go
up.
first around.
The Eagles have traded up to
Wow.
pick number 9. Not the Falcons pick. They've traded up to
Okay.
pick number 9. So
Goodell-
that could be
Alright,
to get
First-
Jalen Carter.
First, let's do the Falcons pick. Here we go.
So Eagles are on the clock. Bears probably had the chance. To get Jalen Carter, and said, "Hey, Eagles, you got him." That's what Tampa did a couple years ago with Tristan Wirfs. They said,
Jalen Carter's
I
your
don't want
Fletcher
anyone else
Cox
to get him.
replacement if the Eagles take him.
but first we have to see how the Falcons do.
Wow.
Told you. Everything was pointing at him.
Can't believe it. I was wrong. I was not right.
So
There it is.
it has.
At number 8, Bijan Robinson.
I mean, best running back prospect since
Wow.
Saquon, right? Best running back prospect since
That
Saquon.
is crazy.
Broke
Yeah,
the
he is the
college
best running back.
record for missed tackles.
Jerry Jones is angry.
I mean, that offense, if they can make it click with a quarterback, is deadly, you know?
So
Just
far,
that
I am not
flexibility.
doing well tonight.
Here's the thing about Bijan Robinson here.
Now,
Taylor Algier is a very good running back. He could have been the guy for the Falcons, but he wasn't going to be the kind of superstar that Bijan Robinson can be. So I both like and don't like this pick. I think the Falcons went out and got their guy, which is something I like. He's a generational talent. He's going to be a flashy player for this team, but they could have focused their attention towards the defense and sort of let Algier take the reins at running back.
And by the way, I don't think Algier is that good. Let me get that shot. I don't think Algier is a great
And he's
player.
okay. He's okay. He's good enough.
He's
to
good
start a
enough
running
to
back
have
in there.
him.
But he's not.
Listen,
he's
okay,
not even
here's my
in the
thought.
same universe as Bijan Robinson.
No, and I agree. Here's my thoughts, though, right? You have a decent running back core. It's not great, but it's not what's preventing you from being a good team, right? There are other parts of this Falcons team where I feel like
This is a Falcons team that runs the ball more than any other team in the league last year with subpar running backs. Now imagine Bijan and Cordero Patterson running the 1-2. You know, that's so
I still
deadly.
think this is
I
sort
could
of.
see it happen.
I'm
still
more
think
scared as a Bucs fan. I'm more scared of the Falcons with Bijan Robinson than any defensive player they could have taken.
Okay,
Because as
that's
you
fair.
said,
That's totally fair.
edges deep in this class. I'm gonna
That's totally
guarantee
fair.
right now.
At the same time, tools to address that they're kind of missing on by taking Bijan Robinson here. Is it the optimal pick? Not necessarily, but I still think they're going to walk away.
I am gonna 100% guarantee the Eagles take Jalen Carter. I don't think there's a question about it. There's no reason they would have traded up otherwise.
Bijan Robinson, I give that like
The pick's
I
already
think,
in.
Again, could have done better, but
9-minute mark. The pick is already in. I if this is not Jalen Carter, I will PayPal Michael $100.
Also, by the way,
The
if
only-
this is not the
the only-
I'll give you
shit
both
out of Carter.
$50 if this isn't Jalen Carter. I guarantee it.
would Carter even start year one though? Because
Yes, he
Fletcher
would.
Cox
Fletcher
and
Cox
Jordan
sucked.
Davis are currently-
Fletcher Cox sucked last year.
they have a lot of old
So maybe
guys.
he's
Jordan
your
Davis,
instant
Jordan
Fletcher
Davis
Cox
played
play.
20% of snaps.
Wait,
He's your run stop,
And
but
by-
yeah.
and by the way, the Eagles rotate a ton. They rotate a lot on the defensive line.
Yeah. Do I
Jalen
think
Carter,
it's Carter? Yes.
Jalen Carter's already your best D
To
tackle.
make the immediate impact here that he would in other places. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, they lost
wouldn't
their.
have the
I mean, you know, they lost their
player
best
like
D tackle, right? Their starting D tackle. He's gone. Sure, Jordan Davis is there. And,
Javon Hargrave, that's true.
yeah, and 45-year-old Fletcher Cox is there. I would say Jalen Carter's already better than both. Because Fletcher Cox was not good last year.
Yeah,
he
and-
was
and
unplayable
the
in the
good
Super
thing-
Bowl.
The good thing
He's
about
also
Carter, the Eagles
old as hell.
Yeah.
kind of lack pressure, and Carter could both
And
play
Okay,
the
hold
D-line
on. I have
spot and
breaking
be a
news.
receiver.
Breaking
Did
news.
they not?
Breaking news. I have breaking. Is not the pick. Is not the
Oh,
pick.
okay.
Breaking news from Jeff Howe. He is a writer for the Atlantic, NFL National Insider. He says if Will Levis is still there at number 14, the Patriots are not expected to take him. So
Oh, who cares?
there's
We
what-
knew that. That was
Whoa.
not breaking news.
Thank God.
If you said they were
I
expected to take him,
consider
sure.
that-
But
listen, I consider that breaking news. It's been widely,
Patriots-
speculated.
The Patriots took Will Levis.
Take him for a
I would have
quarterback.
thrown a fit. I would have thought that was an awful.
it would kind of be
Like-
like them taking Mac Jones, though. Like the position that
Yeah.
the guy dropped.
No, but
Hey,
they
yeah.
had Mac
Michael,
Jones.
Michael.
They didn't have their young quarterback in 2021. That was fine in 2021.
But Will Levis has
It's
also
not
got to
that
be
he-
better.
No more Mac Jones
Yeah.
hate. The dude's a goat.
Will
He's-
Levis has
Give
double.
me Mac
Will Levis
Jones.
has double
Mac
the
Jones
ceiling.
24/7,
Mac Jones.
365.
Mac Jones is a beautiful man. He's got
Like
a
Mac
great
Jones
face,
is never going to win a
great
Super
body,
Bowl.
Great
Like,
arm.
You guys as
Great
Patriots
leg.
fans can admit Mac Jones is never going to lead your team
Come
to a
on,
Super
you
Bowl.
just gotta
Mac
give
Jones
him
will
the help
lead our team to a Super Bowl on a white
and get him.
horse. He is
Ridiculous.
fantastic. Mac Jones is the next prophet. No, I think. Listen, the evaluation.
Michael,
for Mac
you're
Jones
getting carried away here. If you surround
I'm
him
always
with
getting
The
the right
minute
talent,
they trade
he
away
can win
Mac
a Super
Jones and get better, Michael's going to be like, I never liked him anyways. I know how Michael works.
No,
I know how Michael
Connor,
works.
No,
Yes,
no.
you will. Yes, you
As soon
will.
as Kirk Cousins
Connor,
gets benched
Connor,
by
you
the Vikings,
know. Connor, hold on, Connor.
Dude,
You
how am I
know.
going to put Jalen Carter on
Hold
the
on,
screen?
hold on. Let me have the floor for a minute, all right? Connor, you know that I try my very hardest to, when I am wrong, which does happen sometimes. It doesn't happen a lot. It does happen sometimes. That whenever I am wrong, I admit it. Who do you know who does an apology episode for when they are so wrong that they go out and apologize to the player? A whole
people.
apology. I do that, all right? when I am wrong, if Mac Jones leaves the Patriots and we sign someone great and they happen to be fantastic, I will stand up on a podium and I will say, I was wrong. Mac Jones is holding this team back. I was completely wrong on this one. 100%. And I
gave
say
up
that all the
a
time
fourth
whenever I am
rounder.
wrong.
Eagles
It
only
just so
gave up a
happens to
fourth
be
rounder.
Connor. It just so happens to be Connor that I'm not wrong that often. So not everyone's always treated to it. All right, here's Goodell. Here's the Eagles.
I'm shocked that it only took him a fourth rounder to get up one spot. Obvious.
Are obvious.
Obvious. But like,
Obvious.
the Bears had the leverage here. They say we're taking Carter unless you give us a third at least, right? I feel like I'd voice that, you know?
I mean, Jalen Carter, look at it. He's so happy. He's crying. Like that's so.
Oh yeah, there's no spot he'd rather be in right here. There's no spot.
Number
Yeah.
one, and let me say this,
Great
Andrew,
development
Andrew,
spot.
before Andrew and Connor comment,
Jason Kelsey
I just want to
in the
say,
crowd.
what a great night for all these players getting drafted. All these players have put in so much work over the years to get where they are. No matter what we say, they've put in the effort. They've gotten here. So congratulations to everyone who has been drafted and will be drafted tonight and in all future rounds. It's a massive accomplishment. Without the players who are
Yes.
drafted, we wouldn't have the quality of NFL we have. We wouldn't have the NFL. So to everyone, thank you so much. You deserve the boatload of money you're about to get. Spend it wisely. I wish you all the best in your careers. So I want to put that a little PSA out there to the universe. But let's talk about Jalen Carter. Let's give him
I mean,
some of the spotlight. He's been waiting for it for
What a fit.
a little while.
What a fit. You
Yeah.
have the guy who quarterbacked your
I love the
defense
fit.
at Georgia and the guy who was your defensive tackle duo at Georgia with one of the best defense we've ever seen in college football. And you add that to an already dominant defense plus a dominant defensive coordinator addition, really. I think he's good. Plus, Matt Patricia's there. He's a rocket scientist.
Yep.
He can take your defense to new level.
Okay.
His defense won them a Super Bowl.
I will
That's
say
true.
I'm not as high on this pick as you two are, simply because
I like it.
Like, I don't know, like overall,
ESPN.
just not quite as high as you two are, simply because was it
Pick is in.
necessary to trade up for Jalen Carter? I don't know if he's that far above.
They
actually
gave up a
needing to trade up
fourth
for him.
round pick next year, Andrew. They gave up.
Right,
They gave
they
up
didn't-
nothing.
Okay, fair enough. I mean,
They
like,
said,
I think they could have gotten him at 10, though. I really think they could have gotten him at 10.
but you
Listen,
knew the
I
Bears.
mean,
You knew
but here's the
anyone
thing.
could jump. This is a guy who was number one before this kind of stuff happened. Clear, obvious
and
number
by the
one.
way,
Give it
no,
about
but
next
look how
year's fourth. Who cares?
hold on, and look how versatile he is on the line. He plays B
Dude.
gap. He plays over the tackle, both very
Do you
well.
know-
So he can play multiple different
Do you
positions
know what
very
this
well.
fourth
I
round
love
pick
that
is from?
versatility because I feel like we were talking about Fletcher Cox getting old. You know who else is getting old? That Brandon Graham. So
Yeah.
maybe he starts playing a little bit of defensive end too.
And by
Derek,
the way,
not in the 4-3.
Carter's comp is literally Quinnen Williams, one of the most underrated
I
players
think
in
he'll
the
be
NFL.
better than Quinn Williams.
And exactly, that's what people are saying. If you could put Quinnen Williams on the Eagles, I mean that team is already a Super
Do
Bowl
you
team.
know what this fourth round pick is from?
I don't know.
I'll
who
tell you right
cares?
here. It's from
Okay.
trading Jalen Rieger to the Vikings.
Oh my
Jalen
God, that's
Rieger
great.
got you Jalen
essentially-
Carter.
So it's Jalen Rieger to move up one spot for Card. That's
Like,
insane.
that's-
Jalen Rieger to move. Oh
ridiculous.
yeah, forget it. Yeah, that's a pretty good move. Yeah, I'll give him that.
They just showed Jalen Carter blowing by Darnell Wright. Love that. Darnell Wright's a
look
bum.
how emotional. Like,
By the
you
way,
can tell how much this
Bears
means
on
to
the
him.
clock. Harris Johnson
You can
off the
tell-
board. Darnell Wright could go. There were rumors of him at 9. It's
You-
possible. He sucks, but it's possible.
And by the way, you can tell how much this means. You can tell how much this means to Jalen Carter.
Andrew, I'm getting an echo from
Like,
you right now.
that-
Scott.
I think
Yeah.
that tells you.
Bears.
Now let's talk about the Bears. Who now? They obviously didn't want Jalen Carter because if they did, they would have picked him, right? Because I knew that's probably who the Eagles.
They gotta
wanted.
go OT. I'm
They have to
praying
go offensive.
it's Peter Skoronsky or Broderick Jones and not Darnell Wright.
Yeah. So in your mock corner, you actually had them.
I had him going down over right, I think.
Interesting. Interesting.
Andrew, I'm getting a lot of lag on you right here.
Hmm. That's what I'm
Michael, you
thinking.
getting lag on
because
Andrew as well?
They don't
Yeah, I am
have
as
that
well.
number.
Oh, back? No, gone. Alright,
Is that better?
still a bit laggy, but at least it's not echoing.
There is a pot. While O line is probability they jump on Christian Gonzalez here.
Andrew, is it possible for you to reset your audio real quick? Because it's really
It's
crackly.
it's his internet, I think. It's unfortunate.
I definitely think it is. We'll just stay with us, folks. We'll be here all night. Don't worry. He'll get it sorted out very quickly. Andrew, you all set?
Yeah, I think so.
It'll work.
Yeah, it's just the internet. It must be. Internet's pooping out on us. That's disgraceful. All right. So Connor, who do I have going to the Bears? I don't even.
I feel like you had
remember.
Paris Johnson.
I probably did. Yep, I had Paris Johnson. So, it won't be Paris Johnson.
No, it will not be Paris Johnson. Michael, I muted Andrew just for the stream, but since you're listening, just tell me if he gets back, and then I'll unmute.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Connor, right now. Here's the Bears pick. Darno Wright.
Ass. Awful.
He's
pick.
not. Hey, he's not going to the Bucs, Connor.
Thank God. Not good. Don't think he's going to be good. He switched from right to left his senior season, so he doesn't even have that much experience at left tackle. He's huge. He's one of the bigger frames in the draft. Don't get me wrong, but does that mean too much when it comes to? We lost Andrew here.
Yeah, we're just trying to sort out some audio issues right now, folks. Bear with us. It happens.
Michael, just tell me if it's working again.
That's much better.
It's better?
I can hear you. That's much better. Sometimes.
So Darno
No,
Wright
folks.
for the Bears.
Awful.
This is an interesting one.
Wait, hold on. The Titans are already in. So Andrew, make it quick because we.
Yeah.
He's
keep
in
pushing
for
it.
the
I mean,
Titans.
They definitely
Will
needed an
Levis,
O
right?
lineman, but couldn't they have gone for Skoronski or Jones here? Like, that would have been a lot better.
I mean, if I'm looking at this, Pete Skoronski I'm not taking here. He's a guard at the NFL level. And that's why he's dropping. He doesn't have the hand size to play tackle. He's going to be a guard. And you don't need a guard. Darno Wright, I don't think is very good. He's huge, but I don't think he's very good. I would have gone Broderick Jones. I think
I don't love this pick,
Honestly,
but
Darno Wright gives me
nonetheless,
Trent Brown vibes.
he'll get the chance to start. for
he's
the
not
Bears.
that big, Michael. He's not that big. But
Well, I mean, no one's
he's
that.
pretty big. But
All right. What about the Titans? What are you guys thinking here?
I mean, they're already in. That means they had someone.
It's
It
Peter.
could
I think
be-
it's Peter.
I'm gonna say Will Levis.
feel like-
I'm gonna say Will Levis.
I think
think
it's
it's
either
Levis?
Levis
Listen,
or it's Smith and
I
Jigba.
like Tannehill. You guys all know I'm a big Tannehill boy. I'm
But
going,
but the Titans don't like Tannehill.
okay.
The Titans don't like Tannehill. They don't like Malik Willis. So maybe they go for Levis here. I think the smarter pick would go to get Tannehill some help and get him Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Possible. I don't think it's Pete Skoronski. They're not taking a guard here at 11 with how many holes. Christian
it's quarterback
Gonzalez is a possibility, I think.
Yeah, I guess, but more like
I could see that. But the Titans it's either got to be a wide receiver or an offensive line. It's got to be one or the other. I mean,
unless they want Levis, which I don't think they do, but we'll see. I'm gonna guess
it
Smith
just-
and Jigba.
it has to be
Wait and
one of
see.
those two for me. It has to be because their offense was so bad last year. They
Yeah,
either
it
got
was
to put
rough.
help on the line, give Tannehill some help, give Henry some help, or they got to put a wide receiver. So
I don't
that
think Henry's
it's-
staying much longer.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
that-
how long that'll
yeah.
last.
If Robinson fell to 11, I wouldn't have been shocked to see the Titans take him.
That would have been crazy. I mean, can you imagine Robinson and
1 year of
No, they
Derrick
would have
Henry
traded
on the
Henry.
same
They would have
team?
traded Henry.
I don't think they're trading Henry, but they still could have gone running back. I mean, Derrick
Henry
Henry's
is 29 years old. How much time does he have left?
Derrick Henry's been his best when another guy can take snaps. You see him get hurt when it's just him.
And
If
especially at
possible,
this age, I don't think he's going to be able to take 400 snaps this season. I just don't see it.
Pick is in. So
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
listen,
but-
Connor, I want to go over something with you. Draft related, but not necessarily player
carries.
related. Are the picks coming in faster tonight than in previous drafts, or is that just me?
I think it's about the same.
I don't think so. I think we started late, and maybe it's going at a faster pace since then.
I
But
don't know. I feel like every time we've had a pick,
The
like,
only
whole
pick
pick
that
is-
went in before like 3 minutes left was the Eagles one. Not the Eagles one, the Falcons one.
there were a lot of long picks tonight too. Like,
Yeah, it's
it
been
just-
normal.
All right. Maybe it is.
I mean, it's
Maybe I'm just-
9:30, and I remember Andrew before the stream saying he thought 9:30 was the echelon for
No,
the Patriots.
9:40 would probably be the Patriots.
But still,
as well.
10
Okay,
minutes
so-
to get through 4 picks is not practical. We'll get through one
No.
more.
Honestly, if anything,
So-
I think we're behind.
Yeah, I think we're about average from what we did previous years, but we'll see.
Depends on how these next few picks go.
Yeah, of course. Will Levis might have a rough night, if I'm being honest here.
Listen, Connor, I told you
What-
he was my
Connor?
biggest bust. I should have made
Connor.
him my biggest faller too.
What would you
No,
think
because
of Will Levis in Tampa Bay?
I'd rather
Because
Hendon
that's what I
Hooker.
have.
I think it's neither, just because all reports are they don't want a QB,
you know who would
and
would
next year's
take
QB
Will
class is
Levis?
better.
You know who would take Levis?
Green Bay
The Vikings.
Packers.
The Vikings.
Packers.
Dude, do you not remember Jordan Love? Now Jordan Love is his chance. You have to put pressure on him. That's how the Packers
Right, you
work.
gotta put. Then Jordan Love will win
Maybe.
back-to-back MVP.
Yeah,
Maybe.
exactly.
I don't know. I think you give Jordan Love a year and then take someone next year if he sucks.
No, you give Jordan Love some pressure. He'll win back-to-back MVPs, lose to San Francisco in the NFC Championship game. It'll be all set. You'll be all good.
The Packers want a repeat of Aaron Rodgers. That's totally what they want.
Listen, I
I
think
can take it.
any
Probably
team would
one
say,
day.
"Listen, I will take Aaron Rodgers, a repeat of his career." I mean, that much success.
Maybe, but he didn't win a Super Bowl. So.
He won a Super Bowl. He won one.
Because
He
the
did?
Packers didn't give him any wide receivers.
He won
Maybe
one
they
Super
finally
Bowl.
take a wide receiver. That
It
would
was
be
won a
awesome.
it was a
Super Bowl,
decade
though.
ago, but he won a Super Bowl.
Or Kincaid.
Got a Super Bowl.
He hasn't won in a while,
Okay.
but he won.
There's Mike Vrabel in the Tennessee Titans
Yeah,
organization.
that's true.
The
But I
war
don't think
room.
you want a repeat of the last 2 years Aaron Rodgers. You want to give Jordan Love some help.
Listen, I have the Packers mocked every draft taking a wide receiver, every single draft.
Exactly. I've had
And
a
it would be
receiver or a tight
poetic.
end in every mock.
It
It's
would be.
been
I
in
think
for
it's
a
either
while.
Bigber or
It
Kincaid.
would
or
be.
maybe
It would be
Johnston.
poetic for the Packers to take a wide receiver in the first round after not taking a wide receiver in the first round with Aaron Rodgers at the helm
Well,
for like
I don't know.
15 years.
I don't know. Rodgers doesn't need it, but Love does. That's probably their mindset.
Hey, they
Rodgers
took
definitely
Christian
needed
Watson in like the
that.
first 5 picks of the second round last year. They got him. a guy.
But that too little, too
Hey,
late.
but
Too
listen,
little,
man,
too late.
Romeo Dubs can get it done, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
Romeo,
Roger Goodell
Romeo.
coming.
All right, here's the pick. Here's
Comes.
Goodell. Goodell walks out on the stage. Here he is.
Almost forgot the Lions are at 12.
Yep.
11th pick in the NFL draft.
Lions
NFL
are on the
draft.
clock.
Tennessee Titans select. What?
Ooh,
Peter
Yep.
Skoronski.
I
ugly.
told you.
That's ugly. You're grabbing a guard.
Told you. Told you.
That's
I
interesting.
told you.
I just didn't think
so.
they'd value a guard that high. I mean, I had it in
No,
the
they
fake
didn't.
drafts, but
Listen, folks, I had it mocked.
You know what?
Let it be known I had it mocked in every one of my drafts. Peter Skoronski
I don't like
going
this pick.
to
I don't
the
need it.
Titans. I had it. Don't. Listen, the
Uh,
floor is mine right now. I'll tell you why they took Peter Skoronski since I mocked it. All right. Let me explain to you something. All right.
Sure.
Tennessee's offensive line is dog shit wrapped in cat shit. All right. It is awful.
They signed
And
3
Brian
guys.
Tannehill-
But
is
they
a very-
upgraded in free agency.
Yeah, they
Right,
They
they
got
literally,
Andre Dillon.
their whole free
Listen.
agency was adding linemen. That was their entire free agency.
Ryan
Exactly.
Tannehill
They don't
is
need
a
one
very
here.
good quarterback. They need to keep him healthy. If they can do that and get a wide receiver,
Peter
this team
Skaronski is not going to start. I'm going to
Be a
call that
guard.
bold claim.
Yeah, he's not. I agree with Connor.
Dillard's going to
He's
start.
not going to start.
Steve Freer's going to start. Dylan Adams is going to start. Aaron Brewer's going to start.
No room.
Maybe he could sit left guard, but they have Jordan Roos.
There's no room for Skoronski. in
Like
this
it
offense.
doesn't make sense. If they
It
got
really doesn't.
if they got a full blown tackle, if they got a Broderick Jones, I get it because their tackles
This
are weak.
is like
But Skronski's
this
not
might
a
be the
tackle,
worst pick of the night.
and they
so
don't need a guard. Is
I
what I'm
like the
saying.
pick. I think it's a good pick.
This
It's
is
both-
the
They
worst
may try him at tackle. I just don't think he's going to succeed at tackle.
I
think he's
really
gonna
don't
be
think
fine.
there's
I
been a
like
worse
it.
pick than this yet. The top.
I
10,
think Darnell Wright's definitely a
Pretty
worse
fucking-
pick, but
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who was the
even
worst
the
pick?
NFL has him listed
Oh yeah,
as a
Darnell
guard.
Wright, mate.
You know, you're picking a guard at pick 11 when you don't
Because-
need a guard.
If you're looking at the Bears, they could have had Skoronski.
I-
I don't like either of these picks.
Lions are on the clock. You got some
I could see Christian
talent here.
Gonzalez here.
Christian Gonzalez makes sense.
He fell.
Oh,
all
I
the way.
just
had
saw
him
the
going at
tweet.
6 to the
Holy
Lions in my
shit.
mock. Could he go at 12 to the Lions?
Holy
Connor, do not say.
shit. I'm
not
flabbergasted.
say.
You would never guess this in a million. I'm flabbergasted.
So maybe it's
So that
not
means
Christian.
I definitely didn't mock it. All right.
You didn't
It's
even
the
mock
Lions.
it. You didn't even mock it in the
I
first
think I
round.
might have an idea of who it is.
You did not have him
Didn't even
in
mock
the
it.
first round.
Really? This is
Cole
really a-
Strange, baby. Cole Strange. Bro, by the way, the Patriots
I
are on.
have-
in
I have an
two
idea.
picks.
I have an idea.
It'll be yeah.
Could it be Kalijah Cansey?
Well, we all had him
No,
mocked in the
I
first
didn't mock
round.
Yeah.
I didn't.
All right, here's Goodell.
What are you gonna do?
Here?
What are you gonna do? They are.
Ew.
No way.
They are. I mean,
No.
he was getting running back one buzz.
No way.
But he
You have
is.
DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre
You have
Swift's done.
David Montgomery, and you choose to take Jameer Gibbs.
Swift is done, by the way. He's probably not going to play a
Absolutely.
snap for them next year, I would assume. And,
I know.
and he's gone
That's
after the end
ridiculous.
of the year.
They gave up way too early on that guy. He is a very efficient running back, can catch passes.
He
You
cannot
just
catch
give
passes.
up on
He
the
is
guy?
the highest drop rate out of all running backs. But this is Jameer Gibbs is going to be used as a slot receiver, probably. He's a pass catcher. I don't love it, but I don't hate it as much as you guys do. Swift's gone. Swift's not good, and he's gone, and he's injury prone.
DeAndre Swift.
Montgomery's your first down, second down. Jameer Gibbs
Probably
is your
is
third down
first down.
receiving. They can trade Swift if they want to. Like
Yeah,
no
maybe
one's
they
gonna
trade
want
Swift.
him.
Because Swift deserves better than a team that does not give him the chance
Hey,
in any circumstance.
Brad Holmes selected Todd Gurley at number 10. They could have taken Behan,
my
but they like Gibbs better because he is the best pass receiving running back in the draft,
It's
and
awful.
Jared Goff
I
is
don't-
the most checked
Okay,
down.
it's interesting. It's such a weird pick because I feel like their offense. They have
Awful.
Montgomery, right? I like Montgomery. They have a great offensive line. So putting your offense into a
Hey,
position where
this
you're
is-
putting. Hold on, Connor, hold on. Just
Like,
can
these
I?
picks are getting
am I-
worse and worse as we exit
Just
the
hold on.
top.
Let me say my piece. Putting your offense in a position where you're running through your offensive line, I think is smart. I think that's really good. How do I feel about a running back slot receiver hybrid? It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be based
You
on
think
how
he
they.
plays
I
receiver?
will say this. I
He's
will
gonna
say
be a
this.
receiver. Not
I can
They
see
have
that.
the best
That I
offensive
don't mind it
coordinator.
quite as much.
They have the best offensive coordinator, I think, in the NFL. So I think if there's one person who can do it, I think it's probably him. I think it's going to add a really dynamic part to this offense. I think it's going to be really easy for Jared Goff to throw to Jameer Gibbs. But is it their most pressing need? Is it what I would have picked?
It's not.
Probably not. I want to
Absolutely not.
see how this plays out. Initially, I didn't like it, but after considering it a little bit more, I don't hate it. I need to see.
I
I need
They
to see it
have
now.
Because
they have
is
five.
this a direct I think it's a direct replacement for DeAndre
Yeah,
Swift.
because DeAndre Swift
player
was bad
deserves
last
more
year, and he got injured last
Because
year.
he was
and he's
hurt.
been- but he was
hurt.
bad when he was
on the
healthy.
field, he was fine.
No, he wasn't.
Okay,
he
sorry,
wasn't.
Before he got hurt. Before he got hurt, he was great. And
He
then
had
went
one
down,
game.
He wasn't 100%
He had
for the
one
rest of the
game.
year.
And a guy who's not stayed healthy once so far, a guy who has dropped countless passes, a guy who's not a workhorse, clearly.
You're not going to change
he's
my mind
replaceable.
on DeAndre Swift,
Uh,
Connor.
So
Let's
okay,
stick
hold
with
on.
Packers.
All right. The
They'll
Packers
probably
pick is
cut
in.
him.
All right, the Packers pick is in.
Oh
All right.
Disrespect
it.
to Swift. Loved him in fantasy for years.
All right. So the
When
Patriots.
he
Christian
lost you in
Gonzalez,
fantasy for
Christian
years.
Gonzalez. We
Uh,
could get Christian Gonzalez.
I think it's
But what are
Jackson
the
Smith and
Packers?
Jiba.
We
Smith
could get
and Jigba
Jackson
could
Smith
fall
to
to
Jiba. We could trade back. I mean,
I think Smith
the
and Jigba
Patriots have a
goes
lot
here.
of options. Now,
Yeah.
I have had it mocked to the Packers. I believe I had them getting Addison because I had the Eagles taking
Yeah.
Jackson Smith. But I would not be surprised, as Connor and you have in your
Well,
mock, Jackson Smith and Najiba being
I did have
taken right.
JSN.
I could see that.
I would not be shocked.
I think it's going to be Smith and Jiba here. And what I'll say, whether they take Smith and Jiba or not, I think the right pick at 14 at this point is Christian Gonzalez. You did not expect a guy like him to fall this far. I'd say beyond like the top guys like Witherspoon, Anderson, Carter.
Yeah, but you need
Gonzalez
Okay,
is
I
the next tier
understand
down
that, but the
on the Pats
Patriots
board.
need a wide receiver. We
I know.
have nobody. We have
That's
nobody.
true.
We need
I guess
somebody.
maybe I'll say
there's
Smith
no
and Jiba
other wide
over
receiver.
Gonzalez.
There's no wide receiver
But if
but Smith and
goes here,
Jiba.
it's got to be Gonzalez.
There's no wide receiver but Smith and Najiba with a round one grade by nearly every team. Obviously, there's
Honestly,
needs
I
for
would
wide
love to
receiver
see-
that could push
I would
it,
have loved
but-
to see a Bill Belichick trade up to 13, snag Najiba, and just run away with
Yeah,
it.
yeah, maybe,
Uh,
maybe just but the Packers aren't going to do that. Why would the Packers do that if they could just take him right here?
Well, if they don't want, if they wanted a non-wide
Or if they
receiver,
don't want,
kind of,
it's either
you
they're
know.
going to take him or they don't want him. There's no reason for the Patriots to take their pick.
Yeah,
They could
but
just
I
get him
do
at 14.
think it's gonna be Smith and Najiba. I
Yeah.
think that makes
And
more
that's
sense.
what
They
I'm
need a
hearing,
wide
because-
receiver.
I would have loved him in a Pats uniform, and he's so close, yet so far away.
I know,
Yeah.
but Zay. I mean, listen. I think I have it mocked in every single one of my.
Now,
mock
if
drafts.
it's not JSN here, are you lock guaranteed JSN Patriots?
Well,
Yeah,
I would.
I would agree with. I would agree
take
with that.
any receiver. I think Zay Flowers is awesome. I didn't think that Najiba
Yeah.
would fall this far.
But would you take Zay Flowers over Christian Gonzalez? I don't think so.
I
No.
want a wide receiver. I would take Zay Flowers over Gonzalez.
Maybe you
wide
trade
receiver-
down if it's not Smith Najiba.
If
Well,
it is
one-
Smith Najiba, I would trade down and take Flowers at like 20 or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I would.
Trade with the Buccaneers, and maybe the Bucks go and get Will Levis.
They're
like
not
I
trading
said.
up for Will Levis if he's dropping this.
We're not
far.
trading up for Will Levis.
Yeah,
bro.
no
Will
chance.
Levis,
The-
certified
jump the
certified
Commanders.
corn frog
I feel like the
bum.
Commanders are gonna get him.
the
All right,
Um,
Packers.
Commanders aren't
Your
taking him
first
either.
wide receiver. I picked your first wide receiver in
Uh-oh.
the first round in 25,000 years. Here we go.
Will it be?
A good pick. I'm saying it's a good pick. It's a
Oh.
good pick. They
Wow.
didn't bow in and take receiver. I like that.
Let's
That's-
go. JSN, most likely a New England Patriot.
That's crazy. One interesting thing, Lions back on the board in a couple picks here.
I don't like this pick for the Packers, by the way.
He's the best edge rusher on the board,
Okay.
and they definitely need some
Yeah,
help on
yeah.
that line. That line is
I mean,
ass.
Rashawn Gary is good. You got to give him some credit. I don't know if the Packers really needed an edge. There were bigger needs.
That's
I-
what I'm saying. I feel like they could have.
Is wide
like, I-
receiver
I-
a
I
bigger
think Van
need?
Ness could very easily be a bust.
Okay, but here's the thing: you have a new quarterback in Jordan. Not new, but you have a guy who hasn't played that much. You don't have Lazard. I mean, who do the Packers have in that wide receiver? I mean, I guess you have Watson and Dubs, who you're hoping to turn into something. But at the same time, I think about it. Why not go get yourself a stud in Jackson?
They-
I don't like this pick for the Packers.
They play
They should've gone
3-4.
with JSN.
Andrew, they play
This is like a
3-4.
C-ish pick to me.
They play 3-4. So look,
I'm
Rashawn
glad the
Gary's an
Packers did
outside.
receiver.
Rashawn
Just
Gary's
because
an outside
not a big-
linebacker. He's not an edge rusher. He's an outside linebacker in a 3-4. Lucas
Well,
Van
the Packers
Ness.
have it before, don't they?
And the trade down is here. Bill
I knew it
Belichick
was gonna happen.
down
I
to
knew it. I called it, baby.
Bill Belichick down to
Are you kidding?
Number
me?
17.
You have Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Number 17.
I called it.
3
I
picks.
called it.
3 picks. The Steelers are on the clock. Joey Porter is here, heavily rumored.
Porter,
Roderick
Porter,
Jones. They like the Packers.
Connor, how much have I told you? Bill Belichick trades down. He trades down.
I mean, I
Now
don't know.
Smith and Jigba might go to the Jets, and that would be bad.
They're not taking
Jackson,
another wide
not
receiver.
taking
No
him.
way.
The Jets are not taking him. Jets are going O-line 1,000,000,000%.
And they also could go corner here. Christian Gonzalez on the board, jump the Commanders. That makes sense to me.
Or maybe they go for their
Absolutely.
hometown guy, Joey Porter Jr.
I think that's a possibility, but Christian Gonzalez, you just have to have him ranked higher, right?
Yeah, that is true. I feel like this trade is probably for Gonzalez. But the Patriots trading down, I just don't really understand.
Number
unless they have
17 and
a
a
guy
fourth
in
rounder.
mind.
First off, Andrew, how can
Maybe
you
it's
not
Zay Flowers.
understand the Patriots trading down? We do this every single year.
Yeah,
I
I know.
t-
I know.
I came in knowing we were going to
But
trade down. For
I
14.
feel like if they were going to trade down, they weren't going to do it with Smith and
I
Jigba.
think they
all
wanted
I'm gonna
Lucas Van Ness, and after the Packers took him, they
You
pivoted.
think they
No,
wanted Lucas
absolutely
Van
Guaranteed.
not, bro.
Guaranteed.
No way they wanted.
Guaranteed.
No. No, wait, hold on. Let me
Guaranteed.
ask you. What did the Patriots
want
get?
Zay
What did
Flowers.
the Patriots get for 14?
17 and a fourth round pick.
Look,
That means we have
I'm
like
not
8. We had like 6
Listen.
fourth rounders this year. I was looking at it
am I
yesterday.
that
We were
mad,
7th, 4th round
Why are
pick
the
this year.
Jonas
Am I that
Brothers
bad?
on
No.
my television screen?
but if Smith and
What's the
Jigba
point of the
ends up
Jonas
significantly
Why
better
is-
than Zay
Why
Flowers,
is a booger on my television screen, bro? This guy's
we're going to
a
be kicking
bum.
ourselves.
Andrew, who cares, bro? Zay Flowers or JSN, I don't care, bro. Give me one of them. I don't care.
Yeah,
JSN is.
I think we can still get Zay. We are still
I
probably
think
getting
you I think you still got
25.
JSN. I don't think the Jets or the Commanders are taking JSN. Someone else could
They're not
trade
taking
No,
down.
the Jets have been linked to JSN. The
I don't
Jets have
see
been
it.
linked to
Just-
JSN.
They're
I
not
don't see
taking
it,
JSN. They have too
Rogers
many
might
Rodgers.
say, I want JSN.
I don't care about Rogers' stupid wish list. They didn't sign frickin' Randall Cobb, so
They did sign Lazard though.
yeah. But Lazard's an actual
sign Lazard,
playable
that's
player.
But what else are the Jets going to do? They don't have that many needs outside
They're
of
freaking
O-line.
alignment. They need line.
Yeah,
All right, fine.
protecting.
Maybe you take Broderick Jones.
Yeah. Protecting Aaron Rodgers is more important than getting him a backup receiver. Because Jason
You
probably
already have
isn't.
Garrett
Got it.
Wilson and Lazard.
Look,
You already have
now that
plenty
I
of
think
wide
about it, I
receivers.
don't mind the trade down at all because you're guaranteed.
Now you don't
one
mind
of
it at
these
all.
four.
You gotta
You're
mentally
guaranteed one of these
prepare
four.
yourself.
JSN, Zay
This-
Flowers, Christian Gonzalez, or Broderick Jones. One of those four is guaranteed to fall to the Patriots.
I'm thinking pick is in, so we're thinking Broderick Jones here, or we're thinking Christian Gonzalez, right?
Gonzalez.
I'll
I
go
like-
Broderick. Andrew's
I
going-
like Gonzalez. I've had them linked to Porter the entire time. I think the
I'll go
straight
with
up
the
is
hot
because
take and say
Gonzalez is
Porter.
still on the board. I like Gonzalez here. I think the Steelers, they're a lockdown team. They've got some great players on the end. And having a shutdown corner, or at least a very good corner, I think would help this team so
Yeah,
much.
yeah. I absolutely agree that it should be a corner. It's just a matter of which one. Do they go for the Penn
It's
State
not
guy,
Porter.
or do they go for
Gonzalez
Christian
is better
Gonzalez?
than Porter. Gonzalez is
I
better
agree
than Porter.
Gonzalez is better than Porter, but maybe they had on their board Porter high.
Dude, the Bucks are really
We
gonna
don't
take Anton fucking Harrison, dude. Swear to God.
Anton Harris. That would
I
be
swear to God,
bad.
dude.
I mean, not that bad because they do need O-line help badly.
But like in the
I just
first
feel like
round,
to trade up for him. To trade up for him would have been bad.
All right, here we go. Here comes Goodell.
hey, that was the
Trade
rumor.
down, baby, every year.
The rumor is they wanted to go up to get him, so it makes sense to me.
Roderick Jones.
He
Oh,
was the
okay.
last top tackle on the board. They needed a tackle. I get it. Obviously,
So it
Christian
looks like the
Gonzalez is
Patriots are
talented.
not going tackle most likely.
Probably not.
No, the
some,
Patriots
traded out
were
of
never.
that
We're
pick, I
taking
guess.
a wide receiver. Get Max some help, baby. Woo!
It's time. It's time for them to get maximum help. But I do like Broderick Jones for the Steelers here. I think O
I do
line was
too. I
definitely
really
a need,
do.
almost
And
as
Kenny
big a
Pickett, by
need.
the way, Kenny Pickett's a great player.
no, he's not.
He needs
Come
some
on,
help.
dude.
He needs some help.
We're just
The
straight
O-line
lying on
was
here, huh?
absolutely awful last year. Did you see Najee Harris last year? He didn't look like himself because the O-line was just so
Bro,
bad.
Kenny
This is
Pickett's
so
got some dog in him, bro. Don't doubt, bro.
Yeah, don't doubt Kenny Pickett. This will be a big help for him. I really like
I
this
love
pick.
this pick. I think it's a great pick for the Steelers. They could have gone
Yeah.
outside or
Hey,
inside.
he's the last top tackle on the board, and they wanted a
Great
tackle.
move for Pittsburgh.
Okay,
here
but no,
to go
where
and
does
get
that
their
leave the
guy
Jets?
before he's gone.
Could the Jets get someone to play alongside Sauce on the other side?
That'd be
potentially?
deadly. Christian Gonzalez and
Dude.
Sauce is deadly.
Unless
And then we have Zay
I don't know.
Flowers killing Zay
I'm
Zay
gonna
Flowers
go out
killing
and say
Sauce.
this.
Oh my god, that'd be so nice, bro.
Unless the Jets want Smith to Jigba, I think they're trading
They're
out of this pick.
not taking Smith and Najib.
They're-
Stop.
then they're trading out of this pick. There's nobody that stands out to me at a position of need for the Jets.
Al Horford
Maybe they
really
go
fell off a
edge, so no
fucking
one's
cliff,
gonna-
dude. I'm so pissed off. This guy's
Are the Celtics winning?
unplayable. Down by 1 right now.
That's all good.
Who's
By
unplayable?
the way, the
Al
Lightning have
Horford,
defeated the Maple Leafs
unplayable.
4-2, extending the series.
Tatum needs to step it up.
And Al Horford's
He
about to
should be
get
bouncing.
freaking ejected for landing space calls, so I guess he's not playing him anyway.
And we just beat the Hawks already. I'm getting tired of losing.
The Hawks are so annoying. Trey Young, like, get out of
He's
here.
such a bitch. Just jumps into random calls.
All right.
Early predictions for the Jets. I'm gonna say Nolan Smith.
I'm gonna say Nolan Smith to the Bucks because I'm hoping.
I mean, the pass rush for the Jets needs work, right? So there's that.
Yeah, I think Smith would be a big help to that. And there's not really many other standout needs. So, like, when there aren't that many other standout needs, you go and get the best player available. And I think this edge
No,
rush
it's true.
class is very good. Nolan Smith is one of the best on the board right now.
Yeah, you can definitely get Nolan Smith. I think that's a good pick. Looking at the
Or
board,
maybe
I
you
mean,
go, or
could-
maybe you like Gonzalez better, but you already have Sauce going.
Or
I
I mean,
don't think-
or you get
I think
Hendon Hooker to
and DJ
make
Lee.
Aaron Rodgers mad.
Okay, I
It
think
worked for the
okay,
Packers.
Hear me out. I think a really underrated pick. I mean, I don't know who the Jets tight end is right now. I don't. Is it
Dalton
Uzama?
Kincaid?
Do they take another tight end potentially?
I would like
I-
Kincaid here. I could see that.
I mean, it's a possibility, right? I think that's
I think
definitely
it is a
something you got to
possibility.
consider.
He's a great tight end. I was talking about
Tyler
him earlier.
Conklin's solid though.
One of my guys.
It's true, but
Conk was solid last
Got
year,
some
but it's
real
definitely
movement.
possible.
I
I could
wouldn't be
definitely see
shocked. It
That
wouldn't
would be a
bad
pick I like.
for sure. The Jets are really making us wait. We've had the pick is ready every single time, bro. Jets making us wait.
The Jets just don't know what to do. I feel like they're listening to offers to trade down.
Oh, absolutely.
because
But who? But from who? Who do we think they'd be listening to?
Imagine they just
Hmm.
trade this pick for DeAndre Hopkins and 33 or something.
I think no,
Damn.
no,
I mean, damn. You could be right.
that's not happening. I could see a team that really needs a corner moving up and getting Christian Gonzalez. That's what I'll say.
It's possible. I mean, that's probably what they're talking about.
Well,
with the
Commanders,
right
you're
now.
probably taking him instantly, right? Commanders, you're like,
The
shit,
Commanders,
he's on the
well,
board,
the Commanders,
locked.
even if they don't get Gonzalez, they have Porter Jr. and Banks waiting. Like they don't even need
Yeah,
Gonzalez.
not taking Porter Jr. I did have Christian Gonzalez 16 to the Commanders in my mock.
I think if it's not Gonzalez,
It's probably
Commanders,
Banks.
and it's Banks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's who I had in the mock. I would stick with that, even if Porter Jr. is falling much further than I expect. But everyone was saying last night that Porter Jr. might fall a lot further than expected.
Did Bill Belichick strategically let the Steelers get Broderick Jones so the Jets could not?
I think,
Maybe.
yeah, I could see that. That would be very smart on Belichick's part. That would be
That
one of
would-
the
that would
smartest-
Don't
be-
let the Jets
That would
get
be
their tackle.
Belichick-esque right there.
Don't
that
let
would
the
be,
Jets
Max-
get their tackle.
if that's the case.
That would be one of the most Belichick things I've ever seen.
Yeah. That would be, yeah.
The
I
trade
would love
back
that.
to prevent it. Listen, the Jets, they got under two.
It was a great pick for the Steelers. You got to give him some credit. One of the best picks in a while because I really wasn't liking the direction the draft was going between the Bears, the Titans, the Lions, the Packers. Just bad pick after bad pick. And then
Lions
the
and
Steelers-
Tigers and Bears. Oh my! Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh my! Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh my!
That whole division sinking it up right now. The NFC North.
Yeah, I mean, I listen. I've had it mocked forever that the Vikings are taking a quarterback at like whatever they are, 23.
No, that's not. I thought you were
No,
a
because
Kirk Cousins
Kirk is
believer.
not going to be there. They're not going to. They haven't re-signed Kirk. I doubt they do it again. Huge mistake, by the way. All y'all know I'm a big Kirk Cousins
Are
fan.
you gonna go follow Kirk Cousins to whatever other team he goes to?
Yeah,
as your
I
second
will
team?
definitely follow him to San Francisco when he leaves for San Francisco.
San
So, yeah.
Francisco. That's what you think. Interesting.
I sort of put my
Or
money
maybe the
against
Kirk to New
Kirk.
England
Wait,
rumors
wait.
start up again.
No, wait. Who's playing? Who's playing cards with this girl? Who is that? Put the name up. I don't know who this is. Nolan Smith is playing
Minute
cards with his
33
girlfriend
left for
right
the
now.
Jets.
His girlfriend or his sister or his mom.
What will they do to compete with the Patriots, Dolphins, and Bills? in this
Honestly,
division?
I think Kirk Cousins is going to kill it on the Michigan Panthers. USFL legend Kirk Cousins. Truly.
Oh, stop.
No way he goes to the USFL. What are you on
All right, the
about?
Jets are very excited about their pick. They seem very enthusiastic.
Miles Murphy.
They seem
Nolan
very
Smith.
happy. This is gonna be interesting, folks.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mac Jones, meet the guy who's gonna be sacking you for the next 5 years.
Probably.
McCorkle.
Jets are sticking and picking.
They're
Alright.
sticking and picking. Let's see it.
This is Mr. Jigba. I will
J-E-T-S,
laugh.
Jets, J-E-T-S, Jets, J-E-T-S, Jets. Crazy right now.
I mean,
Let's go,
if they
baby.
look that happy, it could be Kincaid or Mayer.
Bro,
What?
just let the Patriots pick Zay Flowers, please. Let them trade back again to 25 and pick
Where's
Zay
Mr.
Flowers.
Jigba?
No, I just want the Cowboys to trade up, and then the Patriots to trade back and take Zay Flowers at 25.
Zay Flowers is not
please.
getting the 25, dude. With
Zay
that
Flowers
many,
getting 25.
with,
Eighth
He's
day
getting
at
25. You
17.
better believe it, Connor.
dude, he's not getting by the Ravens, Vikings,
Yeah.
Giants.
Bro, the Ravens are taking D-Hop.
The
Did you hear the
Ravens
news?
need to
Connor,
get
we talked about 2
Lamar.
hours ago. Ravens are getting D-Hop, bro, 1,000,000%.
They're
Whoa.
probably getting D-Hop, but then if the Cardinals move into that slot with that pick, maybe they take a receiver at that.
That's a pick. Huh. Wow.
Connor, are you looking at the picks before they're announced by Roger Goodell?
I just saw
Oh,
that
no.
one, yeah. But I'm trying to look at
You
Celtics,
better not reveal it, bro.
I won't.
Oh, Roger Goodell be coming out soon to announce it for real.
Beat it out, man.
Ba-ba-da. What a draft, by the way. What an entertaining draft.
Shocked.
Yeah, very entertaining.
Very shocked.
I'm loving it right
Still
now.
in
Connor,
shock.
the best draft
I'm
team
still
we've
in
ever done.
shock about the Jameer Gibbs pick. Like
I
that.
love it.
That just.
Great pick.
I don't
I'm in
think there's
shock
been
about
any
this
that's
pick.
been-
I was not expecting this over the guys that are on the board.
All right.
The Jets, it doesn't matter as much because there's no pressing needs. Maybe go for a guy that they like on their board. I'm not going to heat on this pick as much as the Jameer Gibbs one, no matter what it
And
is,
really,
because
bro,
I don't think
I
you can
mean,
go as wrong.
I love
There was
what's
an
happened.
obvious choice for the Lions. Christian Gonzalez was right there for them. They really needed him, and they go for Jameer
There's a guy
Gibbs.
with
The
an
Jets-
Elijah Bear Tucker jersey. That's crazy.
It's a good jersey.
Look at this
Beast.
kid. Look at how hype he
Great
is.
jersey.
Great story. Kid had bone cancer. 13 years old. I love seeing the kids who get to pick. I mean, it's just such
This
a
will
such a
round
moment.
out the top 15.
This kid is about to give the loudest announcement pick ever.
Very exciting stuff.
Connor, what are the odds I get this kid on Kyle Stickles on the podcast?
Low.
I could see it.
Not Kyle Stickles, but
Audrey, Kyle, come on the pod. Tell me what it was like.
so Patriots are one pick off, and
Coach
you
was
feel like
huge on him. Holy moly.
Yeah, they're on deck.
It looked
Technically
massive.
the
Man,
How big are his
Commanders.
feet? Is he
on the
10
clock.
You
Is he
feel
a
like
size 12?
Commanders gotta go Christian Gonzalez, right? Just because it's
Yeah,
there.
unless the Jets take it. I don't think they are. If you're saying it's a shocking pick.
Let's go. Come on, Jets. Come on, Kyle Stickles. Give us the pick. What a name, by the way. Kyle Stickles. I love that. Yes. Jets. I told you he was going to do it. I told you.
Will
Whoa.
McDonald?
Bill
of course.
McDonald.
Oh no, shocker.
That's interesting. I don't mind it too much though.
But by the way, what a pick announcement. Kyle Stickles, give him a round of applause. Bringing the energy tonight. Ooh, I love that. Gets me
Yeah.
fired up. It's 10 p.m.
Will
don't
McDonald
worry,
was
folks.
a fifth-year senior, and he just kind of
The
popped
only thing
off
I don't
this year.
understand is there any argument for McDonald over a guy like Nolan Smith or Miles Murray?
Versatility.
I think
Those guys are stuck at edge. This guy can play inside linebacker, outside linebacker. He hop on your head. He is everywhere. It's like Isaiah Simmons.
No, yeah, I like that.
or,
I do
or
like
Micah
And
Parsons.
by the way,
He's not as
by the
good
way,
as Micah
super
Parsons,
experience-
but that kind of versatility.
and a super
That's a great
experienced
pick.
player at that too. Like he's
Yeah,
definitely got
a
experience.
fifth-year senior, you're getting a guy who knows what he's doing out there. That
He's
makes sense
NFL
for a
ready.
team
Not
trying to
right.
contend.
NFL
not a
ready.
bad pick. But I feel like by upping them for Broderick Jones, I'm gonna guess that they really wanted Broderick Jones and they kind of missed out on their guy
Maybe
they really
yeah.
wanted, so they went for someone else that was kind of a passion pick.
I certainly think it's
The backup
possible,
plan.
but I don't think it's a bad.
I do like
pick.
them filling that linebacker need because they definitely needed some help on the edge, and because of versatility to play the interior too. That's great.
Give me Nolan Smith at 19, man. I need it.
I'm trying to find
For the
Kyle
Commanders
Stickles on
here,
Twitter.
The Commanders here. I
I'd
think it would
block
be-
in Christian Gonzalez in
Serious
10
miss.
seconds flat.
Okay. Here's
You
the
have. Did anyone have Christian Gonzalez's biggest follower?
Pick is in. Pick is already in. Patriots are on the clock.
I feel like
Again.
that they don't pick Gonzalez. It's because they really like Deontay Banks and they want him instead. That's the only way it's not going.
Maybe. I think you take the athleticism. Christian Gonzalez,
agree,
I'll give him
but
CJ
you never-
Henderson comp. Because that's what it felt like with him and
I found Kyle Stickles on Instagram. I did. Yes, this is the
Better
real Kyle
reach
Stickles.
out.
Is he public? He is public. I'll reach out. Kyle Stickles on the podcast. What was it like announcing a pick? How could I? Can you put me in touch with someone to do that? Thanks.
Yeah. Just
Thank
to
you.
prepare you
Good
all
shot.
here. If it's Christian Gonzalez right here, I think that
Will
walks
Levis
in.
right now is feeling the Aaron Rodgers, isn't he? He's feeling the
I think that
wow.
Connor. Stop looking at the pick beforehand. My goodness.
it's
Turn
got to
your
be Banks now. It's
notifications off.
got to be Banks now.
Wow.
I'm gonna guess
Wow.
Deontay Banks.
Stop
right
it. Right now, stop.
Wow.
I was gonna say a second ago that if it was Gonzalez here, that would pretty much lock in a receiver for the Patriots.
I'm
But
mind blown.
If it's
What?
Jackson Smith and Najibba, let's trade back again, baby. Let's keep accruing those fourth rounders.
no, just take Zay. Like, enough with the
No,
funny
bro, we good. Listen, just get every fourth round pick. All right, get all 32, and then
Well,
we'll
I
be
had
fine.
to pull it up.
with a fourth
I
round.
had to
pick.
pull it up just in
Oh.
case the Patriots traded back. It just showed me who it was.
See who the Commanders pick.
Bill Belichick stays winning.
I feel like this has got to be a corner no matter what.
You gotta
don't
know
which
when to
corner?
hold it,
Or maybe a
know
safety. I
when
could
to
see a safety.
fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You better count your money
Nice finish,
when you're
Jalen.
sitting at the table.
I game.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
boss.
I don't know what the Commanders are going to do here. Based on Connor's reaction,
That's a
it's probably
weird one.
not Christian Gonzalez.
So weird.
The Commanders do make a lot of weird picks. Some of them work out, some of them don't. If it's a weird one, it probably does not mean Najiba, Zay Flowers, Gonzalez. It could be Joey Porter, but probably
I
not.
don't know. The thing about the Commanders, though, is even if they make weird picks, they always fill the need. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it's Deontay Banks. That's gonna be my prediction.
Deontay
I'll say
Banks.
close,
Okay.
but no cigar.
Ooh. Hendon Hooker must be. Cam Smith.
Could see
See,
Cam
who
Smith.
else? Cam
Definitely
Smith,
a
maybe.
corner. Definitely a corner. That or a QB. It's a QB or CB.
Will Levis.
I'll say
Will
he was
Levis.
Maybe
highly looked at by the Eagles, and that's where I think a lot of people expected him to go.
I don't even know who the Eagles won, so I can't even tell you. I don't even know.
Oh,
I don't even know.
I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is. It'd be Nolan Smith.
Bro, can
No,
you guys
it's
stop
not Nolan Smith
spoiling
because I
the
wouldn't have been
draft?
so surprised at Nolan Smith. But Nolan Smith would make sense if they're planning on trading Chase Young, which is the current rumor. But it
I
is
think
not.
they're gonna trade Chase Young. No,
That's.
I don't.
I mean,
think
they
that's-
declined his fifth-year option.
because they want to extend him. Is my guess.
I don't know about
Doesn't
that.
sound like it, but possible.
Or let him prove.
It- I mean, he's been too injured to really just throw down an extension right there. To me.
Commanders. It could be a very high stakes pick because they're kind of at a turning point.
What are the Patriots gonna do? With, I mean,
And while the Celtics in a continued back and forth with the Hawks right now.
yep.
Continue back.
23 points,
Oh.
kind of avenging himself from the last game.
They're playing 5v8. It's tough.
And the pick is in, it looks like.
For the Patriots.
No,
The
no,
Commanders.
no.
Oh, you mean it's
The
going up?
Commanders.
The pick was in a while ago.
But it's coming up.
Wow, CBS gave them A grade.
Emmanuel Forbes 2.
I like it.
Commanders. It's
He's
not
the best
bad.
ball hawk in the class.
Oh, that's a good pick.
If you value
Christian Gonzalez.
if you value a ball hawk over a physical guy, then that's your guy.
I could see the reasoning behind this pick. It was a big need. And yes, he is like been a lot higher probably on NFL teams' boards than the media's boards. So I definitely see the reasoning behind the pick. But I still don't see why they didn't take Christian Gonzalez.
Wow.
Overall, though, I like it.
It's gotta be a receiver, right? Gotta be a
This
receiver.
has got to be Smith and Jigba. There is no
Give
way.
me a
Or
wide
Zay,
receiver.
one or the other.
Are you sure it's not a fifth round tackle prospect from
They know
Central
feel like this
Illinois
is-
University?
This is my guess. They had their guy at 14.
Now,
Give me a wide
now,
receiver.
Andrew, Christian Gonzalez still on the board, possibility.
Give me
I
a
guess
wide
I could see
receiver.
that.
You know what?
I'd
I
say
will play
either
devil's
Gonzalez
advocate. You two
or
want
Jigba.
receiver. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna say, hey, Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Gonzalez,
Give
I'd
me
be
a
happy
wide
with.
out.
Ethan Jigba, I'd be happy with. Flowers, I'd be happy with, but still probably not at the greatest value. Any of those three, I think you walk away with a win here. Anything else, not so much.
Give me.
Gonzalez.
There you
I
go.
like it. I like it. I would have wanted a receiver, but I still like it.
Dude, no receivers are off the board, Michael. You're not taking Zay Flowers here no matter what. You do not take a second round talent here with JSN on the board. If you want a JSN, you go
I think they can
JSN.
still get Zay
If
Flowers
not,
in round 2.
You
or
have
another.
you have multiple fourths, multiple fifths, multiple sixths, and a decently high second to trade back in. That's what I had him do in my mock.
I just
falls to
this is-
round
listen,
2.
I'm not angry. Okay,
Easily be
listen,
their
I'm
pick.
not angry. I think Christian Gonzalez is a great player, and by the way, I
That's a
think that
steal.
really
That's a steal.
no, absolutely, and I think that it completely bolsters our cornerback core. I think it's a great pick. However, we still have to get some help for Mac.
But
So-
the draft's not
Here's the
over,
thing.
Michael. The draft's
You
not
can't
over
pass
I
on
know,
Christian
but the draft was
Gonzalez.
unless you like Zay Flowers, Michael. They're not taking Zay Flowers with JSN on the board.
No, I know that. I'm aware of that.
So I'd rather go
They
Christian
have
Gonzalez.
corners with
I
that
was
size.
expecting JSN there. I was expecting
Trade
JSN.
up to like 24 with the Jaguars after Zay Flowers
Quite
goes
honestly.
after JSN goes to the Vikings
Honestly,
or whatnot.
Christian Gonzalez had to have been a top 5 player on the Patriots board, just based
I-
on
I-
need and value alone.
I think Christian Gonzalez can work in that system.
Oh,
on
I
his own,
love this pick.
on his
Love
own,
this
all he has is physicality. He's
Belichick,
not great,
Masterclass.
but with the Patriots way they develop corners, he can be very elite because all he has is athleticism. He's not a great corner on his own already, but he's stupidly athletic.
Honestly, would have been more
and that's kind of the
disappointed
one
with
thing
an
that
O-line
the
pick.
Patriots, that's kind of the one thing that the Patriots lack in cornerbacks. By the way, we've always had very, we have some good coverage guys, but Christian Gonzalez is a guy that hopefully we can stick on a really athletic guy, maybe like a Jalen Waddle,
And-
right? Or maybe like a
Look at it.
I don't know, a Garrett
There's
Wilson
so
or a
Many good receivers in the AFC East to
I
have that
love
lockdown.
Grant Williams.
Love it.
Playoff Grant Williams is better than Giannis. Let's be real here.
well, I mean, Giannis got knocked out in the first round, so
Yeah, Grant Williams didn't do that. Grant Williams outplayed Giannis in the Game 7. I'll take Grant Williams all time.
Christian Gonzalez, the next star corner in New England.
Yeah, I mean,
listen, and we got Jonathan Jones.
Jack
so-
Jones. Jack Jones is a very
And
similar
Marcus
mold.
Jones.
If-
Marcus Jones is so versatile. I think.
I mean,
now
he
that the
didn't really
Patriots
play
don't take that
at
round
corner.
1 receiver.
but
Watch for Marcus Jones to start getting some reps at
If
wide
Christian
receiver.
Gonzalez
Be that
committed a
versatile Swiss
crime,
Army knife.
if Christian Gonzalez committed a crime, he'd basically be Jack Jones in terms of physicality, the way he plays, and then Jack Jones dropped because of the crimes he committed.
All right, the Patriots picked. I need a refuel, baby.
Crap, the
We are-
rebound, man! Stop fucking fighting each other for it.
We are not
Fucking
sponsored
raw,
by
dude.
Fig Newtons, but Fig Newtons are very good. So, Fig Newtons,
What I was saying, I honestly would have been more disappointed, even though it helps Mac. I would have been more disappointed with an O lineman simply because the Patriots, as a team, with the corner and wide receiver positions, you needed to really get that true number 1 at the position. Whereas with the O line, you don't need that ace at tackle. You can stick someone random at right tackle that you get in the 2nd or 3rd round. The fact that they got their ace corner, that I'm very happy with that.
a moment of serenity on the stream.
Absolutely. Now, next team on the clock is the Detroit Lions.
Let's
I
go.
wonder if they
Tight end time.
take Kincaid like we all said, or do they go for a corner?
I think an
If they
edge
pick-
is a possibility for sure. We were
Or do they
talking
do
about
something completely unexpected
we were
again?
talking about them looking at D line at pick 6, and they traded down. And I
The
think
pick is
Nolan
in.
Smith, Miles Murphy here is a
Elijah
possibility.
Cansey.
Elijah Cansey could
But
be
can they
interesting.
just take Kincaid? Can they take Kincaid so we can all be right?
That'd be pretty
That
cool.
would be so fun.
Uh,
That would be so fun. I would love to be right.
The pick is in.
I don't know. I think there's a thing with tight ends that this is one of the deepest tight end drafts we've ever seen. Like you got similar grades on guys in round 1 and round 3, kind of just based on.
Kincaid is that special talent.
No,
Right.
I
Let me
agree
put-
with you there, but teams are like, hey,
Kincaid is the top tier, and
Hey,
then I
we're
think all those other
fine.
guys are
we're fine with Zach Kuntz in next round
No, wait,
Yeah,
hold on.
they-
than
Let me-
getting a playmaker here type thing.
Yeah,
That's
like,
my
Who
drop
we
idea.
off
see-
Air to Kuntz, sure, but the drop off from Kincaid to Kuntz. Kincaid is one of those guys that can become an elite tight end in this league.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do we see a team that is currently team that does not currently have another pick in the first round trade back into the first round?
I could see it, maybe for a quarterback. Or a team that doesn't have a first round pick at all trading in.
Connor, the Bucks are up. They're actually on the clock right now.
Sir, give me Nolan
You guys
Smith,
got the
baby.
Pick is in for the Lions.
Yeah.
Take Levis here. I think they do.
No way. No way.
It's gonna fall out of the
Levis
first round.
is falling.
He's
Levis
that
is falling.
guy
There's no
that
reason
falls
to
out of the first. Expected to go.
Levis is falling. There's no reason to take him. You can take Levis whenever you want to. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, like there. I mean, way you were describing it, there were really three quarterbacks that had the potential to be the best from the class, and Will Levis was not one of them. And it was really
Yeah,
the
I mean,
QB
well,
needy
listen,
teams
there's a
that got
reason
those
why
two.
I have Will Levis as my biggest bust from this draft class, and there's a reason
I mean, I
why.
have Richardson as a bust, but
Well, yeah, but there's a reason why Levis has yet to be picked so far. I mean, it's clear and obvious that
It's 'cause he
the
sucked
rest
in
of the
college.
NFL does not feel the same way
I
about
have
it.
a feeling that there was one team that liked Levis that kind of skewed all the rumors about him.
I mean,
That
it's
one
possible.
team
I don't know.
decided otherwise.
Trade down. Listen, I think what's great about the Patriots, we traded down. We still
Maybe the
got
Seahawks
Gonzalez.
take Levis at 20.
That's a possibility. I
Traded
think.
down. We still got the guy that we wanted. So I see this as an absolute win for the Patriots. We got an extra fourth rounder for nothing. I mean, that's exactly what you want. So great move by Bill.
They would have taken Gonzalez at 14. They get him at 17. So that's Belichick masterclass. And at the same time, blocking the Jets from getting Broderick Jones can't get better than that.
Yeah, that's a fun block. So Aaron Rodgers,
Andrew,
you're not
Andrew,
allowed to
Andrew,
get
you're-
protection.
Andrew, your camera is currently off. I just want to make sure you know that.
Yes. I'm waiting to turn it back on. A second. We're having
Okay.
a little bit of issues here.
Give me
All right.
JSN at 19. Literally any of the top guys on the board, I'm in. Just not Anton Harrison.
If the Bucks got another wide receiver, that'd be crazy. Evans,
The Bucks do
Godwin.
not need a receiver. And Smith and Jigba. That would be
That'd be
insane
crazy, though.
Dude, Kyle Trask
Baker
would be,
Mayfield
Kyle
would
Trask
be
would
out there.
throwing.
All right, here we
Baker
go.
Mayfield. What are you
Son,
talking about?
Baker
Kyle
Mayfield's not winning that job.
They said he would. They said he'd be their guy.
They didn't. They said they were holding a competition and you
Jeff
Trask
Campbell.
decided.
Wow.
Yeah, I like it. I like
That's
it.
an interesting one.
Because Alex
Need
Anzalone
a
is one
line.
of the worst starting linebackers in the league. That guy's ass. So you get a real linebacker.
True.
One thing I did mock a lot for the Lions was getting Noah Sewell in later rounds as their linebacker.
Yes. That
just
would've been
because
cool,
the
because they already have
connection.
his brother.
Just because the connection, everything. But I knew they needed a linebacker.
Here's what I want to ask: did either of you have Campbell going round one?
I had him in some mocks. Not all of them,
I
but I had
did
him in
have
some.
him going to the. Yeah, I had him going to the Buffalo Bills at 27. The fact that he went this high surprises me, but considering the last pick the Lions made, it seems they're not really afraid to reach for a guy they really want.
No, but
I mean,
he's
Jack
not
Campbell was
Iowa.
like
I
a
feel like
top
that's
20
what he-
player on my big board. But just linebackers
He's a
don't get
good player.
drafted all that
He's
high.
a good player.
But I love that. I think he's going to be
But
They
great.
would've gotten him later.
And Alex
Here's what I
Anzalone
really like.
sucks, so.
Here's what I really like. He seems
I don't
like
love
a
this pick, but I don't hate
Dan
it.
Campbell guy. And that's not because they share the same last name, by the way.
Dan Campbell
right?
drafted
That's
his
not the
son.
reason.
That's crazy.
Son.
The Bucks pick is in. Connor, who do you
That's
want?
fast.
Let's talk about it.
I want Nolan Smith. In all honesty, I love him. I like Miles Murphy too. Honestly, any of the edge rushers. Not Anton Harrison. Please don't. Kincaid would be kind of
I don't.
cool.
Here's the thing:
Don't need corner. Don't need.
you need a lineman.
Linebacker,
not?
I was thinking Jack Campbell at linebacker, but now he's off.
What
That's
do you
not
have
going to
against?
happen anymore.
What do you have against Anton Harrison?
He's not a first round talent, and he's not
What about a
starting
guy-
over Brandon Walton that we have. As much as
Guy
Brandon
like
Walton's
John
not
Michael
good,
Schmitz,
Anton Harrison's not starting there. I think that's obvious.
Cyrus Torrance.
We don't need a
John Michael
guard. We
Schmitz.
have 18 young guards. We don't have tackles.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see what the Bucks do here. I mean, I don't think that they take a quarterback. I have them mock taking a safety. I really don't see that happening. There are too many top players on the board right now. For
No,
them to
Brian
take.
Branch isn't good enough.
No.
Nice
Keep
run.
Brian Branch. I think that would be a good pick.
Why? Would we trade
Not right
Winfield?
now.
Bucks may have Winfield, but they don't have another safety.
We just
Oh my
signed
God.
Ryan Neal.
Oh my God.
We
Grant
just signed a
Williams.
guy who was almost a Pro Bowler.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Good steal, Grant
Grant
Williams.
Williams.
You own Trey Young.
He's so good.
Who?
Grant Williams.
Oh, Grant?
I know
Oh,
you're talking
I,
about the-
I like that pick, baby. I like that pick. I don't mind that pick.
Connor.
I don't mind that pick.
You're
I'm
going
in.
the
I'm in.
draft.
I'm all in. Give me the best D-line in football.
It's Nolan Smith. It's gotta be.
You know, Ryan Neal was almost a Pro Bowler playing behind Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs, but
Both of those guys were injured majority of the season, my guy. I don't think Jamal Adams played more than a game.
that's fair.
Ryan Neal was the best PFF graded safety in football last year.
Here comes Roger Goodell.
Pick is in for the Bucks. All right, Connor, give us your thoughts as a Bucks fan.
I think
Yeah,
D
give us your
tackle's
thoughts.
a need for sure, because we play a lot of rotations. Vita Vea can't go long, and obviously we lost 2 D tackles in free agency, 3 actually. So outside of Vea, we have Logan Hall and like Patrick O'Connell, who's not very good, and Greg Gaines we signed, who I'm not sold on. And Kayla Judkins just gives you a really great rotational guy there. When
I
you
feel like-
lose. I mean, we lost William Golston and we lost what the hell?
I feel like the argument you were making against Brian Branch is the argument that I would make against taking.
but we
Kansas.
have
I
2
think
safeties. We don't have
bringing in
2 line,
like
D
Vita
line,
Vea
3-4
is
D
locked
line.
in as
Antoine Winfield
Vea's
plays
locked
every
in as
snap in the
starter.
game. Ryan Neal's going to play every snap in the game. Vita Vea can't play more than 50 snaps in a game.
where does Cansey fit in here? Because I feel like Greg Gaines is going to rotate in. Logan Hall is going to rotate in.
And what do you do for the
maybe
50%? What do you do for the 50% of snaps that Vita Vea is not in when those guys rotate in?
You give those to Cansey, but I
Yeah.
still think maybe there are better things.
Patrick O'Connor's a special teamer. DeAndre Sinnat, I have no idea. Willington Previlon, that's our other guy. Cam Gill's too small.
DeAndre Sinnat,
Tryon Trianka's
guy
too
that I think
small.
Have a bounce back.
AJ Britt's too small. Ulysses Gilbert, that's inside. Like, there's no one else there. They were gonna. I thought they were gonna sign someone personally, but like,
I mean, they were going to get a D lineman. I do like the fit of Cansey there.
they were gonna get a D
All right,
lineman at some
Seattle.
point in this draft.
Seattle is back on the clock.
Could
We
be a
have
will leave his
11
spot.
picks to go. Connor,
Looking
Seattle
back
here.
here.
Where are they looking?
I think interior line's definitely a spot that you're gonna look at here.
Cyrus Torrance comes to mind.
Possibly John Michael Schmitz as well. Early in the draft,
And they already got their corner in
They
Devin
did get a
Witherspoon. I think
corner.
the biggest need here
It could be
this
D
point
line or
would
edge
be
rush.
interior O line.
Yeah,
I think interior O line has to take priority over that. Osiris Torrance or John Michael Smith, you can't really go wrong with either.
I like Osiris Torrance a little better. I think
Or do they
the,
take Will Levis?
I don't
No.
see it at this point. I think they want to Hendon Hooker,
I
but they're
think
going to
Torrance
leave
is
him.
the pick. Because and Hooker could fall to day 2. Still get him possibly at this
And,
point in the second round.
and again, who cares? Like, it's just Will Levis, bro.
Yeah.
I mean,
Again, they have Geno Smith for 3 years. There are 2 better QB classes. after
not
this.
even literally not even a special player, bro. Not even a special.
Like, you do not need a quarterback at all. The interior line is definitely a concern for the Seahawks. You need to make it a little easier for Kenneth Walker to become an every down
Exactly,
workhorse. You need to
bro.
get him some protection.
I mean, I love what's going on right now. I love the Patriots pick. I mean, I would, wide receiver. We
Trade,
need to
such a
solve that,
win-win.
but can't go wrong with Christian
Yeah,
Gonzalez.
the Patriots trade Roderick Jones and Christian Gonzalez, the Steelers and Pats picks, make for the 5 best picks in this first round.
Derek White off the fucking floor, dude. I swear to God.
Starting to become a Celtics broadcast in addition to a draft broadcast.
Hey,
Well,
game
I mean,
6 in the
listen,
playoffs,
both are important. All right.
That's
The
true.
Chargers,
Very
Ravens coming up. Big teams. Obviously, one team that
Looking
is
at
not coming up.
receivers, man.
Yeah,
You got to
the
be looking at
Miami
receivers
Dolphins.
here.
They're not coming up.
It's interesting. What's interesting about the Chargers and Ravens is those are probably teams that are going to be competing with the Patriots for a wild card spot if the Pats are in the mix at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bob Williams getting smacked in the face is totally a blocking foul. I hate Adam Silver, dude. Ruined the NBA.
I just want to see some wide receivers go at some point. I mean, we got to at least see one go in the first round, right?
Yeah, I do think the end of the first round could be a spot where we see a run of wide receivers.
I've mocked Kansas City taking a wide receiver in pretty much every mock because I think that
yeah, and the Giants have got to take one at this point.
I mean, listen, they just had Kenny Galladay, one of the greatest wide receivers of the generation on the team, and they couldn't even get him a touchdown. So I don't know why they would take a wide receiver.
The Ravens, I mean, either way with that pick, if the Ravens don't trade for Hopkins, they need a receiver. And even if they do, the Cardinals might take one to replace him. Kind of like that A.J. Brown, Treylon Burks swap last year.
Here's Adam Schefter. What is Schefter's tie, bro? Like, why is it like it's like perforated almost? I don't even.
Wonder if they're looking at trade downs, potentially.
Oh, they have to be. They have to be. There's no way you wait this long without
Patriots going up to get
Aaron
JSN. Imagine.
Yeah, honestly, I could. See
I
the
would,
Seahawks trading
Connor.
down there.
I might pee myself right now if JSN was picked. Bro, I love how Will Levis is still just sitting there with his entire
Whoever.
family alone.
Yeah.
ESPN
What was the
analytics,
kid?
1% chance.
What was the kid a couple years ago that had that happen to him? That they showed it. Jake Fromm. They brought him. They had him
Yep,
first
Jake
round
Fromm.
broadcast, and they showed him till the 5th round. Every other pick, they just showed him sitting alone in his house with his family, just sad. It was the meanest freaking
surprised.
Bro,
thing.
and by the way,
Poor
this
kid.
is the sign that these guys know nothing.
Seahawks
bro.
haven't traded down.
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
This is uncharacteristic of the Seahawks to stick and pick on both.
I wonder if
those
they
guys.
have someone in mind here.
Probably
They-
do, and
they-
I would
They
guess
probably have someone that they don't love.
it's like an Osiris
That's
Torrance
what I
type player. Because Torrance, maybe you could get him later, but what I'm feeling like is maybe there weren't any teams calling for the pick, kind of waiting on calls, and now they're deciding, you know what? Let's just go get the guy that we had in mind in the first place.
I mean, that's what I would say. I mean, that makes the most sense to me.
Because if you're waiting till the last minute to call it, I think you're waiting
Blocking
on the
foul.
phone lines to see if the phone
Right,
lines
you're
come in.
waiting for a good enough deal, and then they didn't get one, so now they're
Yeah.
taking. I mean, I think it's Osiris Torrance. It makes
I
it makes
agree.
the most
It makes sense.
With 19
Because
picks
maybe
in,
a team moves up and they can get him later.
with 19 picks in, with 0 wide receivers and 0 tight ends, and pretty deep wide receiver and tight end.
Easy. And Dalton Kincaid, one of the better tight ends we've seen over the last few years, and still not taking Jackson Smith and Jigba, top tier wide receiver, still on the board.
Christian Gonzalez was
of-
born after Tom Brady won his first Super Bowl.
that's crazy.
Here's the thing, Michael. There's a tight ends on the board. the Patriots could have one fall into their laps in their second round
We
pick.
are not
Darnell
taking. We just
Washington.
signed Gesicki, but we're not
Wow.
taking a third tight end.
A receiver.
There it is.
Receiver could fall into their lap, such as Jalen Hyatt, such as Josh Downs. I would like one of those guys.
Marvin Mims.
Hyatt or Downs, ideally, would fall to the second. Maybe even Quentin Johnston makes a free fall into the second round.
I will take any good wide
Zay
receiver.
Flowers. Any of those guys could be there if they don't go tonight.
As I have said, I will take any good wide receiver. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. I mean, and it's a fairly deep wide receiver class. Not insanely deep, but I feel like you can't go wrong in round 1 or 2. with a
What
lot of wide receivers.
are the Chargers for sure looking at a wide receiver? Is that our consensus? I feel like there's a lot of needs for that team. Tight end,
I mean, they can do so
Definitely.
many different things.
cornerback, edge. Their edge room is rough. Cornerback,
Patriots?
Chargers.
Chargers. No, I don't think they're taking a wide receiver.
No,
I really don't think they are.
it feels like they're either going to cut Keenan Allen or
I
Khalil
would've
Mack post June 1st, and it feels like they're going to take whichever one it's not because they need to clear cap badly.
No, I wonder.
And
That
one
would
of
be
the
an
two
interesting
got to go.
toggle. What do you think of Keenan Allen in a Pats uniform, Michael?
That's been rumored so many times. So many times.
That's been. I feel like I've heard that over the past 5
Oh,
years.
yeah.
Like, it's not.
They could if they cut him. The Pats might swoop him up in June. They always tend to do that.
I don't think Keenan's gonna get cut though. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. But nonetheless, I think the Chargers. Kancey was still there. I think Kancey would be the pick because the D line is completely depleted. But I feel like they go corner.
Chargers are on the clock.
Wow. Jackson
Jackson,
Smith.
I like it.
Shiva. Wow.
Jake,
I like
Okay.
it, man.
I think he's best player available. So
Love
that's
the
a
pick.
start.
And you do need wide receiver 3 help. It's been rough, and Tyler Lockett
And
can't
by the
stay
way,
healthy a
Lockett's
full
getting older.
season.
He can do better than a wide receiver 3. I don't love this for fantasy in particular because now it's going to be so
For sure.
crowded.
Yeah,
There's
but-
no
receiver.
fantasy. This makes great sense.
In
for
real
the Seahawks.
life, in real life situations, it's a great pick simply because it's the best
Listen,
player. on the board.
you gotta now put your third best cornerback up against Jackson Smith Najee
That's
You're
crazy.
probably
And you can play.
or
You can have
Lockett.
Lockett
Either
and
one.
they probably put it on
Najee
DK
rotate in
and
and out
out
of the
safety
slot.
just because of the size. Because usually your box corner is your biggest guy, but
Any way
DK
you
is
cut
their
it,
biggest guy.
that's what I mean.
This
Their big
makes
outside.
Seattle
He'd be on
Seahawks
the-
so dangerous, bro.
Yeah, if Geno Smith can replicate what he did last year, especially in accuracy wise,
Could the
It's that up-
Seahawks surpass the Niners for that division? I could see
And
that.
basically, all the Seahawks need to add some tackle help and some interior O line help, I think. And I think if
Then
they
they're
can
set.
do that in the second
the
round, this
second
team
round,
can
if you can get
be
John
really-
Michael Schmitz with your
It's gonna be
second round pick,
dangerous.
oof. Even Joe Tittman with your second round pick is not bad to get a center.
Yeah.
Like
And the interior O line is a position that isn't typically targeted in the
Yeah.
first round. So to get the best player on the board here, I like that for the Seahawks.
you can get like
It's a great fit.
I love it.
It's a good pick. Not like
I love the pick. This is
expected to
my,
be the
might
first
be my
one to
favorite
take a
pick.
receiver.
This might be my favorite pick
Nah.
of the draft.
Nah. I still think Christian Gonzalez and the Seahawks' first pick of Devin Witherspoon. Top that.
This might be my favorite pick. I love this pick. I love it. I
The
can't
Seahawks,
even begin
Seahawks
to tell
are
you how
having
much
a
I love
great
this pick.
draft. Seahawks are
I
having a great
definitely a
draft.
solid
Witherspoon
draft.
and then Smith Najigba.
And none of them are
Insane.
pressing needs really, but it definitely is players
Witherspoon-
that just
Witherspoon, that fills a pressing need.
yeah, it's a need. I would say more pressing than like interior O line would be.
Interior line is more pressing, but at 5, are you going to go for interior line
No,
or
no,
are
no,
you going
no.
to go for a corner?
But
Better go for a corner.
I mean,
That's the secondary
Jalen
need.
Carter there could be a more pressing need because I mean they cut.
No, I don't think
A
so.
few-
Because they added a D line in free agency.
All right, here
But
comes
they
the
need to take a
Chargers
D
for
lineman
first
forward.
pick.
got Draymond Jones over from the Broncos.
The last time we saw the Chargers, they had one of the largest playoff comebacks in NFL history occur to them.
Largest playoff chokes.
Yeah.
And a complete embarrassment. We'll see what they can do. Look how many picks the Seahawks have had in the past couple. That's
I'm
crazy.
gonna say between Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr. on who I predict here. I'm gonna predict Banks because I feel like Porter's one of those
I'm
guys
going Dalton
that the
Kincaid.
media was higher on Porter.
That's
than-
actually kind of a good pick. I mean, Gerald Everett's not cutting it for the Chargers. Let's be honest. I mean,
And he
Yeah,
could
he's
be
not bad.
cut as well. He's not guaranteed money.
exactly. So
But Dalton
think that's
Kincaid
definitely
just
a
brings a
focus.
level to that, especially if they're keeping Eckler around. He just brings a level to that offense, which is deadly.
I would
that's
not
true. But there are so
mind.
many different. But there are so many different things I could say. Oh, I like that for the Chargers because I feel like they have quite a few needs
It would be a crazy pick, but I wouldn't be so shocked if they take the first round in a while where 3 running backs go. If they take Zach Charbonnet, I would not be entirely shocked.
That's
I don't
interesting.
see it, man. They
I
they
think
have
there's
so
a
many-
debate for running back 3, for sure. And that might lean them to wait till the second round.
Yeah,
they have
I actually
needs.
think.
bro.
But Charbonnet is my clear number 3. I even there was arguing for Charbonnet over Gibbs.
Fair enough. I
He's
like
one of my
Devon
guys in the later rounds.
from A&M, Tajee Spears, Tank Bigsby is
Charbonnet
one of
has
the
been a
more
great
underrated
season.
players.
He would have been a good pick last year. Now
All
this
right,
year,
the
it's even better.
Chargers pick is in.
Chargers pick is in.
We're gonna have to wait a couple minutes. They're showing a little montage right now of Roger Goodell hugging a bunch of people.
Oh,
Yeah.
Roger.
I will predict that this is a corner. This is going to
Oh,
be a corner.
Raj?
I'll say Deontay
Give us
Banks.
the pictures in. When was the last time the
Anyone-
Patriots traded up into the first round? Probably like never with Bill.
Who traded
Belichick.
up?
I can't
A while. It's been a while,
Patriots?
but I mean that trade down was not. A
No,
crazy
we trade
down.
up in drafts, but trade up in the first round. I mean,
Doesn't happen. They honestly, they got a top 10 prospect in this class at 17.
I hope you're right, Andrew. I think you are, by the way, too. I like to make that clear. I do believe you are right. I hope you are.
Like as much as I love Witherspoon,
Wait, did
I
Will
think
Levis
Gonzalez
get picked by
is
the
still a top
Chargers?
10
No.
prospect.
Is
way.
Justin Herbert done?
Way is Will Levis. That would be a stupid pick.
That'd be crazy.
That
Can you
would be,
imagine?
that would be the
Connor?
worst pick.
Justin
that would be
Herbert
the
gets Will
worst
Levis behind him.
In first round
Well, then that
Probably
just
in the
means we're right
history
about
of our
Justin
stream.
Herbert.
in the history of our stream.
No, I guess
Will
we were
Levis
right.
Would be the worst pick. Where to take him here?
Ooh. Sorry, fucking Rappaport for the first time all night post the actual pick before I saw it. Here's Goodell.
We have Goodell.
Rappaport
It's
posts it every time
second
Goodell
pass.
says it. He waits till Goodell says it. Your stream's just
Yeah.
good TV.
He's very
Quentin
respectful.
Johnson.
It
Quentin
makes
Johnson.
sense. I don't think
Yeah, I
he's
agree.
good.
Because
It fits their mold that they like in receivers.
does this indicate what is gone?
They could still cut.
Josh Palmer is a quality starting wide receiver. Be their number 3.
I don't think they cut Keenan, bro.
So you think they're going to come into the season
They-
with Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, and Quentin Johnston?
The
Hell
Patriots
yes.
traded up for both Hightower and Chandler Jones.
Oh, okay. So Nolan Smith.
Just in general, like I like to just sidebar here. I'm a big fantasy football guy myself, as we all are. I think this is one of the worst fantasy outcomes for wide receivers in the first round that we've seen in a long time because both of the top 2
Yeah.
ended up as wide receiver 3s on their team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to be fair though, Mike Williams and Keenan Allen get injured every single year, so Quentin Johnson could very well end up being the wide receiver one.
He'll be that waiver guy. He'll be that waiver guy that you can get.
He'll be the waiver guy. Oh my god,
Round
Connor
Friday.
be like, Could be like, I snagged Keenan Allen at 2 a.m. this morning after. I snagged Quentin Johnson after Keenan Allen on the IR. And I'll be like, bro,
Oh
what are you
yeah,
talking about?
absolutely.
Like, almost.
People are gonna take Quentin Johnson is gonna be drafted.
Mm.
I like the look. I think he has his grandma on a picture on his chain. I like that. I like the style. He's got good fit right there, which always a sign of a great NFL player when they have good fit. That's not remotely true, but
Honestly, I do not love this pick for the Chargers. I was fairly high on Quentin Johnston headed into the
I
draft.
don't
I think
love
in the
him. But
future,
this is the type of thing that the Chargers do.
Sure.
I mean,
Grant Williams just get
End up
blocked by the
being-
fucking rim.
yes.
in the future, God, in the future,
All right,
I
that
could
puts the
see him-
Ravens on the clock. There's a lot of stuff been happening with the Ravens. It's been a busy day for Baltimore fans, Connor.
Yeah.
Obviously the
I
Lamar
mean, could
Jackson.
this be the trade down spot?
could be where
I
Hopkins
mean, listen. I hope Bill
Their
Belichick
23rd pick could be DeAndre Hopkins essentially.
That would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Al Horford. Thank you, Al.
Playoff Al, so steady, so
Nail
ready.
biter for this.
What
I
a-
might have to put
it was
this
an
up with
amazing
T-Bone.
pass by Marcus. That was an incredible pass.
But yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting pick for the Ravens. You would expect them to take a wide receiver. If they take Zay Flowers, I may cry because that would be. I'd just be really upset.
I
to
feel
see Zay
like
Flowers
most
go to that.
teams have Addison.
Like, this is the
over Zay.
run-on wide receivers starting here.
Yeah, it definitely could
We
be.
had Smith and Jigba, we have Johnston, and like I still don't fully understand the Johnston to the Chargers fit just because. Yes, in the future he could be a number one receiver. I see the Mike Evans comparisons a little bit because he kind of carried his
No.
quarterback in college. But at the same time,
Way different type of player.
right now, his role is not going to be huge. So
Oh my god! You know who I completely forgot that
they
the
could have gotten a
Texans had?
starter caliber player.
I completely forgot that the Texans have John Mechie as well because he was out
Yeah,
all last year.
He's supposed to be back.
Oh yeah. They have Mechie, Woods,
And
Collins as
Schultz
their starting
and Woods.
receivers.
All right, they're a little better than I thought, but
It's not
still,
great.
you got an unproven
It's
guy.
not great.
That's a 6-win team. They're
Maybe,
lucky,
maybe.
probably.
I project 4, and one of those will be over the Colts, of course, as always.
Actually, in this AFC, I'm going to agree with you. 4 wins.
I mean, there are so many
The
good
Colts
teams.
are going
in
to
the
suck. The Colts are going to suck this year. I don't think Richardson's doing anything.
Richardson's
his
not
first year.
starting this year. I think that
No.
for sure.
Unless everyone
Gardner
on the
Minshew.
JT. Thank you. This is very stressful right now.
I know he's.
I mean, I
cooking.
do like JT.
Why are we in a commercial break during the draft? Is this allowed? Thank you. Oh my God, Jaylen Brown, career game. What a god. We're waiting on stuff for the draft to happen. So
So by
do a little
JT
stuff-
The Celtics getting some
By
insurance
JT,
points
did you
here.
mean Joe Tippmann will be drafted right here, Michael?
Yeah, of course. I only cover the NFL draft. And I'm definitely not. Oh,
Get that shit out of here, Rob. I love Rob.
Jason Tatum's so good, bro. Jason Tatum's got 30. Jaylen Brown's got 32.
Was that on his
my
dunk?
God.
But the block was crazy.
That's pretty much a guaranteed win for
Everything's
the
crazy.
Celtics.
That's,
They've only lost one time when both Tatum and Brown score 30.
and that was the Cavs OT, double OT mess. It was not the Grant Williams game, but the
Yeah, it was a double OT. So they
What do
at
you
least
call it?
got it to double OT. Time those two dropped 30.
All right. Ravens
Okay.
still got 2 minutes left, but they have not put the
Not
pick
in
in
yet.
Very interesting.
Still not in.
They're definitely looking to trade something.
Probably. I mean, I wonder if it's just the backbones of the D-Hop trade. Possibly.
It could be. I still can't believe Deshaun Watson got $230 million guaranteed.
Still
That's
can't believe
ridiculous, bro.
The Bucks drafted Aaron Donald.
Yeah, that's
Love
crazy.
that.
All right, the Ravens pick is in. It's official.
Okay, pick
Harbaugh's
is
on
in.
the phone.
Welcome, Zay Flowers to Baltimore.
100%
Nah.
confirmed? Oh, I was about to say.
I mean, wide receivers
I-
are going
I
off the
don't-
board.
I don't know if it's Zay Flowers.
Marcus Smooth! Sorry, my fault.
You're all good.
Love and trust,
I saw
baby.
the-
Love and fucking trust. He's been our best player this series. And I don't know if it's like Tatum and Brown have been on and off games. Smart through it all has been our best player.
Be surprised.
Whatever,
to
we
see
move
a
on.
lineman for the Ravens here.
All right, can you get Booger McFarland off my screen and put
Dude,
Roger
don't
Goodell in?
disrespect Booger.
I'll disrespect him.
Watch
It's
it
a
on
waiting
ESPN,
game at this-
NFL
I mean-
Network on in here.
There's a lot of good players on the board. I think Deontay Banks is definitely an option. I think they could go D-line. Like, they love athletic freaks. They never draft for need. I think that's obvious. Joey Porter
Yep.
would be a lot of fun to have your main rivals be the Steelers and take Joey Porter Jr. I feel like that'd be a blast.
Penn State, obviously.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be interesting.
Minnesota's on the clock, by the way. I
I,
have
I
no-
always think of that as the Bruins theme, not the NC.
I would
even
love
though they both
Minnesota to
lose.
take a wide receiver because KJ Osborne is just not a number 2. But I feel
Can
like,
be.
I feel like if Deontay Banks falls to the Vikings, you can't turn that up. He's so
bro, but
talented.
they have so many cornerbacks, bro. Andrew Booth didn't play at all. Like,
Yeah, Booth will be
all
fine.
right, here we go.
Forgot
I
about
still
Booth.
think they could take a corner because Booth is not enough.
That's a guy.
There he is. Zay Flowers. I'm gonna cry.
Flowers.
Hey man, matching him with Lamar is deadly. Such
Here
a
go
big
all the
play
wide
threat.
receivers
He's
we were talking
open.
about for the Patriots.
He's awesome. He's truly awesome. I was
Oh, with
before Michael got into
with
Zay
three-
Flowers to the Patriots buzz. I was very high on Zay.
I
three
just-
receivers in a row going.
Zay, I love you, bro.
I
love
heavily,
Right
I
now.
love
love
the
ya.
Zay
you.
fit.
Wish you the best, G.
I love the Zay fit with the Vikings.
Jordan Addison is who the Patriots take. I would be mad.
No,
your
they're not
biggest
taking-
bust.
I think Jordan Addison could go right here.
I think if the Patriots can get one of those top tight ends here, that's crazy. Oh my God, Trey Young, you're so bad at defense.
Zay
But
Flowers,
Zay
I love
Flowers
Zay
is
Flowers. I mean,
really
I love-
awesome. He gets open. He had an
I love-
awful QB and worked.
Listen, there is a reason why I wanted Zay Flowers to go to the Patriots, all right? And it wasn't just because he went to BC.
Oh, you suck, Trey Young. Oh my God. You're awful at basketball. I love that.
Most
I feel like
overrated
with the
player
Zay
in-
Flowers pick here, probably couldn't get Lamar DeAndre Hopkins. So I'm gonna bet this is what happened with Lamar. This is my updated prediction of what happened with Lamar Jackson signing. They basically said, "We got you OBJ. We can't get you Hopkins, but we can promise you that we will take a wide receiver in tonight's draft."
I don't think
And
they have
that
to
is what
promise
they
him
did.
anything. They paid him. All he
Yeah.
wanted was money and they paid him. They don't have to do anything. They want to win.
I don't know that he wanted just money. I feel like
Oh,
he
come
wanted-
on. He said countlessly he would re-sign if they gave him a contract he wanted.
Yeah, I think this was just a more of a move that would help the
He
team. I
wanted
mean, they need
to-
to
I mean,
Zay
Bateman's not great. I think that's fair to say. Yeah, Bateman's
I
not
will say that I will be targeting Zay Flowers over
a kickball.
Johnston from a fantasy perspective.
How do you not call that a kickball?
I mean, what does Minnesota do here? I mean, I feel like they definitely could go Jordan Addison. I mocked that in one of my drafts.
I really don't think the Ravens could have done.
Dude, he
Much
did not
better
get
with that pick.
touched.
Now that I think of it,
Bojan Bogdanovic did not
love
get
that Zay Flowers
touched.
pick for them.
Unless it's for 2.
Plus pick for the Ravens.
I mean, it's just so hard to say, bro. Like,
I know
love Zay.
because I wanted him so
Hey,
badly.
is this
in a
my
pass-
dog, bro? This one hurt me. This one hurt me right here. Why am I-
Missed it. Missed it.
I'm happy.
There we go.
I'm happy for him because now he's gonna compete
Missed
for
another.
that number one receiver role in Baltimore. I don't think Beckham or Bateman really stands out cut number one
Nice,
in the
Tatum.
competition for targets.
Oh my god, bro. Second
Flowers
chance
is
points
right
in
in
the
the mix.
fucking time.
Connor,
Have a rebound, man.
relax, bro.
Dude, we're waiting for this pick to be announced.
Yeah, I mean, minutes. I feel like this is Jordan Addison right here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
that'd be
I
a
feel like this is
crazy wide receiver run.
I disagree.
4 in a row.
I think it's Deontay Banks, to be honest.
I like Deontay Banks as well. I think
They're not taking a corner, bro. They're not. It's just not
They
happening.
have Byron Murphy, Andrew Booth, and who else?
dude,
They're either taking a
don't have-
quarterback.
They don't have a true number one.
They're either
be.
taking a quarterback, some dumbass player trading back, or they're taking
rebound.
Levis.
Jordan
I
Addison.
wonder if it could be Levis.
I could see a
Thinking
Kwesi
about
trade back.
Where
right here.
Levis
This would be
is going to fall
Kwesi
to.
move. They're definitely trying to trade back. They hate the Vikings hate where they are. They want a second.
I could see that. Do they not have a second?
No, they don't.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I really think this, like you're saying, it's going to be another receiver, this huge wide receiver
I
run
think
here.
it could be. I mean,
I don't
it's
really think it's going to be. I think you either take a corner or you go for an O lineman.
Yeah.
I mean, their O line sucks. They have good cornerbacks. Their wide receiver too
could.
is KJ Osborne.
As much as Connor hates on him, up to see Anton Harrison here. Also, Cyrus Torrance could be a pick here.
Yeah, going guard could make. I mean, they had by like grading wise, they had one of the better O lines in football, other than center.
No, I mean,
And
listen,
their
here's
guards are
another-
fine. So Torrance.
Maybe John
doesn't
Michael
suck.
Schmidt.
Kirk Cousins last year
They
took
paid
the most hits
Bradbury
out
though.
of every single quarterback in the NFL. Like Garrett Bradbury is not a great center. They're Brian
Trey
O'Neal
Young
is good.
is
and
such a
Derek-
scumbag. What the fuck
Who?
is wrong with Trey Young?
Listen, Brian O'Neal and
We've most likely 18.6 more seconds of this to deal with. Let's hope they hold on.
Like,
because
how is that not a flagrant? That's ridiculous to me.
as I was saying, Darrisaw and Brian O'Neal are good tackles. Garrett Bradbury's
Yeah,
an
I think they're
awful
set
player.
at tackle.
I could see them going John Michael Schmidt, but they just signed Bradbury again. I don't know if they would put Schmidt in. I mean, Bradbury's so undersized for a center. It's crazy. And given the fact that the Vikings have under 2 minutes left to go,
Wait, center is the place where you can be undersized. I feel like more than any other line position.
yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
he's just not
Bradbury-
built for the
I
NFL.
I
Bradbury
would
just
not
got-
mind John Michael Schmitz here.
Yeah, but you just signed. It's tough to say I just signed a guy and then do
It's
that.
their first
How
round
many
pick.
times are you
Yeah,
gonna
if you want-
fucking
if
throw
you
it
want to take
against
one
us?
later, that's one thing.
No, look, the Vikings have a minute 30. They're trying to trade out of this pick. I mean, it's so obvious.
I don't
Good
know
blow in. Go Celtics.
if I want this pick.
Is it still not in? What are we doing here, guys?
Nah, there is a minute 10 left.
Waiting for that trade. It's like the Seahawks. There's no one there
They're
really
trying to trade it, bro.
so
I'm telling
impressed
you,
by.
they're trying to
Crazy
trade
is,
it.
Like we were talking about the wide receiver and tight end talent. I feel like the wide receiver talent is starting to fade here now. Those three are off the board. But talk about the cornerback talent left in this draft class. Joey Porter Jr. available, Deontay Banks available, and still have Cam Smith and Kelly Ringo are probably going to go early second round.
Kelly Ringo might
Wow,
not be a second round
under
pick.
a minute for the Vikings. No pick is okay. The
pick
pick
is
is in
in.
for the Vikings.
I don't think Kelly Ringo is a second round pick. I think he drops to the third, especially with what you saw with Christian Gonzalez. All Kelly Ringo has is athleticism. You saw it with Tariq Woolen, which was a great
I
pick in
could
hindsight,
see
but he dropped to the
essentially.
fifth.
I have a
He has no
say
coverage
he's a
skills.
second round graded player, but maybe he falls because of
I mean, he has
Maybe
no
that's why.
coverage skills. He's just freakishly athletic.
A raw prospect, but I feel like in the right system, he could be one of the highest ceilings of the corners in this draft.
I mean, listen, I can see Deontay
Guys, be
Banks
almost a
here.
Mekhi Becton cornerback edition.
Deontay Banks wouldn't be a bad pick. I don't know.
About Joey Porter Jr.
I like Banks better.
Oh,
But either
Michael.
one is good.
Michael.
What? Don't
Michael.
tell me.
Michael.
I listen. I mocked them taking Hendon Hooker, so I'm not. I would not be shocked if they picked a quarterback. But don't tell me. Let me listen to Roger Goodell break my heart. All right.
He's not gonna break your heart.
Let me listen to Roger Goodell break my heart.
He's
in
not
the
breaking
Vikings.
your heart,
The
Michael.
investment in the Vikings is crazy. Patriots fans here.
I'm kind of thinking Addison here, but I don't know.
Here again, we are expecting them perhaps to go on that defensive side of the ball. You never know. You mentioned the departure of Adam Thielen, but perhaps help needed at wide receiver. The Vikings, who had a big regular season and then a very disappointing postseason performance. I do see the commissioner starting to make his way.
All right, here we go. Roger Goodell, tell me who Cook is throwing the ball to or not to this upcoming season. Thank you. Here we go.
The Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison.
Told you. Told you.
Like, you're happy about getting Andrew's biggest bust of the draft?
Andrew's a fucking
Yeah, the fall
snake,
off
bro. He doesn't
between
know shit.
the fall off between
Andrew
last
doesn't
year
know
and this year
shit.
is kind of crazy. Like, he was so good last year and he fell off completely
know.
this year.
I
Grant Williams
I'm
dunked it down
not
the game.
saying
Oh,
that
boo.
Jordan Addison be good.
Kirk is gonna make him the best wide receiver in the league.
I just don't think he's ever going to be a number one receiver, but that's okay.
But you don't have
when
to
you
be.
just got drafted next to
Behind
Justin
Justin
Jefferson.
Jefferson. He's gonna
Yeah,
play.
you got Justin,
Like,
Justin
come
Jefferson.
on.
Both of them are
about
gonna
the
play
best-
in and out of the slot for sure.
It's just about
Um,
this is just about the best fit Addison could have had.
This is why I
Question
wanted
is, do the
Zay
Vikings
here.
really need another guy?
This is, I mean, they cut Thielen, so you definitely need a wide receiver.
If Addison was going to go in the first round, it's probably
I
optimal.
really wanted Zay go into the Vikings, but Addison again, inside out works. He's definitely one of the more productive college receivers here. He's young still. He was ridiculous last year. He would have been probably a top 16 pick last year. He was that good.
I mean,
Just
obviously,
changed QBs and fell off a bit this year.
I can't praise the pick too much, just simply because I don't love how
Only
Addison
because he's your
translates.
biggest bust.
I don't love how Addison translates the NFL.
Yeah,
as
I
much
don't-
as some of these other
The
receivers.
Jaguars have
however-
traded with the Giants.
However,
Whoa.
this is a
That's got to
great
be fifth wide
pick.
receiver, or like
I
Dalton
gotta
Kincaid.
give some praise to the pick. It's an average pick in my opinion.
The Giants are on the clock, traded up one. It's got to be a pass catcher. No other reason you trade it before going off. Dalton
You don't
Kincaid.
trade for an O lineman.
Dalton
Trade for a
Kincaid.
pass catcher.
But they already have Waller. Are they?
I
are
don't
they
think it's
warranted?
Kincaid. And they have Dellinger. They have
Then
Waller
Josh
and
Downs.
Dellinger.
Josh Downs got multiple visits by the
Yeah,
Giants.
or
Went
Jalen
to dinner
Hyatt.
with them.
How about Jalen Hyatt?
Hyatt had injury concerns, didn't he? And that caused a bit of a drop.
But
I don't-
this is so interesting. The fact that no receivers went in the top
And now it's going to be 5
team,
straight.
but now there's going to be so many going in the first round.
And then-
This late first
Right.
round seems like
Show
the
me
sweet
Will
spot.
By the
Levis
way-
being alone. Show me Will Levis sitting in the green room alone with his family, please.
By the way, Jaguars getting Dalton Kincaid at 25 would be kind of ridiculous to me. Like, Dalton Kincaid
Yeah,
is... So what? He's on a tag. He's on a 1-year deal. He's not guaranteed to go anywhere else. He's on...
Kincaid is set up to be that
Yeah.
future guy, kind of like the Pat Fryermuth thing
Exactly.
with Eric Ebron. They brought
That'd be so
Ebron back
deadly.
1 year, and then Fryermuth was.
And they ran a ton of 2 tight end sets last year.
Yeah. So you could have Ridley, Kirk, Ingram, and Kincaid in one offense for Trevor Lawrence. That
All right,
could be a
all-
Super Bowl offense.
Folks, all we need is a Bruins win tomorrow night, and this is a great, a great couple of
Michael,
days
you
for
were
Boston.
pissed at the pick. Don't lie. You were pissed at that pick.
No, I wasn't pissed at Gonzalez. I was pissed that we didn't get Jackson Smith-Njigba. All right, I wasn't angry that we got. I like Christian Gonzalez. I was angry. I was like, I was so hoping for a wide receiver. I don't dislike the pick.
I love the pick. Just am starting to get
I
worried
like
about
it. I think
who
it's a
are
good
we
pick.
going to get to help Mac Jones.
And by the way, Trey Young
Honest-
sucks. Yes, sir.
This is my new prediction, and call me crazy. My new prediction
crazy.
is that the Chargers are going to cut Keenan Allen and the Patriots are going to sign. That's what I think is
That'd
happening.
be pretty crazy.
I'll take
So
it.
if that's the case, then the Pats wouldn't really need a receiver in this round, and they would be sitting pretty.
I hope
I like
you're
how
right.
the Giants general manager said like we want to use our late round picks to potentially move up, and then they just went up one and used like one. Just
All right,
like,
pick is
alright,
it for
I
the
guess you did
Giants?
it.
I don't think if there was
Pick
anyone they
is in.
absolutely loved, they
I'm gonna say
need
Josh
to move up
Downs. Personally, I'm gonna say Josh Downs.
Yeah,
But I could
that
see
seems
Hyatt.
right.
And what else do you
I
got
want-
here?
If Hyatt's falling because of injury, then as a Pats fan, I'm ignoring that and swiping at Hyatt. And it could be a Rob Gronkowski-esque pick. I just see the raw talent there, similar to what I saw with Gronkowski.
Are you talking about Darnell Washington?
I'm actually talking about Jalen Hyatt, even though it's a different position.
Oh,
I feel like
okay.
the injury causing the drop,
Gotcha,
then-
gotcha.
the receiving
Well,
talent in the second round.
Jalen Hyatt's like the small, most fast guy in the draft. He's Gronk. Like, no, but
no, not Gronk. Not Gronk by
But-
size, Gronk by draft position.
but Darnell Washington was getting like first round buzz, basically a blocker. You don't know what he can do in offense, and then falls due to
Yeah,
injuries. That's like so
The
Gronk.
guy that's been called Baby Gronk actually
Yeah,
is Michael Mayer.
yeah, but they don't play the same. Darnell Washington, you see the size of that guy? Like, I don't know what he can do on offense because he was sat behind Brock Bowers, but he can block like Gronk. And Gronk's the best blocking tight end ever.
That's very true.
Trey Young really was horrible in that second half.
I will say, the comparisons tonight not always about players that others remind me of, but players who have been in similar situations are sort of the comparisons I've been making.
Yeah, no, I get what you meant by that.
Same thing with the Quentin Johnston.
Let's
Mike
go,
Evans thing. It was a similar
Giants!
situation.
I think Will Levis is still sat in the freaking draft room.
Oh
So
yeah.
the last guy left, probably Nolan Smith's still there. Miles Murphy maybe, but one of the last guys left in the.
By the way, I told you Miles Murphy was going to drop Connor.
I know he's my edge 4. I guess edges haven't really gone. Andrew was right that other than Will McDonald, weird jump. The Bills are now on the
Will
clock.
McDonald was surprised.
The
But the lack of edge rushers.
The Bills are now on the clock, gentlemen. So a double trade.
Wow.
Jaguars continuing to move down. I wonder
Well,
why.
I think it was the pick was never in for the Giants. I think the Giants traded the pick to the Bills, which I'm very
No.
confused about.
Oh, no. Giants pick is it.
Oh, the pick is in.
Giants pick is in. Yeah.
So you think Bills securing Deontay
The
Banks
Jags
here?
traded down again.
Jags trade down again.
No.
Got another couple picks. I'd say Deontay
Honestly, I can
Banks.
see a linebacker.
locked.
With Jack Campbell off the board, maybe Drew Sanders goes round 1 too.
They need DB so bad though.
Deontay Banks.
Oh wow, Deontay
Deontay
Banks to the
Banks.
Giants.
That's
So-
interesting.
So the Bills
They
are
really
going
need
up to get a
either.
corner. Bills have to be going up to get Joey Porter Jr. No other
And here's
reason you
someone
desperately
shouting
trade
down the
up.
hall. I live in the building with lots of Giants fans. Someone was saying a corner.
A corner makes
That's a good
sense. A corner makes sense.
I feel like the Giants fans are just as shocked as we are here.
I'm not that shocked. I just thought because they traded up, they go receiver because of how the board went. But they needed a corner. Adoree Jackson's old, and
To
then
be
your next
fair,
guy is Kadoy Flott, who can't play outside the slot.
yeah,
they
they
signed-
don't really have that number 1, I guess.
They signed Amani Oluwarie, but he was horrible last year, like downright horrible. Darnay Holmes played good in the playoffs, but like
Yes,
it's
yes,
not
he was
good.
bad last year. He's been a number one in the past. There's been
Yeah, and then
times
he was
where Orr Wyatt-
unplayable for a whole year and had Jerry Jacobs play over him.
I'm calling a bounce back out of him.
I say no way. But I think Adoree Jackson he's still a top corner. Like as much as people rag on him, he was really good last year. And having that kind of corner duo, your Flott obviously is more of a slot guy. McKinney's still out there. I think having that corner here, having talent wise of a potential number one in Banks, makes more sense than a wide receiver 2 or 3 that you can get later in the draft. Like Josh Downs is solid,
Yeah.
but I'd rather than get someone later.
And
in
it
the
leaves more
drafts.
receivers for the Patriots, so that makes.
By the
sense.
way,
So Jags
I think
traded
Dallas
down.
is gonna take. I think Dallas takes a tight end.
That makes sense. Dalton Kincaid at
It's
26 is ridiculous, man.
Dallas signed a tight end in free. Actually, no, they did not sign a tight end in free agency.
I mean, you
but they
lose
have,
Dalton
they have
Schultz.
Jake Ferguson.
You lose
and
Dalton
Peyton
Schultz. You
Hendershot.
sign Dalton Kincaid. It
Got
sounds
a lot of
perfect to
reps
me,
last
Connor.
year.
Sounds perfect to me. Dalton Schultz, Dalton
It-
Kincaid. Same
know.
first name.
They give up.
Well, they've always
They
had.
give up
I
on
swear to
Ferguson
God, they've
and
always had
Hendershot.
dudes named Dalton.
Andy
They
Dalton
always
too.
got
He
good
was-
tight ends.
They had Andy Dalton for a couple years. They just need to keep a Dalton on their roster.
Yeah,
That's the
absolutely.
rule.
If they don't, I think
It's a Jerry
the
Judy
world may
thing.
explode.
Jerry Judy used to have a male
I don't
masseuse
mind-
named Dalton and needs a Dalton on the team always.
I don't
now.
mind the bank pick, by the way.
All right, I'll be right
It's a
back.
bit of a surprise.
ERB.
I'd be shocked if this isn't DB for the Bills, just because they saw Deontay Banks go off trade up and they need it.
Why do you think the Bills need a DB here?
Because their defensive back room was like bottom 3 in the NFL last year.
Yeah,
White
Trey
can't
White
stay
injured
healthy.
most
He
of the
played the
season.
second half of the season. Dane Jackson's not good.
You
Khair Long
just drafted
was
Khair
awful.
Long.
He was awful though. I don't
He's a
care
rookie.
if you
He could
just
get better.
drafted him. You're competing for a fucking Super Bowl.
You just drafted a Lamb. You have Trey White. You have Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, DeMar Hamlin.
I'm not saying get a safety. They're not getting a
last
safety.
year, but-
They signed Taylor Rapp
Yeah,
too. They have
yeah.
like 6 safeties.
Yeah. So they have so many safeties, but
But
corner, I think they're set too. They have Trey White, Dane Jackson, Taron
But
Johnson,
Joey
and
Porter, you
Khair Lamb.
play in the box. You play him press. You play him slot, and that can work because you don't have. I mean, who's your slot corner? Teron
I think,
Johnson.
honestly, it just lost. Why not go linebacker here?
You could. I didn't have another linebacker with a first round grade.
Yeah, I didn't really have a lot, but Jack Campbell went a lot earlier than expected.
All right,
which makes
the
me think
Bills
the
pick is
linebackers
in.
are higher graded than we expected. So I could see a Trenton Simpson or a Drew Sanders going to the Bills here.
True. I just didn't have another maybe.
Yeah, but Jack
Um,
Campbell went earlier than expected. So now this
I mean,
linebacker
do you
class-
want
maybe
there's slot receivers on the board
Joey Porter
because you don't
falling
have a slot
down the
guy.
board.
They
Most
cut
teams.
they cut Isaiah McKenzie. They have what Khalil Shakir. A slot receiver could make
Yes,
sense.
they could get a slot receiver. but
Hyatt,
I don't know.
but you can wait usually on slot guys.
So strange that so many teams are getting their wide receiver 3 in the first round of the draft.
It's just wide receiver is such a prime position at this point.
Yeah, but then like no team's getting their number 1 receiver.
They
It's not
could
weird.
go punter again. Obviously, their draft pick punter last year did not work out, so they could.
Maybe
do-
there are no number 1s in this class. A wide receiver. They're awaiting the Bills pick. The Bills know who they got, but nobody else does.
Yeah, we will see here.
Cowboys, in the meantime, on the clock.
I'm telling
I
you,
know
they're
you were-
taking Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah,
I know
it
you were
makes
saying
sense.
Dalton Kincaid, but I feel like Osiris
Oh,
Torrance could be in the
Could
mix,
the
too.
Bills have jumped for a right guard because they don't have a starting right guard? They
That's
have
true.
McGovern, but
could've
they
jumped
could
for
have jumped for Torrance to play it.
because
like
I
that.
feel like the Cowboys. I had them taking Torrance in my mock, and it just makes too much sense.
It's definitely a Jerry Jones pick.
Yeah, for sure. Kincaid would also be a Jerry Jones pick. Either of those two.
I think Mayer would be the more Jerry Jones pick than Kincaid, to be honest.
How do you say that?
Listen,
Jerry
all right?
Jones loves his box sheet.
Jerry
stuffers,
Jones
like
loves
the
his
guy
talent.
who-
He loves his big picks. I really thought he would trade up and take Bijan. Connor
Bijan went
knows.
a lot higher
The
than
Falcons
expected.
went
I know, Connor.
John
You
at
just
8.
I told you
Connor-
this at the beginning of the draft. I told you I don't think he gets by 8, 9, 10. I told
No,
you that.
you were right. You were right. But we just humor me for a second. How many times did I tell you? Oh, Dallas is trading up for Bijan.
The
How many
Bills
times
did
that-
jump. The Bills did jump.
All right, here we go.
The Bills did
I mean,
jump.
it is talent.
Wow.
And a skill player.
That's a deadly offense, dude. That's a
Bolton
deadly
Kincaid.
offense.
The Bills.
Dude, that's so bad.
That's
That's so bad. That's so bad.
dude, that guy's gonna have the Patriots. Wow. That is wow.
Oh my.
And,
Oh,
and
man.
Knox has an out after
happened
next
to him?
year.
My hand's shaking, Connor. It's shaking.
Okay, so Dawson Knox probably leaves after next year because I don't think you stick around when Kincaid is probably going to be the guy of the future.
Dude, that's crazy.
I
You're really gonna have-
I don't love.
You're really gonna have
I
Jalen
think
Mills
that's right.
and Dalton Kincaid.
Here's a list of the picks that I've gotten right and wrong tonight, everybody. I just want everyone to look at
Two
it.
check marks.
The X's mean wrong. Connor, just take a look at this for me. Connor, take a look.
Yeah.
You see this?
Yeah, it's not good.
So many wrong picks. Yeah.
I got a lot of-
I got this one right.
Oh,
I got
I
Price
got the
right?
Peter Skoronsky one. Where's that one? I think I passed. It's right here.
So do the
And
Cowboys?
that's
Do
it.
the Cowboys didn't have Kincaid on the board. You could go Mayer,
I don't think
and
I've
Jerry
gone
Jones
already.
would be like,
Okay,
Jerry
I
Jones would be
realize-
like, he was actually my tight end one. Mayer was actually my tight end one. Look at the sheet. That'd be Jerry Jones. Or they can just go Torrance and be
it's
like,
LeBron.
we had him
It's
this
LeBron.
high on the big board.
It's the LeBron meme. I knew Mayer was going to be the best tight end. I'm so happy the Celtics won, by the way. Made my night so much better.
I'm not-
Like, now we don't have to
Yeah,
worry
I-
about that.
so glad. So glad they did not go to Game 7 with the Hawks. In terms of the Kincaid pick, it is growing on me because he's just such
He's so
great
good.
talent.
He's you
And
can
he's gonna really help the Bills. Is it their top need? No, but I don't think they have that many pressing needs that need to be addressed in that first round. So getting one of the best players available on the board is a great move for the Bills.
Dalton Kincaid is
By
my
the way,
wide
I
receiver.
just wanna-
He's my
Connor,
wide
just
receiver
before
too.
you- I just wanted to say,
Essentially, yeah.
those of you who are still watching, because I know that there are some of you out there who are still watching the stream, thank you. We've been going at this going on 4 hours. We will do a short draft recap listing kind of our favorite picks, our least favorite picks. I think, and I'm speaking for myself, but I think I'm speaking for everyone here. We've liked most of the picks tonight. I don't think we've seen too many picks where like, oh, I really dislike that one. There have
The
been
only
one
one I hate.
is the Jameer Gibbs one. Yeah, I know. All right, I know you don't like the Jameer Gibbs one. All right,
I hate the Dunn
Outside of that,
Everything
though-
else I'm in.
everything's been pretty good. We'll do a short draft recap. I believe we will be back tomorrow night. We will do the second round, maybe the third round. We have to kind of work things out, confirm things with all of our schedules, but we'll do more work with that tomorrow night. We'll do obviously coverage of the second round. We'll do more coverage of the first round as well, reviewing picks in between what happens in the second round. So thank you everyone who's currently watching. We
Hear
appreciate
me
it.
out.
Connor, go ahead.
Dallas Cowboys will leave us.
You think? That'd be crazy.
If you can
Putting
get
some
out of that
pressure on
Dak, if you can get out of that
Yeah.
Dak Prescott contract,
I actually don't dislike that. It's like I might be
Here's-
a good
here's a-
place for him to go.
Listen, here's another team that I could see being a surprise contender for Will Levis. Arizona Cardinals. Put some pressure on Kyler Murray.
But Kyler's out the first. The reason I don't like that is because are you throwing this guy to start in the first half of the year because Kyler's out? That just doesn't make sense. Now you're
Give
rostering.
him a little trial run.
Now you're
Give him a little
rostering
trial
4
run, and then he
quarterbacks
gets-
probably because you need a backup, and then it just gets weird.
No, let him have his little trial run while the Cardinals are probably tanking this year.
You just can't
and then
throw him into that. the Cowboys.
Does it
The
ruin his
Cowboys war room
Does
looks
it ruin-
devastated. They look devastated. That is so
Yeah,
funny.
they probably wanted Kincaid.
They wanted Kincaid so bad.
Does it really ruin it if Levis starts a few games
Listen,
before Murray comes
listen,
back
I
and then
gotta
sits
say-
for 2 years?
The
It
fact
just doesn't make
that the
sense.
Buffalo Bills had the nerve to take Dalton
Could see Hendon
Kincaid
Hooker, though.
away from
Just
Dallas
Just to
Cowboys.
stick it to the Cowboys. I love that. Dalton Kincaid is my wide receiver 2 behind JSN. Like, honest to God, I like him that much. And he's basically a wide receiver. So, in terms of what he can do
Good
in
run
offense,
block, though.
you,
He's a wide
but
receiver.
you can run double tight ends with him and Knox and have a threat of a run and also have a deadly threat
You
of a
don't
pass.
need-
And you don't need
a
it.
slot receiver.
Yeah, you don't. You can have Kincaid sit in the slot, or you can play him on the outside. He's that versatile. I think that offense opens up a lot more with him
You
than
can
like
run.
a
You
small
can
slot.
run so much 12 offense there. What I do
Yeah, I
wonder
mean-
is if the Bills trust Gabe Davis to be that second, that clear-cut receiver.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, the pick is in for the Cowboys. Here we go.
Look how sad they are. I love it.
Jerry Jones looked like he just sat on it. He just ate.
Jerry
he just
Jones
ate
is like
a-
Jerry Jones is like, what do we do now?
What do we do?
I
They
didn't
sold
even
Dalton-
look at another prospect.
I didn't even look at. I just picked the guy with Dalton in his name. Bro.
Maybe
I
they
didn't
go
even
Nolan
look at
Smith.
him.
I'm gonna say it's Osiris Torrance though.
That makes sense, but you feel like the pick would be in before 30 seconds left.
It would be good to be right for the first time since.
But
Brett
McCarthy is like smiling, standing up, clapping, and no one else cares. There's this one kid that's like super excited, and everyone else doesn't look that happy. That's funny.
Bro, I just
lost
keep
out
showing
on the
Will.
guy.
Levis, please. Keep
I
showing Will.
did-
Levis.
Correction, I did predict Roderick Jones to the Steelers. It was just at 17, not at 14.
There you go. Miles Murphy.
I
on the
can
board.
confirm. I can confirm. Dalton, Vikings fans are very excited about Jordan Addison.
Okay.
This is very good news. Very, very good news. Very happy.
I
about
got
this.
what I get. I got Paris Johnson to the Cardinals. I got
It's
Darnell
Young,
Wright.
and it's Young and Jones for me. That's it.
I got Darnell Wright to the Bears. I got Jalen Carter to the Eagles on a trade up to pick 8. Exactly.
All right,
Or
Connor,
it was a
stop
trade up to
flexing,
9.
bro.
But I got him
Stop
on a
the
trade up.
flex.
I got.
Flexing is unreal.
Connor, check
That's
the
what I
chat for a
get.
second. Edward just asked you, is this on your resume?
Of course, this is on my.
Um,
Nah, it's
No,
not.
it should be. To answer
Oh,
your question,
what the heck? I gotta
Connor
find
is-
this guy in the profiles. Hold on.
Michael, what do I pay Connor? Not enough. All right, let me just say that, not enough. Considering I make almost no money, I
Dang.
can't afford.
This is a 3rd round.
Connor,
I had this guy as a 3rd round grade.
Hey, but if
Jerry
you
Jones.
donate, I would be more than happy. I would be more than happy. All right, here we go. Who?
Maisie Smith.
Ozzie Smith.
Maisie Smith?
He was getting a lot of buzz to the Saints,
I do like that. I
Um,
do like that.
Uh,
I
I
think
love
D
that.
line was a need.
but
Cowboys.
Ryan Brissie is on the board.
yeah, Brian Brees.
Yeah, that is
right?
true. But is Breesy a lock over Smith? I feel like
I
Smith
think he
in
is.
a lot of people's boards was starting to compete with Breesy.
He's
for
a
that
run
third
stuffer. That's all. He
spot.
doesn't have any pass rush ability. He's a run stuffer.
That's true. That's true. He's
And
very
you rotate him in
one-dimensional.
and out. But when
Do they
Brissie
really
has
need
more,
pass rushing? You have DeMarcus Lawrence there. Fine with the pass rushing. Micah Parsons also
Yeah, Micah Parsons. I hope they just.
contribute to the pass.
I hope
rush.
they just transform Micah Parsons
I
into a
don't
pure
know.
pass
This-
rusher.
This
But,
guy-
like-
it's such a weird pick
I
because
mean, Neville
Why is he-
Gallimore.
Those two are fine with the pass
what is
rush.
this?
but-
You can't
Wait a
start
minute,
him
that
and
weird.
Neville Gallimore. I don't
They
think.
don't have. I think you can start him. They don't have many better run stuffers. than-
Neville Gallimore. That's his only
Yeah.
job. What do you do with What do you do with Neville Gallimore? Is he a backup now?
You rotate those two.
But using a
Rotate
first round
Rankin.
pick on
And
A
last
mold
year's
you already
third
have.
rounder.
I don't love the
mean,
pick. Like
I'm just
I
thinking,
hope
like,
they
I trust Gallimore then.
you probably want one of them to be in your future plans, and you're not. You hope that one of them can play majority of snaps.
Could
instead
have
of
done
two.
better, yes. But I don't hate the pick. It's not. The
I don't
worst they could
dislike it. I just think I would have rather
Yeah,
than get Breesy,
I don't
who
hate
can
like
pass
this
rush.
just as much as I like the Kincaid pick.
Like Breesy can pass rush next to
The
Gallimore.
best.
Mizey Smith, you can't play next to Gallimore. He has to rotate in
yeah,
for
I mean,
Gallimore.
okay, but here
That's
exactly,
what I don't like
exactly.
about it.
Rotate those two.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Have
it's just
one of
not a
those
great
two
pick.
on the field
It-
at all times, and then you have somebody else next to them.
But there's still snaps
I-
when you go full pass rush. Run stoppers
think
don't
they could've done
always
better.
play.
I think
Usually,
they could have done better.
You split a run stopper, not always with another run stopper. You
But
don't-
what would Brace have been able to play on those plays?
Yeah, of course, he would have been able to play. He
All-around
is a
line.
pass rusher. Like, first and foremost, he's a pass rusher. He,
Pass rusher who plays the interior.
yeah,
We'll see what happens.
he's better rushing the passer. He has a big build. Like, what don't I like about him? I think he is the ACL tear,
He's in for the
obviously.
Jaguars, by the way.
I mean,
I would not be shocked to see Brian Branch here. They've been linked to him so many times.
it could make sense.
Because, like, I feel like they were thinking, like, none of these teams are taking Brian Branch from us. We could just get him a few picks late.
I don't think many people thought he'd go in the first round. The safety's just not.
I feel like
valued
the
like
people
that.
the people who said he would go in the first round said he would go to the Jaguars. I was one of those people.
Okay.
Eagles
Oh, okay,
fans
you
must
guys
be
wanna hear
very
something?
happy.
I just learned this information. Luke Van Ness, who was
Lucas.
drafted by the Packers tonight, Lucas Van Ness,
yeah, his dad played for
is
the Packers.
dating.
Yeah.
Ready for this? Cole Kmet's sister,
Wow.
who plays for the Bears.
Really?
So
This is crazy.
That's crazy, isn't
Really?
it? So
Packers
they'll
Bears
be going up
couple,
against each
unreal.
other. That's so funny, bro. That is so
And Ness
funny.
might be covering. Well, actually, no. he's
I
more
know
of a
he might
pass
be
rusher.
covering.
He
'Cause
might
he's
be
a- he's
covering.
an end.
Kmet
He
at
might
times.
end up covering Cole Kmet in a play. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
He's never gonna cover Cole Kmet. Not Lucas Van Ness.
Because he's more of a pass rusher.
He's an
mean,
edge. He's not an
I
mean,
outside
I
runner,
was-
he's an edge.
You
Listen,
never know.
I've seen Vita Vea drop back in coverage, right? If that happens,
That's just
anything can happen.
yeah. I don't know.
I mean,
Never know. These
all right,
first round
Jaguars
players will be
pick is
versatile
in.
guys.
We have the Jaguars.
I think
Cincinnati,
Osiris
New
Torrance
Orleans.
could make sense here, or like Anton Harrison even dropping, just because you lost Juwan Taylor and Cam Robinson suspended, so you need a tackle,
Yup.
right? Like that makes sense. I
Once
don't know
again,
if-
everyone who's
you
still
could do
watching,
DeJuan Jones as well. DeJuan Jones could make more sense than Harrison
I could see
to
that.
me. But I think linemen. That's why they
DeJuan
traded
Jones
down. DeJuan Jones is bigger and he has more potential. Harrison's better right now.
I still think if they're going to take a lineman, a guard is probably more likely.
But Cam, I mean, you lost your tackles. You have
Cam
no
Robinson
tackles.
is suspended for a little bit, but he'll be back.
6 games, but also Juwan Taylor is probably your biggest loss, right?
Mhm.
Sure, but Walker Little
I mean, it-
was capable. of filling
I'm
in.
interested to
think
see
he
what
could be
the
a starter.
Jaguars do here. It's gonna be.
I think tight end is still a possibility.
I have to say-
Ingram's probably not in the
I feel
long-term
like
plans.
the
Jordan
more
Mayer.
important thing is getting an interior guy.
Yeah, but Fortner's fine at center. Brandon Scherf, obviously, you paid the most out of any guard. So you're looking at a
And
left
their
guard.
other guard position, Benton Barch.
Yeah, I don't know much about Ben Barch. But they signed Brewer. They got Chandler Brewer over there from the Rams, right? And he was decent.
Yeah.
They signed Josh
Right.
Wells
Still
from
think-
the
Oh, okay,
Bucks.
let me
He
ask
filled
you
in the
guys a
question.
playoffs.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Yeah.
Does Will Levis make it undrafted outside of the first round?
Yeah,
Like,
I
does
don't
he does
thi-
he get through the rest of the first round undrafted?
Yeah, I don't think he goes in the first round. I don't think having
Look at him, they're
I
showing
would
it right
agree.
now.
at this
They're
point.
showing it right now.
I mean, someone
This
did
kid's
mock.
so upset. He's like,
30 or
yo, when are
31
they gonna call
and
me?
tries to
Like,
get the
hello?
I mean-
fifth-year option.
The Saints have potential because Derek Carr is probably not a long-term
I
option.
think someone moves up. Later pick.
I don't think so. You're not going to move up at
I don't
this
think the
rate.
Saints take
You
him.
move up at the top of the second. You don't take a guy taking double the money with a $20 million fifth-year option.
All right,
for a
here we go,
quarterback. I don't
Jaguars
think you
pick.
do that.
Anton Harrison. There you
Anton
go.
Harrison.
That makes sense.
Good pick.
Not bad.
Really
Not bad
good
at all.
It just makes sense.
Really good pick.
You needed that really badly.
Really good pick right there. Wow. Love that.
And I don't think
Yeah.
he's great. He doesn't have
The
too
best
high
picks we've seen in
potential.
a while. Here.
But yeah, I mean,
It's good enough.
he'll
It's what
play
you
in the
want.
first 6 games, and then he has a chance to gain the other starting spot. I think, I think also we did see Walker Little have some guard play last year, didn't we? So I don't know how
I
they
don't know.
want
I
to do
don't
that,
remember.
but if
I
they
like
want
Anton.
to,
I think
they
it's
could.
Protecting
I
your
feel
young
like Walker
quarterback.
Little. Maybe what they do with him is they make him into.
The
You
left
could
guard.
lock in Anton Harrison. Lock in Anton Harrison at right tackle, and then have Walker Little be the left tackle until Robinson's back, and then move to left guard.
Yeah, I think that's possible.
And Anton Harrison is just your direct.
And Walker Little is
replacement.
big enough to play guard. I mean, that kid's like what 6'8", ridiculous.
I think it's a good pick. Offensive linemen get injured very often.
His name is not very telling. Walker Little.
Yeah, he's definitely not little.
No, he's not. bro.
Walker
No
definitely not
NFL
little.
players are. There's never been a small NFL player. Never happened.
The Bengals on the
Even-
clock. I think the Bengals
John
could.
Lewis.
I mean, Mayer could make sense here. A DB could make sense. I think they could
That's what
also.
we've been talking about. Who did I have them mock to mayor? I think I did, right?
They could. I had him go. I think I had him go a line. Is typically what I did. Yeah, you had him mock Mayer.
Junior here.
Yeah,
you can
I
see that.
still
Dewan
like that pick.
Jones potentially.
I think
I actually had him trade out.
Yeah, you had them trade out.
I had
Yeah.
him trade with the Patriots. Patriots go up
My
against Zay
original-
Jones.
Original pick here, I think was Emmanuel Forbes. I
Oh, the
want to
Bengals
say.
pick is already in. They must. I think it might be Mayer.
It could be Mayer. They could just get the
or
last first round
Or
potential
not,
tackle
or not small.
and not leave Bergeron, like getting Dewan
You guys
Jones.
think of a
I
corner
like
here.
Mayer, bro. I like Mayer.
I
think
really
it's a good fit.
shout out Michael at Syracuse. I really
Joey
wanted.
Porter Jr. also a good fit.
I really wanted Matthew Bergeron to fall to the Bucks in round 2, but with how many linemen are off, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean there are some
Think
good
it's better.
Syracuse players in the draft.
Matthew
for sure.
Bergeron, I had as a higher grade than Anton Harrison.
Yeah, I mean it'd be interesting.
I'm
Mozzie
still
Smith, bro.
convinced.
Such a
I'm
weird
still
little
convinced
draft.
it's a corner here.
The pick is in. Dun 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 dun. That's not the right theme song either. But I can't do the draft.
Are you guys sold on Mayer?
I like Mayer here. I'm not saying it's gonna be Mayer, but I think it's a
Oh,
good.
what a pick!
All right, here we go.
What a pick!
The defending Super Bowl champions are hosting the draft, and so this one fans are waiting for that. The Bengals are ready to go. Looking at them right here.
I like that little. Dun-dun-dun.
I mean, the value, man, the value. Oof.
Miles Murphy, defensive
The value.
Murphy.
I like it.
He's so
It's
good.
interesting.
He is.
I like it.
He is.
You
more,
go for the best. They
he
go for
is
the best guy. available.
More raw physical ability than anyone else in this draft.
And I'll tell you
Honestly,
this:
Unreal.
that Bengals defensive line is scary. It's scary. Now with Miles Murphy, Hubbard, who's the other guy that they have?
Have
he's
more
so
edge
good. I
rushers,
can't
that's the only
think of his
thing.
He's
Tim
from
Hubbard
who's the one from
been pretty good on the
Trey
Seahawks?
edge.
Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson.
They have
Hendrickson, Murphy,
Trey
and
Hendrickson,
Hubbard
like Trey
together.
Hendrickson, but where does Miles Murphy fit in here? And you have
Rotational.
Joseph Osai off the bench.
He can rotate. I mean, that's the thing about the defensive line.
You
got
could also
plenty of guys-
move him. I think Osai could definitely.
4 guys to rotate between 2 spots, and Hendrickson is like an elite edge rusher. So
Miles
Hendrickson's not a guy
Murphy-
you
He
rotate
doesn't
out.
play every play. and
Miles
you can
Murphy
put-
is big enough, especially if they can have him put on weight. He's definitely big enough to play next to DJ Reader underneath.
yeah.
and Miles
they
Murphy
could
is
I
also-
don't know if they even need another guy there. They have BJ Hill from the Giants. Still have some guys
They'll
developing
figure
off the
out.
bench there.
Miles Murphy's
And
great,
he-
and besides the fact, and I don't know the exact details. Let me see if I can pull them up. But they're gonna have to pay
It's
some
not
of those
like
guys. at some-
Joseph Osai was
Believe
that good. and
that
he was a
Nolan
third-round
Smith
pick.
is still on the board.
Yeah, Miles Murphy's better than Nolan Smith. Eagles getting
I feel like
Nolan Smith.
Let's
Could
see.
go for Nolan Smith.
Hendrickson is under contract until 2025.
And
Reader's under contract till 2024. Sam Hubbard till 2026. BJ Hill till 20. So these guys are up.
none of these
you know,
guys are
fairly
going
soon.
anywhere.
Definitely possible.
I think it's a good pick. He's the best player on the board. It's a good pick. He's gonna
Need
be
for
a
it, but it's best player available.
If the
I think
Eagles end up with Nolan Smith next to, I guess probably not because you took Jalen Carter, but they were looking at Nolan Smith at 10 were the rumors, and to get him
It's an
at
okay.
get him at
I'm
30.
not as high on it as you guys.
I'm just
Hey,
high
hey,
on Miles
listen.
Murphy. I think he is my edge
Hey.
2.
so.
I
what
think
do
that
you
this
think
is
the right
do here?
spot.
Do you think
I think
the
he's
right
Saints
spot.
go
I think he's
Mayer?
better than Tyree Wilson.
Connor, do you think the Saints go Mayer here?
Do I think the Saints go Mayer? It's possible. I don't love it.
By the way, we have crossed the
Nolan
4-hour
Smith.
mark for the stream.
They could go
Nolan
Nolan
Smith.
Smith. They could go Keon White. That was the guy that was heavily rumored to them. Shout out Darshawn if he's in chat still. Georgia
You and them
Tech
getting
guy.
Brian
It's
Priestley, which is
definitely
so awesome.
It's got to be an edge guy. It's got to be an edge guy because if there's any team
I think they
that
could
needs
go
an edge guy,
O line for sure.
Cameron
Yeah, Andrew,
Jordan.
you're just hoping for Nolan Smith right here. I know. I can see your mock draft. It's right in front of my face.
You had Nolan Smith dropping a 29.
that's right. I did take him in
Like,
the mock draft.
Yeah, I mean, an edge guy would be great. I mean, I don't know, Nolan Smith or something like that. It'll be perfect.
I still
Wow,
think
nah.
if I were to mock it again right now, I'd still take Nolan Smith.
If I were to mock it again, I'd be perfect on every pick, every single pick. If I were to mock
If
it right-
essentially, if essentially I was predicting the pick, the last pick. That's basically what. I'm going
I mean, it'd be interesting. Nolan Smith is a good pick right here. I had them taking Cansey, who's already off the board, so that is.
I was not even looking at my mock draft. For some reason, I was convinced I had said they'd take Murphy in my mock draft because I was going back and forth between those two on which one would fall out of the first round.
Okay. Oh. All right, 3 picks left to go tonight, folks. Thanks for tuning in with us. Appreciate it a lot. What a draft it's been. I mean, we're just killing it. We've killed it
Absolutely.
all night long. Connor, once again, because I know we're gonna get into a lot of stuff as soon as these picks come in, and we'll talk about the draft as a whole. Connor, once again, thank you for just Connor is so much on this channel. First off, he appears all the time on the Master Plan podcast, which, by the way, doing very well. Thank you all for listening, contributing, whatever you do. He is our basketball expert. Anytime there's something about basketball, he's on, he covers it. But and that was a voice crack because I've been talking for 4 hours straight. He also does so much on the technology side. Everything on the stream is him. He sets it up. He puts the mock drafts together. Obviously, there are mock drafts, but he puts them together. He puts the macros together. Every single time you see our faces, that's all him. All the changing of if you look at the top of the mock drafts as well as the picks and the mock, that's all him. And if you look at the after a pick is made, the little blurb that's taken from PFF, that's also Connor. So he does so much. We thank him for everything he does. He's absolutely awesome. He doesn't get paid. I wish I could. So Connor deserves a lot of appreciation, and his his job here is I couldn't do it without him. So thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, he's a frequent
Yeah, of
guest
course.
too. Appears on all of our baseball podcasts, or a lot of them at least. Does so much with the channel. Appear on a bunch of episodes during the NFL season. Comes prepared every single time. Go check out his sports blog, Boston Sports Mania, if you get the chance. Absolutely fantastic. Both Connor and Andrew are on Twitter. Go follow them, CMD Recruit and Boston Sports Mania. Both fantastic, and I thank them both for their work tonight. They've been awesome. We got 2 more picks. The Saints pick is in.
Go, the pick is in.
Here we go, folks. We're almost there.
More.
All right, they're not announcing it yet. There's Jeffrey Loomis on your screen. Well, not on this screen, but on if you're watching ESPN. Arguably the worst GM in the NFL, at least by my estimation. The guy cannot manage. Cannot manage
Call me a god.
salary cap. I mean, it's just restructuring to hell. We'll get into that.
Speaking of mock drafts.
Hold on.
Speaking of mock drafts.
Hate you. It's Brian Breesy, isn't it?
Speaking of mock drafts. Solid pick.
So it really is Brian Breesy. It's not Brian Breesy.
Yeah.
Oh, because the E's, there are
And
2
the
E's
Z.
after. Okay.
Interesting.
Wow. I mean, not only can Connor do all the technology, but he also does a very good mock draft,
I had
folks.
a solid mock this year.
You had a great one this year. I
Connor
had,
proven right, me proven wrong again. I've only gotten 2 picks right here tonight.
and one of the, and me too, by the way. One of them was
Joey
the first.
Porter Jr.'s on the board. That's an interesting pick for the Eagles, who could use depth
Yeah,
at corner.
I don't think they do it though. Because they have
Osiris
Bradbury in
Torrance.
play.
Osiris Torrance as your starting guard now that Sayamalu's gone. Could make sense. I know they're trying Cam
Same
Jurgens.
pick, I do like it.
I know they're playing Cam Jurgens at some guard, but this is a guy who's never played a guard snap in his life, only center.
By the way, Brian
So it's
Bresee
possible.
is such a New Orleans. Brian Bresee is such a New Orleans Saints player. I feel like this is a good pick for them. It's like scheme wise, I feel like he's the type of guy who fits in really well.
He is very, very Marcus Davenport.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I've been thinking. Yeah, I mean, I think
Here's
it's
what
a
I'll
great
say.
pick.
Passing on an edge rusher questionable for the Saints, but I still think this fills a need and it's a great value here for the Saints. I do really like the pick. Getting him after
Shout out Brian Bresee,
And-
though. ACL surgery in his freshman year, shoulder surgery in his sophomore year, kidney infection, which caused weight gain in his junior year.
He's a fighter, man. He's a fighter.
As you were
sister
saying,
had
and
cancer.
as you were saying,
It's like-
he's a pass rusher.
yeah, he is.
He's a
very
fighter.
good
Like,
passer.
he's a guy who
Very good
he's a
passer.
guy who out.
And he's fast
He's a
and
fighter,
strong. He
man.
has the intangibles. He's an awesome.
I love the versatility with him. So it's.
I
good for
think
the
he's a
Saints.
very solid pick. By the way, Will Levis still in the green room.
I would have left at that point. You're not going to the Chiefs or the
Davis
Eagles.
and Joey
man.
Porter Jr. The
Go
2
home.
biggest failures of the night.
But Joey Porter
Connor, I
Jr.
think we might
wasn't
have to stream-
mocked first round in like all scenarios.
Connor, I think we may
I know
have to
you-
stream tomorrow night just to see where
See
Will
where
Levis
Levis
goes.
I know you had him 7th, Andrew, but I think most mocks had him late 20s, had him
Yeah.
under Deontay
But-
Banks.
yeah, but I still thought that he was going.
I thought he'd go
here's
first
what
round,
I'm
too.
saying.
By the
but-
way, can we
Until last
highlight?
night- Until last night, I thought he was a surefire first round pick, and then I
Can
was
we
starting to
highlight
get
my
reports
biggest?
that he would
my
fall out of
biggest-
the first. And
he just doesn't have the
Let's
speed.
highlight my
Yeah, go ahead.
Connor. Let's highlight my biggest miss of the mock drafts on the night. I had Will Levis going at number 2 overall.
That was the buzz,
Oh.
though. I don't blame because that was the buzz.
That's
at the time.
true.
I
That's true.
I had him going 4th, I think, to the Colts because that was the buzz.
Yeah,
at the
I think
time.
Andrew.
always
Where did you have? Did you have him going 4 as well?
cheap.
Andrew, where'd you have
14.
Levis
He had
go?
him going 14 on a Bucks straight up.
All right, Andrew,
Andrew
you
didn't
win.
believe the CJ Stroud dropping. He didn't believe the CJ Stroud drop.
Andrew, you were
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah, his
I
sister
guess-
also
I guess
got
I got
brain
that right,
cancer.
but I didn't
It's
have
kind of
it.
crazy.
What I will say, it feels like consensus corner tends to fall a lot further than people expect. Like last year, you had Andrew Booth really falling after.
I think
Remember those first two corners were it came off the board, but Andrew Booth was at number 3 ranked last year, and he fell completely out of the first round.
I think. Oh yeah, I remember us watching along to that, being like, "Where's he gonna go?" I think Brian Branch could be a pick here for the Eagles as well. They lost Chauncey Gardner.
Ooh.
That
Sorry,
could
I'm
make a
just
bit of
I'm
sense.
unmuting the guys I muted before the draft. I don't remember the third one, so I'll never see that person's tweets.
Was it
I
Ari?
guess.
I could still see
No, I
Smith
I
was
was
the guy.
muting, I'm muting.
The Eagles
Yeah,
were
I got
ranked two
Albert Breer.
at
That's
10.
who it is.
Them here at 30.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
it's crazy value to get him there, truly.
Yeah.
And although it's not a need, I mean, do you have that many big needs here? If you're the
It isn't.
Eagles?
I think it
Uh,
isn't. It's big
It's
as needed.
luxury,
Well, maybe it's not a need after taking Jalen Carter, but
but it's still a different position. You know.
it is a different position. Yeah,
And,
I was
and
saying that this is more of a need than D line to me, honestly.
Nolan Smith is very Hassan Reddick in his like numbers, in his everything feels Hassan Reddick.
imagine if the Eagles
I'm
take
shocked Nolan Smith fell. He was getting top 5 buzz after that combine performance.
Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Can you
I
imagine that?
figured that
In the
one of
first
these edge
round?
rushers was going to fall.
I mean, that's another dude.
Still
If
could
they
go.
take Nolan Smith here, you're building the Georgia D line, the one of the best defenses in football, in college football
Nolan
history.
Smith and Jalen Carter.
Like that's crazy.
They
And
come
Jordan
together.
Davis and N'Kobe Dean. That's 4 guys who are part of one of the
Jordan
best defenses ever.
Yeah, Jordan Davis, a Georgia guy too. Look at that.
Yeah, like that's deadly. And then you just add
Honestly-
freaking Hassan
honestly,
Reddick on top of
I
him.
think the Eagles, if they take Nolan Smith, they're going back to the chip, bro.
I mean,
how is any team
who in the
in the
NFC can come close?
Oh
Really?
yeah,
I mean, they look
Like-
ecstatic.
that's it.
Eagles draft room looks ecstatic.
Maybe
We're
the
like,
Seahawks at this rate.
if the Eagles really do
Watch out
get
for
DE,
Seattle.
I'm like, they're like out of they're dancing.
Bro, this is gonna be the
Like-
best team in the fucking world, bro.
That's crazy. It feels like they are based on how they
always
reacted
seem-
there.
Beat
But-
each other
Dude,
up.
the
in
Eagles
the
gotta
NFC,
win. I
and the
think they-
Eagles just sitting pretty in the NFC with no competition.
I mean, immediately I say Eagles won the draft. You gave up Jalen Rieger and ended up with
And they're
Jalen
one
Carter
of-
and
they're one of the winners.
I mean, I think the Seahawks had a very good draft. I think,
Are the winners in my opinion.
Patriots had a good
but
draft.
I would call the Eagles
And the
more of
Patriots are
winners
up
than
there.
the Seahawks. I think the Patriots, trained down to 17, still getting Christian Gonzalez. Those would probably be my
I
3.
think the Seahawks are NFC West
listen,
contenders.
I still
after
like
tonight.
the Texans draft. I don't love it, but I like it. I think it was
I'm not going to say it's a winner. Though. If I would have picked 3 winners, I wouldn't have it there. But they might not even
That's
take
fair.
Nolan Smith. We got to see it first, right?
I mean,
I'm
you
sorry,
can't. The
I already
Panthers.
know.
The Panthers.
yeah.
You can't go wrong with Bryce Young.
Yeah, but I don't like taking winners based on I didn't take the Bengals as a winner for getting Joe
Okay.
Burrow. You know.
Underrated winner at 23, and to add in the Lamar Jackson
I mean-
extension today, Lamar Jackson plus Zay Flowers. That I think that's a win in my book.
Here's the pick.
Just an overall draft day for the Ravens.
It's been a great draft
Yes.
day overall.
Hey, Eagles won the draft.
Yeah,
That's
there's
it
no
for me.
question.
That's it for me. Eagles won the draft games.
All right, here we go.
I don't know if I can agree with you there, but we will see what they do right here.
Oh, I already saw Nolan Smith. I'm ahead, but
Wait, they have Dude Perfect? And Donna Kelsey? What the hell?
there's weird shit's going on out here. What a draft.
Right.
That's crazy. I mean, if you get these guys back to that 2021 form, with Jalen Carter back to that, Nolan Smith for sure back to that. He was so good that year. Nakobe Dean, obviously, without his injury. Like that, you can't set yourself up for success more for that defensive core for the next 5 years.
The Eagles are going to be the. I mean, their defensive line is so good.
I don't know if there's a team that close to them in the NFC. Niners, maybe, but QB situation's still so up in the air that I
How
don't know
about
if
those
he's that close.
Nolan Smith.
How about those
Seahawks are
Seahawks?
solid. I just can't take that over this Eagles team. No way.
Nolan Smith officially a Philadelphia Eagles.
A great pick. The
Yeah,
value
and
is
NFC
just unreal.
I think the one. I mean, maybe. What about the Lions? Maybe.
As winners?
No, I mean, well, the Lions. I don't know about winners, but contending against.
Potentially.
Oh, the Lions,
Um,
I said it originally, but with how badly they've drafted tonight, I don't know.
I don't know why getting two players that make your team better. Like, who are you taking that makes your team better than a slot wide receiver? In that
Gonzalez and
system?
Dalton Kincaid. Come on.
I would rather the slot wide receiver than the tight end in their system. How short passes they do, and then the deep
and
ball
they
for
don't.
J-Lo.
And they. I mean, they.
And
really
also,
understand
by the way, they need wide receiver a lot more than tight end. Two of your top four receivers out the entire season suspended, one out for 6 games. That's crazy. They have no receiving depth.
Yeah.
He's a slot receiver. You can say, oh my god, they drafted a running back that high. He's Christian McCaffrey. He's a slot receiver. And probably not as good just running the ball basically as Christian McCaffrey, but in terms of what he brings to the team,
I guess
he'll be a receiving threat. And that's why I don't mind their picks.
Yeah,
I definitely think
DeAndre Swift is the same role. And
DeAndre Swift
DeAndre
is a
Swift
drop
like that.
machine.
This-
He's not a pass catcher. He's never been a
Okay,
pass
but
catcher.
let me.
I don't
pose a
care that they
question to
feed
you.
him passes because he drops half of them.
But hold on. But what team can handle this Eagles defensive line? I mean, that's the real question.
I'm just disappointed.
Lions
He was so
O-line is
efficient,
very
too,
strong.
DeAndre Swift.
Lions O line probably could. That would be the one team because they've got probably the best offensive line in the league. But
The Eagles O-line themselves could compete with the Eagles D-line.
that's true.
So practices are
I
going to be
wanna watch-
crazy, bro.
I wanna watch
Practice
this
scrimmages, yeah, they're going to be killing each other out
They're
there.
gonna be like real NFL games, bro. Like actual good ones.
But yeah, getting Nolan Smith on the mismatch, because almost most teams have a mismatch. Having that speed he has, if you get him on the mismatch, is just deadly. Because Hassan Reddick's obviously going to be... Though Hassan Reddick also hunts every mismatch possible. He barely ever goes... They switch around a lot. He barely ever goes to the strong
Reddick's
side.
super good. Too.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Then it just be
He had the
like
best
he
season-
dodged Trent Williams every
The
single
dude probably
snap.
had the best season of his career and is getting literally 2 more defensive linemen to play with him. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a luxury. It was not a
Are
necessity,
they really
but
bringing
it
out
makes
the
them
Super Bowl
better.
trophy for the presentation? Like
They already brought it down at the beginning. I don't know.
I still
We'll
don't
see.
think the Eagles are the biggest winners tonight.
they're
simply
presenting
because
the third one.
I think they're bigger winners than the Seahawks.
I don't think you need to invest. Yes, the Seahawks are the bigger winners because I don't. Think
I
you
wouldn't say
need-
that. You don't need to invest
Carter
a pick on a
and-
wide receiver. They're different positions. Devon Witherspoon, great pick. Their cornerback core was not that bad last year.
Devon
Jackson Smith
Witherspoon
and
is one
Jiva,
of the best
great
picks of the
pick.
night.
They have one of the
I
better wide
love the
receivers.
Seahawks draft. I'm
Eh,
sorry. I
Both
love
of
that
those
draft.
teams drafted not for necessity, drafted best player available, and I think the Eagles' value got better players at their spots.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Personally,
I'm sure
Like,
they
Devon
drafted the best
Witherspoon
player
wasn't
available.
great.
I think
It was
Javon Carter is
on
more
their
than the.
way.
I think
On their way to drafting best player available, ace corner that they haven't had since Richard Sherman.
I get that. I think Jalen Carter is more of a necessity for the Eagles than Devon Witherspoon is for the Seahawks, just because they lost Hargrave.
I disagree with that.
Fletcher
I
Cox and
still
Jordan
agree.
Davis are never going to share the floor. You need another
The
DT.
yes. Hargrave was being replaced, sure. Bucks haven't had that top corner in years. If they want any chance to contend,
Tariq
they would have
Woolen
waited
was
for
a
it.
pro.
Now
Wasn't
they
Tariq?
have
Didn't Tariq Woolen make a fucking Pro Bowl last year?
Jalen Carter is maintenance for the Eagles.
Did Tariq
Whereas
Woolen not make a
Devin
Pro Bowl
Witherspoon
last year as a
is
rookie?
efficient.
Tariq Woolen was incredible as a rookie. I don't think it's a necessity for that because they have solid cornerbacks. He's got to be
Alright,
good.
guess
let's
Woolen
do
can
this
be
pick, bro.
more
We're
than
trying to get the quick breakdown. Been streaming for
Oh.
4.5 hours tonight. My voice,
So,
I have
the
no
Seahawks-
voice.
a better corner since Richard Sherman.
All right. At the conclusion of the draft, we will do
I'll
a quick
take Tariq
breakdown.
Woolen over
We'll
Devon Witherspoon as the
We'll
careers
go
go
through our
forward.
we'll go through our favorite picks, favorite drafts. We'll end the stream. We'll be back tomorrow night, most likely. Tune in. We'll cover everything in more in depth. But we've been doing this for 4.5 hours, and unlike those in the media, we do not get a break because we don't have commercials. If we did, I would be able to pay Connor some money. Unfortunately, that is not how this works.
Pick is in
Alright.
for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Chiefs
Final
pick is
pick
in for the
in
final
first
time
round.
in round 1.
Here we go.
Chiefs Kingdom.
They
get
really
ready.
decided to take it to the very last second. Come on, Andy Reid.
Well, I mean, we kind of expected that.
This might get done before midnight. I feel like I guess there's one less pick, but other rounds have not got done before midnight. That we've done.
I feel like they have, yeah. I don't know, though.
I feel like midnight's a pretty good finish.
Last year's was 4 hours. We probably started streaming, yeah.
Will Levis
But
goes.
we started streaming around, around 8 or 7:45 or whatever.
Will Levis is going to sleep
I think
in
it's
the draft room
7:45.
overnight, isn't he? He's not leaving until he gets
Does Will
drafted.
Levis have to sleep in the draft room?
Will Levis is
I'm going to
done.
post that on Twitter.
His agent has just had enough. Imagine the Chiefs say,
he's definitely
screw
not
it,
getting
Will
picked
Levis. Did you see the Chris Collinsworth mock draft where he went Hendon
I think the
Hooker to
more
the
likely
Chiefs?
thing. The more likely thing here is screw it, Joey Porter Jr.
Potentially. Or you could just say, screw it, let's get
Say
Kelsey's replacement and Michael Mayer. You
That would
know?
be great. Mayer and Kelsey playing alongside
I mean-
each other. Being
Glenn Hyatt to replace Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
they
don't
were
know
high
if you
at
can
that
replace
high.
Juju, bro. Juju does TikToks, bro. You can't replace that.
I had him go they could go edge rusher. I think Eddie Tamiwa at Ibarra makes sense. Felix.
Don't
and
go
Duque,
receiver here.
Zoma
Does
makes
that mean-
sense.
They trade for Hopkins.
No, I don't think so at all. I think they've shown last year that they don't need a real wide receiver one to win, and they want Tony to be that guy. I think you get a guy later, and then you run Tony with him. They
Get
signed
more.
You get like a Marvin Mims type.
they signed John Ross.
More.
They got speedy John Ross. You know, career revival. You remember, Michael? Do you remember our summer thing with the draft thing we did in 6th grade or 7th
Justin
grade?
Ross too.
Yeah, I do. The
And
PBL,
John Ross
yes.
the second went second overall in that.
The Samaje P. Ryan, yeah, same draft, bro. That was the what was the quarterback from Cal who played on the Giants this year, retired? Who started like the last game or whatever of the season? What was his name? Shoot.
Davis Webb.
Yes, Davis Webb. That was
Davis
Davis Webb's
Webb
draft.
retired.
Yes, I believe he did.
What?
I mean, he wasn't very good.
Okay.
What
Oh
else are you
yeah,
gonna
he's
do?
now the
You don't wanna be a
quarterbacks
backup
coach for the Denver Broncos.
Well, to be fair, being a backup quarterback is one of the best jobs in football. You sit around with a clipboard.
look
He
at
was
Chase
so
Daniel, man.
he was so good in the Senior Bowl.
Look at Chase Daniel, bro.
Yeah.
Alright, can they freaking announce this pick
What do we-
already?
what do we
Charlie
think?
Whitehurst with the nickname Clipboard Jesus. Like, come on.
Oh my god. Are we
Oh,
getting one
another
championship?
one! Another one!
What?
Mock it on the mock draft. Knock it down. That's 7.
What
7.
was it?
Felix and Duque Zoma.
Okay, I can't pronounce that name, so I'll just write
How?
Connor.
How are you getting so many right, Connor? This is crazy.
Because they had him for 2 visits. That's the only reason.
I want to spell this
What
name,
position
let
does
alone
he
pronounce
play?
it.
He's
Wide
an edge
receiver?
rusher. Edge rusher.
Edge rusher. Okay.
Felix Anaduke Uzoma.
I actually like the edge rushing pick though. It's a good move.
I don't know. They have Frank Clark.
All right, the draft is over. All right, we're going to briefly go through our picks, our reviews, just for like 5 or 10 minutes, very short, because it's late and we're all tired. All right, we're gonna go through. We're each gonna give our top 3 favorite drafts, and then we're like team draft. So each team favorite
I
draft.
think we can already knock off Eagles and Seahawks for all of us.
Yeah, is that consensus? Eagles, Seahawks are 1 and 2.
Eagles is not.
You have them 3?
Actually,
All right.
Eagles is not in the top 3. Not in my top 3.
Oh. All right.
Look at
well,
how you're
I'll let
that low
you.
on the best
Right.
player in the
They're my
draft.
I'm gonna go Eagles, Seahawks. Who did I like? I'm tempted by the Patriots for sure.
Not
They had a
bad.
really good one. Pittsburgh was kind of sneaky good. Nah, I'll go with the Patriots. I'll go Patriots my third best. I mean, not many teams had 2 picks. They did a good job with their 1 pick. Traded back, got a free 4th rounder, got the guy we wanted to get. So I'll take the Patriots for sure. Absolutely.
I'm gonna go reverse order, and I'm also gonna go with the Patriots at 3, making that huge trade down to block Roderick Jones from the Jets and still getting their guy in Christian Gonzalez. What a night for the Patriots. Number 2, I'm gonna have to go with the Baltimore Ravens, and I think this partially has to do
That's
with the
a
Lamar
solid
Jackson
Pick 'em.
ex-
Switch it up.
with the Lamar Jackson extension.
That was what you wanted, Connor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then getting Zay Flowers in the draft, like almost the perfect pick to pair with Lamar Jackson. Just a great day for the Ravens franchise overall.
Yeah,
And then
Ravens would be my
my number one would be the Seattle Seahawks. Getting
That's solid. I can't.
you reminded me about how good Tarek Woolen was last year. So now you have a duo with Woolen and Witherspoon at corner. I don't think there's many upside cornerback duos in the NFL. And then following it up with not necessarily a need, but the best player available in Jackson Smith-Njigba, getting a stacked wide receiver trio, setting up Geno Smith for tons of success next year. I think they're NFC West contenders, possibly even making it to the NFC Championship game.
Connor, break it down.
Eagles won easy. They got the best player in the draft at pick 9 for just giving up Jalen Rieger, and pick 10 or whatever it was. They got a top 4 edge rusher, which is a position that they're gonna need soon. With Graham probably retiring after this year, and their D line is definitely starting a new leaf. I love that. I'm still gonna pick the Seahawks. I think the value they got on both their picks was great. Getting Smith-Njigba, although it's not a need, the value of him, who many people thought would go 12, I'd say the most heavily mocked guy was 12. Michael even had him at 10. I think a lot of people had him also, like Packers at 13, whatnot. For them to get him is huge.
I love that pick. Yeah.
And then obviously Devon Witherspoon, solid player that'll be your cornerback too. Hopefully you have a mix of a guy who's less athletic in Witherspoon, a guy who's more athletic in Woolen, that can create kind of a pairing there. 3's tough. I think Arizona has a shout. I'm not going to do them. I think the Bucks have a shout. Getting Cansey on the drop for a team that really badly needs D-line more than O-line even. I would finalize saying I think the Las Vegas Raiders are my other winner. They didn't do anything stupid. They didn't do anything That's a
Makes
That's a
a
start
lovely
for the
he's-
Raiders. That's a start for the Raiders.
They didn't do anything that kind of hurts them. They definitely need
Connor
edge
is
help.
still throwing shade 4.5 hours.
And I'll give it up to them. I think Tyree Wilson's a great pick. He's a guy who a lot of people had.
The Raiders took 4 hours to prove to Connor that they're a confident franchise.
I think they played it safe. They got the second best edge to most. A lot of people also had him above Will Anderson based on how poorly Will Anderson's senior season went. So I definitely think Tyree Wilson was a safe choice, but also a great choice. And a great choice is not something that the Raiders typically do.
All right, a couple of my least favorite picks will go through down the line. I assume will probably be the same. Mozzie Smith by Dallas just doesn't feel right.
I don't
There
hate
aren't too
it.
many. Wasn't a big fan of the Darnell Wright pick by Chicago at 10.
I just hate Darnell Wright.
That's part of it. And I'm just looking over quickly. What's the other ones are good? I mean, that's pretty much
Shout out
it.
the
Everything else.
Texans. No one called them a winner,
Yeah,
but it was
Texans
pretty
had a big
cool.
draft.
Jump up.
Great.
My least favorite pick,
Agree.
Titans at 11, Pete Skoronsky. Just because they're going to try to play him at tackle. This is my least favorite pick in general.
Oh, okay.
They're going to try to play him at tackle, and I don't think he can possibly succeed at tackle at the higher level. Eventually, he
That's
might switch
fair.
to guard, and he can be a top guard. I just don't think he's going to succeed at tackle, and their plan is to play him at tackle. Another pick I'll cover. The Chargers with Quentin Johnson. I just don't think he has first round talent. He has
It's
size.
not a fit there.
And
It's not a fit there. You're spending a first rounder on a guy who's not even going to be a consistent starter in year one.
yeah, we saw with Chase Claypool as well. This guy's huge. And Chase Claypool was a better prospect than Quentin Johnson. He didn't even go in the first round. He actually had
Maybe if there was
solid
a team
hands.
that believed in him enough to start him.
Quentin Johnson
Arguably.
Quentin Johnson does not have great hands, so it adds to their already drop problems. He has the size, his speed's solid, like his intangibles are there, but not great hands, and he got lost on routes a decent amount, and just didn't know which ways. Like, the film is ugly, and you can say it's Max Duggan's not great, whatnot, but the film's just ugly. And I think Zay Flowers was a better pick, although maybe not the best fit. I think even Jordan Addison could have been a better pick there.
Flowers.
All right.
Should we go?
Andrew, break it down real quick.
Picks all came during the same stretch of the draft. Peter Skoronski at 11. I agree with Connor. That's just not great for the Titans. Then Jahmyr Gibbs, the pick after. I think that's a complete miss for the Lions. Giving up on DeAndre Swift and almost disrespectful of both the running backs they had in that backfield between Swift and Montgomery. Jahmyr Gibbs, that pick, it just does not make any sense to me. I know you say he could be a slot receiver. I just don't see it. And then Lucas I honestly think Charbonnet might be the better running back than Jahmyr Gibbs. And then Lucas Van Ness right after that at 13 to the Packers just doesn't really make much sense to me. I don't see Van Ness as the best edge rusher on the board at that point. I think Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith might turn out being better edge rushers. And I don't even know if the Packers should have taken an edge in the first place. There were other bigger
That's
needs
fair.
to address, like receiver or tight end. They could have gone for
I do just
someone
want
like
to say
Jigba or Kincaid.
Jahmyr Gibbs had the highest receiving grade out of any player. Receivers, running backs, tight ends. He's not gonna
Fair.
he's not gonna even touch the running back snaps, really, other than maybe some
By the
third
way,
down
Michael Mayer,
sneak
Michael
carries.
Mayer, second round. Someone's gonna get him in the second
Well,
round.
I think it's
Gonna be a
obvious.
good
Second
second round
round,
pick.
you're looking at first pick is what, the Steelers?
I'm liking Jalen
Yeah,
Hyatt or Josh Downs for a Patriots pick in round 2.
I think it's
right.
super easy. Joey Porter Jr. is going to be pick 32. I don't even have to think. They
Yeah,
got
'cause
their
Pittsburgh
lineman.
wanted it, yeah.
You get Joey Porter Jr.
Yes,
Easy.
I mocked-
absolutely. That is
I
a
mocked
great
Joey
pick for the
Porter.
Steelers.
I
I
mocked
would put
Joey
the
Porter
Steelers
for
up there
Steelers
for
in the
winners.
first round. So It would be
Yeah, the
Yeah,
pretty
trade up to
cool.
get Broderick Jones is solid. If they do get
Yeah.
someone like that here, that's awesome.
And finally, I'm just gonna go through some other solid picks.
Okay,
Also,
okay,
give me
sorry.
the Cardinals
30-second
going.
Pick, the 30-second pick is Chase Claypool to the Bears.
Yeah. Chase Claypool got traded for this pick.
Yeah. I'll just go through a couple other picks that we all seem to like. Bryce Young at 1, Will Anderson at 3, Devon Witherspoon at
Love that
5,
one.
Tyree Wilson at 7, Bijan at 8. Let's see, Jalen Carter 9, Broderick Jones 14,
I like
Christian
Emmanuel
Gonzalez
4.
17, Cansey 19, Jackson Smith Najiba 20, Zay Flowers 22, Duncan Cade 25, Anton Harrison 27, Brian Breesy,
We didn't like that. Pick. We didn't like
29,
Anton Harris.
Miss Miles
Nolan
Murphy.
Smith.
And Nolan Smith,
I'm working my way down the list. I can't. What do you want me to do? Nolan Smith 30, and then Felix.
I think
can't pronounce his last name.
I wasn't huge on that one.
I mean,
That was one of my worst picks of the first.
5th pick in the 2nd round, Los Angeles Rams. Could that be the Will Levis spot?
Maybe. I mean, Matthew Stafford's been injured the last few years. Maybe it's time they get their
I think the
replacement.
Seahawks.
However,
could look,
Arizona too. You
I don't see it
said
happening.
that earlier, but I could see it.
If they
Kyler
were to go
Murray
a guy, it could be Hendon
Clearly
Hooker.
needs some motivation. I think Hendon Hooker might be the better fit there
All
because
right.
he's NFL ready.
It's fun. It's
Put
going to
some
be
pressure
fun.
on Kyler.
Fun segment. We'll be back,
right.
right, Michael?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be back. We had a better night than Will Levis. At least we had some fun sitting in a green room. He will be there until tomorrow night. He has to stay there in that little circle
And
with those couches.
probably
But they
beyond
will serve
32.
him. They will serve him like little food, like little snacks, some like toothpicks or whatever. And you know, we'll see what happens tomorrow night. Everyone, I know probably no one's watching at this point, but if you're watching this on video, on a restream, or whatever you're doing, wherever you may be, thank you all for listening. Everyone who watched tonight, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you to my co-hosts, Andrew and Connor, for their excellent work tonight. They are just
Mock
they know
draft
so
king,
much.
baby.
I'm blessed to have two people who know so much, who are such close friends of mine, that I can always call upon to do stuff like this for. It's truly a blessing. And I thank everyone for tuning in. And my voice is gone, but I will drink some tea tomorrow, and I will be back tomorrow night. Thank you all for listening to the 4th annual, by the way. This is 4 years, guys. It's been a great 4 years of the master plan. I can't believe how far we've come. I remember the first episode I did. I remember the first stream Connor and I did. We've come a long way, and it's so awesome to be able to do this. I'm so blessed. So thank you all for watching. Have a great night.